Electric. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Is this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh Lord, oh Lord. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
哇，有一个超级大绕背
哦，难道有抽巴龙环节吗
？116想要寻求奇迹，在上半部有一个球果，但接下来开始劝退，一技能螺旋刺花再绑，先逼出一个剑魔降世，但接下来反而是变成 slay 处，成为 Taco 他回血的目标。Chris Carter 已经暴走，再抓到一个落单的风。他现在是跟风一样的离去，剩下一个116还在蹲，往前再做，瞬间直接要拿下 triple。这速度超慢，一张的金牌，后面还有海浪，但往前 DCG 的杀更高，想要喷个熊超软。逆命也在绕背，但 Taco 已经往前冲了，爆炸球桶瞬间把 Baby 给炸死，杰西换掉一颗人头，然后再锤了进去拿下了 double， 而且锤掉对方的妈宝龙，但赵信还是继续往前冲，
要来了，
这里伤害超高，这时候卡玛准备登场 ，GC 的3名成员准备要往后撤退，但恐怖的是卡塔，后面还有征战轰雷，代表的是 GC 准备要高歌猛进，一张的金牌直接打到 K 的远方的狙击，
不给赵信啊，
这里是有换到赵信，那看 DCG 他们还有没有作战能力，这是中国的联动，
有 Q 吗？
又是一张的金牌，这里熊战斗力很高，但后面 Chris 看到战斗力爆表，
我这个卡玛应该是美1啦，感觉要沟通一下，没有，他有1，他直接丢在自己身上。
我给我自己，但我能 carry。
对，没事，后面是
欧卡拉的好，
这个拉的好啊！
哎呦
，2个被动开炸，
那是什么？一炮双响，但也只有声音比较烦人而已。啊？好。直接甩一个9桶 ，all in 9桶，全招都下9桶，9桶还有半血，米这边炸回来了。
鳄鱼，
恩硕直接被抓到，那将变成7开始变身 ，Area 到他的后排，全面杀光，闪现过去，9尾妖狐已经登场。
但不用知道啊，他自己可能也不太知道，这个我们就看后续嘛。后续你看这个阿里，哇，这个 R 就把那个 Q 的这个轨道再拉回来。
5千喽，
另外一边
DFN 怎么办？要 all in 了吗？
进场的会是 Taco， 直接要抓后排交闪现之后，赫本利用大绝解了场。正面扛在最前面的19有一炮扛不住，用恐惧先行限制了665，一瞬间 DFN 人被赶走，远古巨龙 ，DFN 有机会，这是 DD 准备拿到后面闪现一做，3个来自了水晶的开花进场，拿下了一个 double， 后面输 DCG 一线拉满，一瞬间泰的也拿了2颗人头，远古巨龙直接在手。
有喽，直接秒了！粉大绝甩的是纳米在这里
盖了墙过来之后，在空中直接被击飞踢了下来，阿软被留住，被变成冰块，闪现过来了，所以这里波比把人给锤走，锤的是一头猪，在这里开了坚定不移之后，又是在那边拿了一个 double kill， 正中央 FK 又抓了一波机会。
这是什么？你点的塔利亚外卖？
主要这把中野联动蛮多的，所以阿软其实比较难发挥哦，但这波也是甩纳米，但是正面打不赢，然后空中被清下来嘛，哇哦，
直接裂开，还是美丽的误会，
太帅了，
表示我也不知道呀，
吉米的这个感觉不是很纯，谁都要哎，
哦哟。 但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 DFO 想要拉神发了，直在左防，阿哲又没有倒地，所以热射跳到，而且后进攻这一波，先把对方退回来，对热射大爆。 哇，有一个超级大绕背
哦，难道有偷巴龙环节吗
？116想要寻求奇迹，在上半部有一个球果，但接下来开始劝退。一技能螺旋刺花再绑，先逼出一个剑魔降世，但接下来反而是变成 slay 处，成为 Taco 他回血的目标。Chris Carter 已经暴走，再抓到一个落单的风。他现在是跟风一样的离去，剩下一个116还在蹲，往前再做，瞬间直接要拿下 triple。这速度超慢，一张的金牌，后面还有海浪，但往前 DCG 的伤害更高，想要喷个熊超软。逆命也在绕背，但 Taco 已经往前冲了，爆炸总统瞬间把 Baby 给炸死，杰西换掉一颗人头，然后再锤了进去拿下了 double， 而且锤掉对方的妈宝龙，但赵信还是继续往前冲。
卡玛要来了，
这里伤害超高，这时候卡玛准备登场 ，GC 的3名成员准备要往后撤退，在恐怖的Chris Carter后面还有征战轰雷，代表的是 GC 准备要高歌猛进，第一张的金牌直接打到 K 的远方的狙击，
不给赵信啊！
这里是有换到赵信，那看 DCG 他们还有没有作战能力，这是中途联动，
有 Q 吗？熊
又是一张的金牌，这里熊战力很高，但后面 Chris Carter 战斗力爆表。
我这个卡玛应该是美1啊，感觉要沟通一下，哎，没有，他有1，哎，他直接丢在自己身上。
我给我自己，但我能 carry。
对，没事，后面是
欧卡拉的好，
这个拉的好啊！
哎呦
，2个被动开炸，
那是什么？一炮双响，但也只有声音比较烦人而已啊！好。直接甩一个9筒 ，all in 9筒，全招都下9筒，9筒还有半血，敏这边炸回来了。
鳄鱼，
恩硕直接被抓到，那将变成室友开始变身 ，Area 绕到了后排，全面杀光，闪现过去，9尾妖狐已经登场。
不用知道啊，他自己可能也不太知道，这个我们就看后续嘛。后续你看这个阿里，哇，这个 R 去把那个 Q 的这个轨道再拉回来。
5千喽，
另外一边
DFN 怎么办？要 all in 的吗？
进场的会是 Taco， 直接要抓后排交闪现之后，赫本利用大绝解了场。正面扛在最前面的19，一炮扛不住，利用恐惧先行限制了665，一瞬间 DFN 人被赶走，远古巨龙 ，DFN 有机会，这是 DC 准备拿到后面闪电一做，3个来自了水晶的开花进场，拿下了一个 double， 后面输 DCG 一次也拉满，一瞬间泰的也拿了2颗人头，远古巨龙直接在手。
哎，有喽！直接秒了粉大绝，甩的是纳米在这里 盖了墙过来之后，在空中直接被击飞给踢了下来，阿软被留住，被变成冰块，闪现过来了。所以这里波比把人给锤走，锤的是一头猪。在这里开了坚定步移之后，又是在那边拿了一个 double kill， 正中央 FK 又抓了一波机会。
这是什么？你点的塔利亚外卖？
主要这把中野联动蛮多的，所以阿软其实比较难发挥哦。但这波也是甩纳米，但是正面打不赢，然后空中被清下来嘛，哇哦，
直接裂开，还是美丽的误会。
太帅了，
表示我也不知道呀。
吉米的这个感觉不是很纯情哦，谁都要哎，
哦哟。但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神一发的制作图，把阿哲自己的倒地，最热射上到，而且后期攻这一波，就把对方推回来，最热射大爆。
Hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. getting dangerous and dangerous. There's danger in your eyes, tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes, tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes to an end. Let's go for it.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for our final game of the week between PSG and SoftBank Hawks. And of course, finally we get to see SoftBank in the PCS, which is so exciting. It will be brought to you once again by Riot Games, Carry International and the Grand Halai Taipei, who without, of course, we wouldn't be able to have SoftBank here performing. And it's just been such a long wait, but now finally we get to see them. How are you feeling? I mean, Lo, tell me, what do you think about them?
Well, they've definitely got a tough start into the tournament, just coming straight in, no warm-up, no testing the waters or anything, just straight against PSG, who we've got as potentially favorites to win the whole thing. They've got strong players across the board on SoftBank, but PSG have strong players, strong drafts, and strong team play.
Yeah.
So unless you can match them in all of those categories, you're going to struggle, as pretty much every team does. They did 3-0 DFM, and DFM have been pretty strong. They had strong series against TCG and Frank, taking games off of both teams. So 3-0ing them is a pretty good sign.
Yeah, I think the problem is that they did take games off of DCG and Frank, but honestly, it doesn't feel like PSG would lose many games to either DCG or Frank. Yes, they did lose one series, but that was kind of an off-form PSG, and since that series, I mean, they've just come back with a vengeance, taking down CFO, pretty much the only team to do it. Beyond, yes, in week number 1 managed to, but PSG have been completely on form recently. Their most recent series against BYG, they lost 1 game. It was their first game after, you know, almost 20 days of not playing. And then after that, very dominant. Woody, especially, massive standout performance from him. That guy was just giga-smurfing. Of course, yesterday's results, it was CFO taking the 3-0 up against Frank. Not too surprising, but perhaps a little disappointing to see Frank at kind of a weak look from them, especially in comparison to their recent games.
I think the way they lost was surprising. CFO just completely dominated every single game. It didn't really feel like there was hope for about 3 minutes in game 2, I want to say, that Frank could win a game. And for the rest of that series, it was just all CFO.
That's right.
I felt like maybe CFO just kind of showed up with a completely different approach to draft than any of the teams we've seen so far. Sejuani first pick, Silas to counter the Ahri, and yeah, it worked wonders against Frank.
Yeah, was a very good look for them. Of course, this is our bracket now. CFO, they did move on with their win yesterday up until the winners' final. The winner of tonight's match between SoftBank Hawks and PSG will go there to match them. And now the only hope for the LJL. We're finally going to get to see them. You see it on your screen there right now. SoftBank Hawks versus PSG. I mean, personally, maybe I'm a little PCS biased, to be honest, but I am thinking this one probably will be a 3-0 or a 3-1 as well. Reason being, DFM, they did go down 3-0 to the SoftBank Hawks, yes, but SoftBank Hawks, I mean, they've got Eevee in the top lane, and it does feel like there's a sizable difference between the strength of Eevee and the strength of Ray Farki, but when you compare someone like Arje to that, I think it's just an entire level yet again. Eevee might be somewhat on par with Arje, I'm not going to lie about that, but then the rest of the map, you got to worry. Like Jinjia, massive player. If he's on form, he will just dominate the map by himself. Maple the same, Betty the same, Woody's even able to do it on Lux, on Rakan. There are just 5 credible threats coming through on the side of PSG. And yes, I think SoftBank Hawks have some credible threats, but do you think all 5 of them can stand up to that of PSG? I don't personally think so. I guess we don't really know, but we will find out today. As you see on your screen there, Eevee, Forest, Dasher, Marble, and Vista.
Yeah, Dasher is going to be the player to look out for. Eevee has a lot of niche picks and is a very strong top laner, has been for quite a while. So maybe he can pull a fast one over Aja, but Aja just seems way too solid. Even if you take some bizarre pick into him, he's going to know how to play the matchup and just pick a solid champ. And I think it's going to be a lot of weight on Dasher's shoulders to perform. He does have the 2nd most MVPs in the league over in the LJL and is a very strong mid laner.
Only after Arya, right?
Yeah.
Arya, the only person. The graphic before the game did show, or before the sort of broadcast started, I guess, was that he is comparable to Arya. And Arya, I mean, he was 1v9ing some of those games, and some games they lost, but he was the only hope that they had, and he kept them in those games for well too long. Game number 2 against Frank was the one that stood out to me.
Yeah. If you can 3-0 DFM, it means you have a very solid mid laner. Because if you didn't, Arya's going to win them a game. It doesn't matter how much the rest of the map might be suffering. Arya seems to be able to just win games on his own. Yes,
absolutely. But he's going to be up against Maple. And depending what form Maple's in, I mean, obviously during the regular season, there were times where he certainly was struggling.
Looked exploitable. Even.
Exactly. But then at the latter half, I don't think you could say the same. I think he looked extremely solid. Their loss against BYG, he was playing well, as was Arja. It really was kind of just the bot lane faltering a little bit, and Betty and Woody allowing Tide to get a little bit too... Not Tide, sorry. Beyond Feng. Letting Feng get too strong that anyone could really compete against the Lucian.
Yeah, and that was a draft problem as well. Once the Lucian got ahead in that specific game, there was nothing for PSG to answer. So maybe some weaknesses in draft. PSG, to me, are probably our best drafting team.
Yeah, and of course PSG on your screen now. It's Arja, Junjie, Maple, Betty, and Woody. And as I said before, all 5 of these players can carry, but all 5 of them can also sit back, play utility, do what you need really for the team. I do think this team looks best if they can have Betty on something with a little bit of agency, especially when it comes to team fights, because he has, to me, stuck out as maybe alongside Shun as like the 2 AD carries that truly, when they get to team fights, if they are ahead or even, they are just better. They are able to position better. They're able to find ways to do damage or follow up on what their team is doing, be it Junjie, Woody, Maple, or Arja.
Yeah.
They're just better at sort of utilizing their champion and playing around the map, as well as, we've said it before, I think Betty's reaction times are the fastest in the league, and while, you know, it may be nothing that important, but when it's a lot of games, there's someone flashing onto your AD carry, if you're able to respond to that quick enough, then you can just win a team fight immediately because of that alone.
Yeah, especially in games where you find yourself ahead, just being able to avoid some of those engages completely shuts down any comeback.
That's right.
Betty being so good in team fights is terrifying when you pair it with the fact that him and Woody are probably our strongest laners in the bot lane. Yeah,
it would be between them and Shun and Sword Art. It's hard to sort of separate them, I think. At least in terms of me. My opinions, anyway. The king of the LJL, and they truly are. They won the grand finals 3-0. They looked very, very strong over there. But it is also, it doesn't say it on the graphic, but these are the kings of the spring. Since PCS and PSG have both been involved, PSG are yet to miss out on a spring grand final. I believe they might have even won all of them. Obviously winning both splits last year, truly were the most dominant team in the PCS. Really, I mean, it's hard to really say who can take down PSG, and you feel confident about it. Maybe CFO.
Yeah, CFO. It feels like we've got CFO and PSG in the finals right now based on what we've seen so far, and we're about to see SoftBank for the first time.
Yeah. Best results in Worlds. That goes to Maple. Season 5. That was the year of the famous Meteos Lee Sin. Meteos learns to play Lee Sin at 65 minutes or something.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember it? Where it was like, he was kind of invisible, and then he finds a kick on... It was onto Maple as well. Maple was playing Varus mid. He found a kick onto him. That was my first introduction to Maple, all the way back in Season 5.
Yeah, the difference in results isn't too massive, I don't think. It's one game, right, to go from top 16 to top 8. Win one extra game.
Maybe 2. I don't know. I can't remember Worlds formats back then, but...
Yeah, true.
I mean, these...
More recently, Evi's had a decent run at Worlds. Maple all the way back in Season 5.
Yeah.
Kind of incredible these guys have kept their form.
Almost made it to groups last year.
Yeah.
But,
the incident. The gods incident.
Well, it was that, and game number 3, we forgot Kai'Sa existed and picked Caitlyn, but... You know, that happens on the big jobs. Yeah. That series, by the way, I don't know if you remember, but Maple went nuclear in game number 1 and 2. He was like a Kali in game 2, I think, and he had like 12 kills. Up against, I believe, Nook was BDS's mid laner, if I remember correctly. But Maple, I mean, when he is on form, he truly is world class. Recently, he started to look back on form. It is obviously going to be a shame for him that there is no Azir available. The ambassador of the thumbs up.
There it is.
There it is. The only LJL player to ever play in a major region. Obviously, LEC last year. It is Evie. And they're going to take the blue side. Makes a lot of sense. The only team we really know as red side lovers tends to be DCG. Yesterday, notably, I believe it was CFO actually picked a game of red side, which is not what we're used to.
Xin banned away. I did see in the SoftBank stats that they ban Karma a lot.
Yeah. One interesting fact is Vista, the support for SoftBank, has been spamming Camille support in solo queue. Just spamming it.
Yeah.
And maybe it's stronger in solo. I mean, definitely it's going to be stronger in solo queue than in competitive, but it is always going to be the most dominant laning support as things stand.
As well as just, if you are a team that likes to make picks, just the range of her engage.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Even before she has ult is terrifying.
Yeah.
I think against some of these better bot lanes, she might actually struggle in the laning phase.
Damn, PSG are not interested in strong laners in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a Lucian ban?
So SoftBank had Twisted Fate banned against them a lot.
Yeah, I think people have kind of lowering the priority on the Twisted Fate since the nerfs
Yeah.
came through. Udyr banned up against RJ makes sense. 2 junglers banned against Junjia. Very high performing player if he gets his hand on some comfort. There is, of course, Wukong, which we saw him pilot fantastically, landing a 5-man Cyclone in the final game up against BYG earlier on in the week.
Yeah.
So, Junjia, I mean, he's just going to be comfortable on whatever he picks here anyway.
Junjia and Woody on
Yeah.
engage looked terrifying.
Yeah, I would love to see another Rakan from Woody because that was probably the best Rakan game we've seen this split. In fact, it's not even probably, it just was.
Yeah.
Nautilus left open. It is, I believe, still sitting at 100% presence here in the playoffs.
I think
And there it goes.
Vista might have played 5 out of 6 games in the playoffs for them on Nautilus, so not too surprised to see it insta-lock.
Is this going to be Senna? Do you just, as PSG, I guess you're expecting Senna here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe Kaiser?
And it's not a horrible idea to pick away the Senna, I think, because you can
I don't
always go
think so.
Senna
I think he
top.
just picks Smolder. Honestly,
Yeah.
I actually think Smolder does fine into the Nautilus Senna. You've banned 2 very strong, oppressive laning AD carries. Picking the Smolder here might force out something like the Kaiser, which might not be exactly what SoftBank wanted. So, and Ari, of course, very high priority as things stand.
Yeah, I'm curious if we'll see more of the Silas counter picks to Ari.
Yeah, maybe. Has a lot of dashes, so match his namesake.
So if you want to get the Senna, you probably have to pick it up here, or it's going to be banned away.
Yep, there we go.
And then maybe just your pick of jungler, unless you have a mid matchup you really prefer, and they want the Talia.
Yep, something we've seen
Yeah, into
quite
the
a
Ari
lot.
a lot, yeah.
It's kind of between Talia and Orianna, right? Talia feels more even against the Ari. Orianna seems like it beats the Ari, but is more vulnerable to ganks.
Yeah. And we saw Cascada put a lot of pressure on... I don't remember who they played against.
When was this?
It was Talia into Ari, and he just burned the Ari's
DFM?
ult. Yeah, maybe it was DFM.
I believe it was.
No, I think it was after DFM.
Then was it against Frank then?
Yeah, it must have been Frank. And he burned Jimmy's flash just on his own 1v1
Right.
as the Talia around like level 7 or 8. So you can definitely mess up in this lane as the Ari and find yourself, you know, losing your ult or losing your flash.
Yeah.
But you also can mess up on the Talia. Anytime you're using the Weaver's Wall aggressively, you got to watch out for the charms.
That's something we did see Jimmyan actually
Yeah,
pulling off a really nice charm onto Arya as he used the Weaver's Wall.
yeah.
And now bans Lee Sin taken away from Forest, Rel taken away from Woody.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are still a lot of engaged sups if you want to go them. Alistair, Rakan, Leona. Woody's going to be
Yeah.
completely fine. Might even not want to. Maybe we'll see a way out of Woody.
And if PSG already, if PSG are
Bard.
getting through this early game even or ahead,
Yep.
this Wukong can just run through SoftBank's team with what
Yeah.
they've got so far. Smolder is going to be having a field day as well.
Yeah, the Wukong's never really threatening all that much damage, but it's just got so much set up for the Smolder and the Arya,
Yeah.
who will be doing a lot of damage themselves.
Yeah, just immobile carries.
Twisted Fate taken away from RJ. Now, I expect PSG to lock in a support. They might just blind pick something like the Cassante for RJ, but I would prefer to see him have a counter. Getting yourself
Yeah.
a comfortable lane up in the top side, you're going to be pretty okay. Unless, yeah, true, the Renekton is very strong and very blind pickable. You do have to worry about certain matchups.
Yeah,
The
what do we see
Gragas-
picked into this? We see Gragas and Cassante most of the time.
Yeah, we do. But
As
the
a response.
Cassante is completely fine. It's more of a team fight.
Yeah, it
Thing
definitely
with the
feels like you
Cassante.
can lose on the Cassante. The Gragas has not felt like it could lose this matchup.
Yeah.
Are you low damage with the Gragas?
Not really.
I guess it depends what you build.
It depends on your jungler as well, but the Talia offers a lot of damage. Senna eventually offers damage.
Oh, go on.
Graves, you will not struggle for damage.
Okay.
And we do see it. So
We have-
carry jungler.
Yeah, Talia full solo AP. It looks like what we're going with.
And we have a team fighting comp and then a Graves.
Oh, we saw this Ornn pick into the Renekton last night as well.
Yeah, rest.
Yeah, so it must be a decent matchup for the Ornn. I think he did
Zillion?
get dived once. But
I don't
Renekton,
think he's picking Zillion.
Renekton Wukong never diving.
Yeah.
Braum doesn't stick out to me as a
it's
great Braum game.
really no. I think it's really good into
for
Ornn, and it's
right,
very
for
good
Ornn.
into Nautilus as well.
I forgot about Braum into the Ornn. You can just completely negate
Yeah, you cancel
Ornn's
his ult.
ultimate. Yeah.
But not only that, it's very strong into champs like Nautilus as well. It's
Yeah.
going to offer a lot of protection for your Smolder.
Yeah, I just don't think Graves or Senna care all that much about the Braum.
The Senna doesn't. The Graves is going to struggle to get past him.
Yeah.
Graves, while is ranged, he's very low ranged. And so with the setup that you have between Wukong, Renekton, honestly even Ahri,
Yeah.
it's going to be pretty hard for this Grave to find a whole lot of damage. You will have a bit of pressure early. You should be stronger than the Wukong for a while.
Yeah, definitely. Should be Forest controlling the map early game. But even in these unfavorable matchups, Aja just seems to know where to go to get a kill. Around the level 4, level 3. He just always shows up in the lane and picks up a kill. His laners are so good at setting him up, and he knows exactly where to be and when to be there. And you cannot get this Wukong getting ahead. You cannot have this Wukong getting ahead this game, because he's going to be such a headache to deal with in the mid game with immobile carries.
He is...
And you'll buy so much time for Smolder.
That's right. He's going to be the bridge for Smolder. PSG, though, they're the best team at using the Smolder, so I think you just automatically come into this load screen and you are worried.
Yeah,
I
once
think,
you
for
see the
SoftBank.
Nautilus, and it's smart drafting from PSG, once you see the Nautilus, the Senna is probably coming. And they pick the Braum as maybe also just anti-dive.
Yeah, well, Braum is just really good into champs like Nautilus, Leona. That tends to be where he thrives.
Yeah, even if they find the engage, it's hard to get follow-up through the Braum.
Yeah.
Kind of fills the role that Tom Kench does.
I think we've seen Woody on the Braum before, haven't we? We've seen one Braum, and it was an answer to a very similar...
I remember Kaiwing
No, it was
playing
Kaiwing.
Braum
It was
after
Kaiwing.
40 supports were banned.
Yeah, it was Kaiwing playing Braum into, like, Nautilus and Rel, or something like that. It was just, like, the most ridiculous Braum game in the world. Where it was
Did they
like,
have Braum Sejuani that game as well, or no? We've seen a Braum Sejuani as well.
It might have been. I don't remember. That was Ground Zero up against Frank.
Yeah, this is such a cool draft from
Or Antix up
SoftBank.
against Frank, sorry.
They've picked a few scaling champs in the Senna and the Ornn, but I don't know if they can really scale into this game. It feels like they still have to win early.
Yeah, all of their champs scale. Graves also scales, and Junjia,
Yeah.
he's pretty low. I didn't actually see what happened, but...
Senna does barely feel like a scaling champ lately. It feels like more of a tempo champ. Once she gets level 6, she can just ditch the Nautilus in the bot lane and go contest grubs.
Yeah, but that'll feel really good for PSG,
Yeah.
being that it just leaves a Smolder alone to...
Yeah, it will feel really bad for a Renekton, though. If you're a Renekton and the Senna, as often Senna does, just goes in lane's top for a while
Yeah.
and shoves you into your turret.
While I do agree, I don't think it's that bad this game, because the only lane of prio that Junji is going to have is topside. So he's most likely going to be spending a lot of time around this top area.
Yeah.
Whether not looking to gank, most likely, but just that's the safest place for this Wukong to be. As you see, he's starting bot side, heading up to top, which makes a lot of sense. You're not really in threat of a Nautilus Senna diving you with a Graves. So you can pretty willingly let that be, especially that you have a Braum, and just play around the strength of this Renekton, who is going to be your main strength in the early stage of this game.
Yeah, and if Forest clears down, he might just find himself clearing very quickly with not much to do this game. He is going to cross the map.
Yeah.
I really like this. It seems like he knew where Junjia started, because if he just clears downwards, Junjia does get the camp.
Neither jungler's using their smite there, so...
Yeah, because if he just clears downwards, he's going to just find himself not interacting at the point of the game where he is by far the strongest compared to the Wukong.
Yeah, well, I mean, while I agree, I think it's dangerous to be on the top side, because if you get collapsed on, it's going to be worse for the Ornn Graves. And honestly, Graves likes full clearing, so I think heading down the river is probably actually better. You're not really ganking this Renekton, you're not ganking the Ahri. You are just full clearing until there is some play around the map.
So just full clear. I don't think they can dive. I would be very surprised to see it dive into this Braum.
You're not diving Braum. Senna doesn't even have the damage to really look for it.
I think SoftBank are looking for a hard trade here, if they can get one. Whether it's favorable or not is not really as important as just getting the HP down.
lands, but Braum will chuck up that shield and feel completely okay.
Yeah, and I don't think they've done enough damage to go for a dive. Force is gonna clear the crab. Hasn't been seen yet. And there's quite a bit of vision for him in the bot side. It's just Junjia smart paths away from
and Evie getting a little bit too far forward here. He's one auto attack off going down, and that's going to be his flash lost. He's probably going to have to teleport back to this lane.
Yeah, risky to stay, but...
Is this pushing? Oh, no, okay. RG's just going to cull that out. This is a little scary. He does have potions running, and he's building himself up some items.
Yeah, built himself a cloth armor, is going to stay. Junjia didn't stay, so he should be able to just catch this wave.
But again, I think the early stage of this game played perfectly from Junjia. I actually think it was a mistake for Forest to spend so much time around the top side. You're not going to find anything down here in terms of a kill, but you could have even looked to, you know, full clear, take the crab, take the Gromp, and then recall. But I think you lost a bit of tempo invading the Raptors.
Oh, Aja takes a tower shot. It doesn't matter
he's
all that
backing
much.
anyway.
And Graves is going to be eyeing up these Void Grubs, and he should just get them.
Yeah, but if Junjia starts dragging, I think this is better for PSG. Don't know if he will, but
yeah,
especially with his bot lane and base, actually, this should just be free Void Grubs for
yeah.
SoftBank.
I think this is the advantage of Void Grubs. You don't actually have to commit to finishing them. So if the enemy team with a weaker early game bot side starts up the dragon, you've still gotten a Void Grub for yourself, but you've come down to disrupt their dragon. And doing half a dragon is worth nothing. Doing half the Void Grubs is, you know, still a couple Void Grubs.
Sure, Seismic Shove won't quite connect onto Maple. As all things pretty even on the map. It is just that one flash lost by Evie up in the top side there.
Yeah, it might actually be SoftBank going for a dragon trade now. Junjia is not 6 yet. Bot lane has Prio, so should just be the dragon started up for them. A lot of Prio in mid off of the Talia. Have to be a little careful as the Talia. Junjia is not going to hit 6 yet, so you're not sweating. No, he doesn't start the dragon. It looks like he's eyeing up a dive. There aren't going to be any camps here.
Yeah, this is never a dive. Surely.
Maybe with Talia coming.
Okay, yeah. Weaver's Wall available. We'll see. Okay, Betty doing the uniform special, but he is not going to really fight all that much. Nice flash, but he's going to get rooted up. There's first blood going over there. Vista taking that one. He does go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but you got down, and that smolder is very important. Teleport available for Betty, though, so it's not going to be all that impactful. Just the kill over the Forest does feel pretty good. Now, Spirit Rush available for Maple if they decide to get aggressive. It looks like they won't.
Yeah, nice TP from Maple. I didn't even notice until now he did have it. Makes sense into the Nautilus and makes that dive pretty inconsequential. It's a kill on the Graves, sure, which is what he needs at this point, but you don't really deny the Smolder all that much, and it's a 1-for-1. So
yeah.
I'd say slightly favoring SoftBank.
For sure. There's no doubt about it. It does favor them, but I don't think you got as much out of that as you probably wanted.
Yeah, they played the dive so well as well. They kind of just stood around until Betty had used his flat.
Yeah.
I don't think they even had tower aggro when he used it, so they waited that out. And this is Smolder's best anti-dive tool, apart from the giant Braum next to him. Yeah, he uses the flat.
Yeah, I think he used it early because of the smoke screen. He couldn't see what's going on. Back to live, though. Junjia claims himself a kill onto Marble down the bot side. He's even going to get himself a double kill. This Dragon's still at a half HP. A lot of low health members on PSG. Betty's taking the Dragon aggro. Second one will auto Woody, so it's okay. Seismic Shove lands. Junjia now, he is in trouble. Does actually get over the wall now onto Vista, but it's a shutdown. The flash from Dasher. But it's going to be this Nautilus picking up that shutdown.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dasher loses his flash there. That looked like a very close fight. Marble went down first. With his flash up, he must have just been CC chained by Maple and Junjia. We'll get to see what happened on the replay. It was a kill, yeah, unfortunately going to the Nautilus, and 2 kills on Junjia. We've seen him when he gets kills on this Wukong.
Yeah.
Forest starts up the Dragon. Has a pink ward on it, so maybe feels safe here.
Yeah,
and
nice
I think
ward,
Junjia
actually.
is 6. Yeah, Junjia is 6 and Forest is 5 on the Graves. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Senna just walks into the Wukong.
Just
nice
solo
flash
killed.
from Junjia. Yeah, he essentially just 3v1 there, killed the Senna, and almost killed the Graves. Petty
Maple
almost.
as well. That Spirit Rush dodging out from the Graves damage that could come through.
Yeah, nice shove by Dasher. And Vista, yeah, gives Junji a way out.
I actually can't believe that dash reaches that far.
Yeah.
That's insane. Junji is a beast.
Yeah, gets the most for his death there. Manages to give it over to the Nautilus and gets the flash out of the Talia.
Oh my, this ward is not seen again. New ward, still not seen by the Pink. Ping's once again coming down onto this dragon, but 4 members strong for SoftBank means it should be theirs to pick up, and eventually Forest will claim the first dragon of the game, but it's at 10 minutes, which is
very late.
Very late. It's not going to be until almost 30 minutes where the Dragon Soul can possibly come through, at which point your Smolder will be well and truly online.
Yeah, and we said Wukong Renekton wouldn't be diving, but this is a very low Ornn. Renekton ult is down, but Wukong ult is up.
Yeah, no Dominus, yeah. This seems hard.
With Maple coming, this is certainly a dive.
Call of the Forge God, not quite clearing out the wave. In fact, now he will, but Maple's come through. The Unstoppable has been used. Bellowed Breath not really finding all that much value, and Junji claiming himself his third of the game.
Yeah, when you've got that much CC, it's not all that hard to kill the Ornn. He had to use his W, which is his CC immunity, to clear the wave. And then they went straight after. And yeah, Forrest has kind of found himself at his bot lane, which is stronger with nothing to do.
Yeah, and
for
Betty's
most
still
of this
at
game.
almost 70 stacks too, so...
Yeah, doing perfectly fine on the Smolder, and I think this Braum pick is what's really thrown a wrench in the works for SoftBank.
Especially now that you do have access to both ultimates, it's almost impossible to dive this Smolder and Braum. Smolder, insta-wave clear, calling down Mum to get the job done for him. And
yeah, they had everything up there, but it's so hard for Graves to get damage onto the Smolder with the Braum there.
Yeah. Has his opportunity. Very strong.
5 Void Grubs for PSG now. Aja is probably going to be the one appreciating that more than anyone.
I mean, as the game progresses, Smolder's going to be pretty okay at auto-attacking a tower, especially once Rapid Fire Cannon's online. We'll see if Betty goes for the Rapid Fire Cannon here as the second item. It's what he has done quite a few times. It does mean that you're doing slightly less damage at your second item spike, but it's a lot safer, a lot more reliable to be landing constant Qs in a team fight, and it does tend to, I mean, the evidence shows that he tends to be able to get himself the kills and the damage he wants in team fights more efficiently.
Yeah. Yeah, just off the eye test, it feels like, and intuitively, it feels like Smolder is just better with the Rapid Fire Cannon. It's obviously not as much damage, theoretically, if you run the math on it.
Yeah, it's always going to be dependent on the game, right?
Yeah.
It's never, ever just going to be Rapid Fire's better here or Spear of Shojin's better here. It tends to be a game-to-game thing. This game, I actually think you probably can just get away with the Spear of Shojin. The only real range that you're worried about is center, and it doesn't feel like it's all that threatening, especially considering you do have the Braum, and there's a Renekton Wukong in front of you. Eevee, once again, going to be looked at. Does have Flash available for himself. The Dominus is being propped here, and he does land the 2-man knock-up. He's following it up with the Call of the Forge God, but this is not going to mean all that much. Teleport coming through. Maybe he's able to turn one around. No, he won't. Forest coming in now, as well as Vista with the teleport on the Nautilus. Dredge line lands, depth charge as well, but Junji is going forward. Maple, Woody, they're all here. Forest trying to get out. Weaver's Wall comes in. It's going to be Dasher trying to find the damage back onto Junji, but Junji is healing up. Maple's going to have to flash away, and Woody here is going to be allowing Junji to get into Forest and get himself that kill. This is a 5-1 Wukong now for Junji, and PSG confirming themselves in the lead.
I did not see the 4v4 sprouting out of nowhere there. SoftBank lose 2 members. Really well played by PSG to collapse on that. I honestly thought that was just going to be an honest weak side Ornn death where he clears the wave and just goes down. I mean, Betty winning out when these kind of plays happen. Your team is winning on the opposite side of the map, and you're just farming on the Smolder. Evie, it just looks like he's going to clear the wave here, and I mean, it's shocking that Woody gets here in time, considering his counterpart has teleport. Evie does actually a really good job stalling and trading a bunch of damage back onto Aja, and that was a nice Senna ult to damage him as well. But Forrest, importantly, can't get anywhere near Aja here. He might have even been able to kill him with Graves ult, but there's a Wukong between him and the Renekton. Forrest does a great job just juking out Maple forever, but gets caught out by the Wukong invis. caught off guard there and picked off by Junjia.
Yeah, and as things stand, I think it's clear to see PSG realizing where they're strong, and SoftBank are playing to the strength of PSG, which is finding them at constant disadvantages.
Yeah, I mean, Forest has tried to go bot several times this game, but there's just nothing to do there.
Yeah.
Because of how Junjia played the early game and this Braum pick, he's really struggling to have impact in this game.
For sure, and with that, PSG, I mean, they're honestly, considering the kills, gold lead not that impressive. It is 800 gold, which is, of course, something you'd like to see. But more important, it's just been so much free time for the Smolder.
Yeah, the Smolder is going to be an issue in these fights. You know, not slouches in terms of scaling, but we haven't seen anything close to Smolder scaling.
Yeah. There is a lot of setup. Obviously, the Braum shield denies a bit of it, but depth charge will always land through the Braum shield. So
Yeah.
Biddy, if you use the depth charge on him, will be getting knocked up. And maybe you can find follow-up on that afterwards. Woody going to be throwing up that shield. Glacial Fissure also comes out, and Mum lands onto all 4 members. Teleport now from Evie. Going to come through, but RJ's already on the back line. RJ's in the middle of 5, and RJ's going to get hooked. He's going to go down. Maybe a little bit too over-aggressive, but now Junjia's going to find one. He's got the Cyclone popping. It's a 4-man going hard. He's going to go down now. It's a big shutdown. It's going to go over to Marvel on the center. Hook does not quite connect onto Woody, but now the dash, it will be Evie finding the knock up here. Woody trying to survive, flashing away, and Betty the whole time he's getting stacks, he's getting damage, but this time it's going to be SoftBank who went out in that engagement.
Yeah, and importantly, get this Dragon to put a timer on the Smolder. He's almost definitely getting stacks before you're anywhere near Soul, but they claw back the gold lead, dead even in gold. A well-played fight from SoftBank, honestly. Dealing with this Wukong is not the easiest thing for this team comp. And, I mean, you saw the impact difference of a Renekton versus an Ornn in that fight. And we'll see how it starts. It's actually Woody getting hooked. Perfectly fine to have your Braum get hooked here. He almost goes down, but responds with a nice ulti, and PSG used the choke really well initially. It's actually Maple who struggles to have any impact in this fight. He dashes here into a well-timed Shattered Earth by Dasher, and then it looks like Junjia is just going to 1v5 at this point, but Forest spacing really well against the Wukong ulti.
Yeah, I mean, RJ may be going a little bit too aggressive too quickly. Get himself found basically in what was a 5v1.
Yeah, this is not a tanky Renekton.
No, and honestly, if Maple doesn't dash directly into that Scattered Earth, it might go a little bit differently, but...
Yeah, the fight starts with PSG using that choke very well, but then themselves kind of funneling into it
Yeah,
against
Dasher,
the Talia.
I mean, Dasher just played it fantastically as the Talia there, in all honesty.
And speaking of Dasher, it looks like he got Maple's ult out of him and is going to be fine.
Dasher is quite low, though. Looks like Maple used the ult aggressively. As Rift Shield taken, it's going to be Forest to use.
Yeah,
Probably
this is
should be
the
mid.
pace you want as SoftBank now. If you're going to have any hope of winning this game. Does Woody go down here? What happens?
Oh, yeah, Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh.
There's just a member of SoftBank in every direction for Woody.
Yeah.
Apparently overextending for a ward. I think he thought he was fine, but 5 people collapse on him out of nowhere. And yeah, this is the pace you need the game to be at if you're SoftBank, but it really might come down to that one slip up at the very first Dragon attempt they went for, where they gave Junjia a couple kills and couldn't do the Dragon at the timing they wanted to. Aja.
Dasher, yeah, Dominus pop. Dasher, he uses everything here. It's going to actually land the stun because of that Scattered Earth, but he's going to go down. Junjia and RJ are not going to let him get out of this one, and Junjia now has 7 on the board as this Wukong.
Yeah, this Wukong is so difficult for this comp to deal with as well. You've got decent lockdown for him, but just probably not enough burst to take him out. It's going to be just so difficult. I don't know.
All right, let's click Smolder. 164. Oh, he's almost there.
Yeah.
A little bit slow for Betty pace, but no, not that bad.
And it's thanks to a good pace set by SoftBank. Especially in the mid game, they couldn't get too much done against him in the early game. The one time they did dive him, he just had TP and it didn't really amount to much. Meanwhile, Aja is going to pick up 700 gold for himself. I couldn't see if that was split with Junjia. I don't think it was.
Yeah, I think at this stage maybe you want it to be, just because of how strong Junjia is. Getting him to a third item might just be the tipping point. Here's that 2 now, as is Forest.
Yeah, much cheaper items on the Graves. But yeah, he's there, hanging in with them at 2 items. Got a lot of farm on the Graves.
Yeah. But you see there, the goal difference. It is RJ and Junjie well ahead of the competition. They're going to have to try and utilize that to get one of these dragons. Smolder will reach stacks before the possible soul comes up, but you don't really want to give them over soul point, because then it is just one slip up and all of a sudden you've made the game very, very difficult for yourself.
This is a very strong soul as well, so
yeah.
If you're PSG, you kind of want to fight now, but you also kind of don't, just because your Smolder is... He will have, if you give this dragon, he will have stacks for the soul fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, you just put yourself in a very volatile game state where one mistake from any member of your team is going to mean the enemy team gets soul.
Shield is going to crash there as they look to put some chip damage into this mid lane tower. Of course, we say it all the time, probably the most important outer tower to get, just because it opens up the map so much more.
Yeah, especially against Smolder.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he can just sit under this tier 1 for 40 minutes, just clearing.
Honorable man Junjie giving over the wolf for Betty. He is now at 195 stacks, so he's even close to getting it for this fight. If you get him to sort of 10 off, he will just get it during the fight.
Yeah, and that might be good enough for PSG to fight. We'll see. Aja's recalling, so is Maple, so probably
I think we're having a
plans to
fight.
TP. Yeah,
I think we're not giving over
TP.
this.
Do they have any flank wards? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
Pretty good vision control across the board for SoftBank.
Dasher as well, teleporting into this mid lane, try and establish that mid lane control. And they have pretty easily.
So I think SoftBank will win any front to back this fight. They're looking for Woody.
Yeah, Woody not going to get hit by that seismic shove. Vista will see if he can have the same amount of impact he has been having so far. Pretty good game of the Nautilus, all things considered.
Yeah, Junjie is
All
looking for a
Charmlands
flank.
though, Winter's Bite as well.
Yeah, that is a very tanky Nautilus.
Yeah.
Picking up a couple kills, helping out Vista. And yeah, Junjie is being very annoying for the side of SoftBank. Dasher took half.
Yeah, I think he got hit by a charm, and with that, this is going to be a lot harder. Does have the access to that Seraph's shield as Mum does come through. Betty fighting a little bit of damage, finding some stacks for himself, and Dasher still very, very low. Maple as well, hanging out on the side of the team fight. He has to be careful. A scattered earth can be the difference maker, as we saw earlier on. Arj is going to get really, really heavily chunked, stunned up even, and loses his Sterix gauge. Has the Dominus pop though, as his Rage Bar will be filling up. Woody as well, does have shield. This Dragon now is going to come down to a Smite fight. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Junjie every day of the week. And now Maple's on the back line. Everyone's getting so low here on the side of SoftBank, and Junjie gets one. Evie's going to be the next target. On the other side though, Forest going down to Maple. Evie is so low, and Evie is no longer, as PSG get the Dragon. They get the team fight win. It's 3-0. And the Smolder is well and truly online as the stacks have come through.
Yeah, he's got his stacks and his Shojin now. It's going to be really difficult for SoftBank to find a way to win these fights. Damage pretty equal across the board. Betty without his stacks still doing plenty of damage this fight. And I mean, Dasher only doing 1k in that fight is kind of thanks to Maple finding him in the mid lane and chunking him to half HP. You have to be really worried about Ahri and Wukong when you're half HP on a Talia.
You certainly do, as PSG claim themselves the Baron. They're up 5k gold.
They find such a good engage. I was worried about PSG once this Nautilus ult is about to come out. They combo off of it pretty nicely, but importantly, the Ornn ult coming out to follow up here, as I think Vista lands a hook into a really nice Nautilus ult, into the Senna ult, into the Ornn ult being blocked by Woody. Yeah, so you see the power of the Braum pick again this game. Might be the most powerful 5th pick Braum I've seen. And well played by Junjie, winning the Smite fight. Maple's just constantly wreaking havoc. It's hard to win against this SoftBank comp front to back before your Smolder gets his stacks. So PSG don't give them a chance to fight front to back, and Junjie and Maple constantly looking for flanks.
Yeah, 8-2 now as Junjie on the Wukong, and
yeah,
Betty, he's just putting it on his shift, 0-1-5, but now he has a stack, so pretty much every kill in the fights will now be going over to Smolder.
Yeah, he did the most damage in that last fight.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a concern now. SoftBank, they do still have their tower, and they're not that far behind, but here comes Mum, and Betty is doing damage now as Vista is going to get executed.
Yeah,
Smolder
Vista.
effects now is going to be well and truly online.
Yeah, not as tanky as he once was on the Nautilus once the Smolder comes online. And yeah, no dragons picked up for SoftBank, only 2. You want to at least have 3 by the time Smolder has stacked up, you know, to give yourself a chance of swinging the game with the soul.
One charm lands, but the cleanse comes out. Marble, very, very fast fingers. He's not going to let himself get taken out by that. Weaver's wall now. Dash is going back in. Jinjeer's getting looked at. Dawning Shadow coming through, but not really connecting onto a whole lot. And Evie's trying to CC up the team, but there is no damage to follow up. And Betty, despite being knocked up, despite everything being chucked at him from this Ornn, is still going to be full HP. Arj, in the meanwhile, is actually pushing down the top side tower. Will be taken out thanks to the Baron Nuff minions and the Void Grubs they picked up earlier.
Yeah,
Mid and now next to be taken.
Yeah, they're just winning 4v5, sieging mid, PSG are. And, I mean, it's so difficult to kill the Smolder with the Braum. You know, they have the Nautilus ult, the Ornn ult, but the Braum can do such a good job of protecting Betty that, as well as you're walking through a very fed Wukong to try get on top of this Smolder. Now, yeah.
Maple, I mean, he's 106 on the RE, and in these team fights, he's not really picking up a lot of kills, but you see a lot of them have started off with him charming someone, chunking them out, and making the fights a whole lot harder for the side of SoftBank to try and pilot. Marble luckily did survive the last engagement, thanks to the cleanse.
Yeah, that was a clean cleanse.
Yeah. Captain Jack
has taken the cleanse essentially just for the charm this game.
Yeah, as well as a lot of times you just take cleanse against Renekton because otherwise eventually he flash and kills you in one empowered W. Again, Maple, big charm onto Forest. This Graves, he's going to struggle in this game now. It's so hard for him to find damage, but it's not that hard for Dasher to find damage if he's able to land the seismic shove. Maple, though, with the Spirit Rush and near on 0 HP, is going to be able to get out of there. Dawning Shadow not going to be committed.
Yeah, Vista not around. He's the only member who maybe could have followed up on that play. Has flash up, so could have maybe killed Maple, but they'll take the chunk, and that will relieve some pressure off of them. Maple has just been constantly finding charms. Only really getting caught by anything just there.
Yeah. 3 items. Crypt Bloom going to be finished up by Maple, as well as the Rapid Fire Cannon now available for Betty, so... this ticking time bomb feels like it has gone off.
I mean, he's level 15 on Smolder. Look at the levels
315
on SoftBank.
Stacks.
Yeah, the Smolder is just 1v9 at this point. I mean, we're getting some Ornn items now for SoftBank, and they do have 2 dragons, so they can give some dragons up, but I'm not sure what you're waiting for as the SoftBank team. Your champions all do use items very well, so your scaling is not horrible, but I don't know if it's enough to beat Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about the Smolder, but Wukong, Jinjeer is just 8-2.
Yeah, Wukong actually has a pretty massive power spike at level 16 as well, just in terms of damage on his ulti.
Absolutely.
Becomes very threatening for something with low HP like the Senna.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a whole lot of protection up against something like the Wukong. You theoretically, you have an Ornn, a Talia, and a Nautilus, but if they're hitting the Wukong, then well, this Ari and Smolder are probably just going to run over you. Very difficult to now pilot these team fights, I think. It does, I think, stem off draft. I'm curious about SoftBank, because we see PSG ban Kalista, then Varus, and you have to know they are intending to pick Smolder.
Yeah.
I think that is a dead giveaway. If one team bans both of those champs, then they probably want the Smolder. Looks like Leandre's is going to be what Betty's looking for as his 4th item, as he does have now the Haunting Guys available. Obviously a lot of armor coming through on the Ornn.
Gia dodges out of the hook from Vista.
Ooh, charm almost landing.
Yeah.
These charms are so scary. One of them landing and Someone's losing a lot of health. Junjia finds his way in. Cyclone onto 3. He is going to find a nice amount of damage here. It is onto the Ornn, so it's not all that impactful. Through comes Marble, lands on 4, and Benny, he is going wild. Archie's in the back line too. Marble is going down. Evie flashes over, and now Dasher and Evie are all that's left. It's a triple kill here for Smolder. They're not looking for the Penta. Dasher, he won't even allow it. He does use that Weaver's Wall. He's going to get himself out. Junjia is going to spend his time chasing Evie, and so all things considered, it's going to be now a essential 5v1 at the Nexus.
Yeah,
Junjia going to deny any potential for that Hextech gate to be used.
Yeah, such a clean engage from Junjia. He was actually on vision, but he just made the play so quickly that he will pick up a kill.
Dasher, Seraph's pops. He's looking for some damage to the threaded volley, but maybe he's done enough to defend.
Yeah,
Nautilus
PSG
and Senna have respawned. Forest respawning now, but PSG, they're going to be happy with what they've gotten. It was the one Nexus tower, and obviously the inhib. Vista now teleporting behind, but Maple's there. Junjia's there, and this Nautilus as well. Out of position now is Junjia. He finishes off Evie. Now he's going to finish off Vista. That teleport, that flash, both on cooldown for this Nautilus. And Baron is well and truly alive. Forest now, he's getting aggressive.
Yeah, Vista may be getting ahead of himself, trying to punish the
Cyclone
overstay.
comes through, flash. It's going to be the collateral damage, and seems like he has at least made enough distance for himself to safely get away, but bad to worse, really, for SoftBank as PSG, they're truly taking game number 1.
Yeah, 4v5 now. They can do the Baron whenever they want. They seem to know Maple is looking for something in this bush, but level 17 on the Ahri now. Betty went for Leandri's. I don't hate it.
No,
Pretty
I think it's
tanky.
good. So many tanky people in front of you. A lot of health.
Oh, Maple does have his ulti.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Oh, Weaver's Wall coming out. It's not going to find anything.
Yeah, traded for Arialt is probably always worth it.
Yeah, but now RJ's onto Forest, Woody's onto Forest, Junjia's onto Forest, and Junjia's got himself another double-digit kills now for this Wukong as he's going to find his way onto both Marble and Dasher in a matter of seconds. He's kiting back, he's waiting his time, takes out that Edge of Night. Cyclone is available, he's not going to pop it just yet. Junjia, is he going to pop it? No, Evie's going to go down though. He lands a 3-man knock-up on the backside, and Betty's going to claim that kill. Double kill now for the Smolder. Vista last alive here for the side of SoftBank, and without much hassle, it's going to be Betty claiming himself a triple in that team fight. And with that, PSG, they're going to claim game number 1 for themselves.
Yeah, and the game ends up looking very one-sided, 5 kills to 23. I think SoftBank were in it with a chance. It was just a couple of the early Dragon fights not going their way, and as we've said a million times with the Smolder, you just can't make mistakes in the early game. You kind of have to play flawlessly, close out the game quickly, or else... yeah, and also, worst case scenario, we were talking about the Wukong being a bridge for the Smolder, and they gave him 5 kills, 6 kills in the early game.
12 kills by the end of the game.
Yeah, and Junjia just was a menace in team fights. You saw in some of the fights, he's just going in 1v5 and picking, and he's usually good for a kill even going in 1v5 against a kind of low damage comp that doesn't deal well with a Wukong.
For sure.
And,
yeah, I mean, Wukong even, similar to Graves actually, just the passive giving him so much armor. It's always going to be difficult for a center especially to ever get through a Wukong's health bar. Graves maybe can do it a little bit better, was keeping up in terms of items, but it's such a hard game to beat Graves.
Yeah.
Braum against you, you're never really going to be finding damage onto who you want. There's also just a Renekton constantly on your back line, which you are part of. And you're having to deal with him, and the meanwhile, Smolder is just freely hitting on your Ornn, freely hitting onto your Nautilus. Ahri as well. I mean, Maple alongside RJ, they were just threatening both, you know, the center, they were threatening the Talia, the entirety of that game. Every single fight, it was so impossible to play. Marble was having a hell of a time on the center. How do you ever play a game like that when you are just behind? There's a Wukong that can one-shot you, there's an Ahri that can one-shot you, and a Renekton could have been 2 items down and can still one-shot you. So it is just a very impossible game. It felt like the draft was a bit of an issue. Obviously, I mean, I think us knowing PSG pretty well, we see the Kalista, we see the Varus ban, it's almost 100% they're going to pick Smolder.
Yeah.
When you've picked the Nautilus, you also then know, well, this is going to be a center. That is a pretty free lane. You can theoretically struggle, but this was also just the easiest game to pick Braum of all time. You've got an Ornn to cancel, Graves sucks against you, Nautilus sucks against you, Senna kind of sucks against you. What are you really going to find here against the Braum?
Yeah, I think with a different jungler, I mean, they picked Graves, Ornn, into just the Braum counter pick. And that is, we were a bit skeptical. We thought maybe save last pick for Aja, but Aja just takes the blind pick. Renekton does perfectly fine in the top lane, even setting up a couple dives onto Evie. And then that Braum pick was actually the game-winning pick, in my opinion. I think maybe if you didn't have a Graves, you had a different aggressive jungler, you can maybe still go for those dives in the bot lane, but Graves into Braum never works. But the problem for SoftBank was they actually banned the Xin and the Vi, and then PSG banned the Lee. I think it was Lee Sin in the second rotation.
I think you just pick Volibear.
Yeah.
I actually think Volibear is good there because you haven't got the bottom lane really to punish the Smolder. You can look for a dive. There's set up for the dive. There's not all that much damage. Volibear, he disables a tower if he's level 6. Otherwise, he just has so much early game damage with the press the attack that you can actually legitimately threaten it.
Yeah, he just one-shots, essentially.
Yeah.
This is the kind of fight you have to be winning when you're up against a Smolder because he is free farming while this is happening.
Yeah.
And this seems like indecisiveness to me from SoftBank because I think that looked like a fight you were never going to take, and Vista TPing so late kind of shows that. They weren't really that interested in taking that fight. And I have no idea how PSG get to this fight so early. It seems like they knew SoftBank were going to fight before SoftBank even knew. Because as soon as the Nautilus CP comes in, suddenly 4 members of PSG are here, which you wouldn't expect them to send to kill this Ornn.
Yeah, Betty doing the most damage, not too surprising.
Yeah.
I want to say that I think was the tipping point of the game. Because there is one lane, one singular lane on the map that is strong for PSG.
Yeah, and they fought around
it. It is the top lane. And they were fighting around that, whereas SoftBank were fighting into it. They opted to fight into it. They could have just let Evie go down. You're an Ornn. Yes, you don't want to die. You don't want to be losing, gold over to the
Yeah, but
Renekton.
you're a weak side Ornn. That's your job.
It's fine.
You can just go down.
You can also play safe and not die. But if you are going to die, you don't want to then commit everyone else to die with you because it just led to a disaster. Smolder scaling the entire time. You're giving over gold to Junjia, who utilized it phenomenally that entire game.
Yeah, he looks
Even
terrifying on the Wukong.
Yeah.
I think another point in that game that was a little more subtle of a loss, but pretty insidious still, was when they lost that first go at Dragon.
Yeah.
They were level 5
sure.
on Graves versus level 6 on Wukong. Senna ends up face-checking.
One shot.
Yeah, one shot by Junjia. Junjia continues onto the Graves, almost kills Forest on the Graves as well. And you can't lose that first Dragon fight against Smolder. It slowed down their Dragon. PSG didn't even take the Dragon, but it slowed down their Dragon to almost a 10-minute first
like
Dragon.
9:30, right?
When you have a Graves and you're against a Smolder is just a recipe for a very difficult game.
Yeah. And I think, looking at the composition that PSG put together, it felt like maybe not necessarily in the meta the Exodia comp, but it was the Exodia comp against what we saw from SoftBank. So definitely something needs to change, I think, in the second game's draft phase. Maybe you just ban the Smolder. It gives you more time. You're allowed to make mistakes a little bit more freely and not be just immediately punished as soon as 225 stacks come through. But on your screen, it is going to be Junjia picking up the MVP.
No surprises there.
No, the 12-2 Wukong probably deserves the MVP after putting that game on his back for the first 22 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and it's again Junjia navigating an early game. He is exactly where he needs to be, and the Graves isn't able to do anything on the other side of the map because of that Braum pick, and the entire Wukong's jungle being gone as well. So Forest is just pathing down to bot for nothing, kind of farming evenly with the Wukong for most of that game.
Yeah, I think the problem was actually for the start of this game, that Raptor invade. I think it's pointless. Maybe you get his Raptors.
I like the Raptor invade just because what else was he going to do? They were both just going to trade full
if you
clears.
go bot, by the time you take the Crab, his Gromp is going to be almost spawned. Junjia had recalled and came back, and the entire time when he was recalling and coming back, Gromp was alive. And Forest finished his clear on the bottom side of the jungle. And so you either get to take a camp, or you risk 50-50ing a camp in which he lost, and then you just lose tempo. That also was what delayed the first Dragon to be started for so long, which they then eventually lost that fight as well. But they started that even later than they needed to. Junjia was by then on his bot side anyway, was level 6 because he had the extra tempo from that sort of botched invade early on. Yeah. That is where you start to find these differences and why Wukong was level 6 and why Graves wasn't.
And honestly, this fight was really impressive from Woody. The fact that they blew so many ults initially in this fight, and Junjia finding his way onto Taliyah or Senna ever in this game is just a disaster. But they find a massive 4-man Nautilus ult onto Woody's team, he does not push E on the Braum. He does not put the wall up until he sees the Braum ult coming, the Ornn ult coming, and then he just blocks that, and then the engage is over.
For sure.
There's no follow-up coming through, and they win a fight for the third dragon, where if SoftBank get that third dragon, there's something to talk about.
Yep, it's very playable.
Yeah, once they lose that fight very decidedly and one-sidedly, then and they lose the dragon.
Yeah, they lost the dragon and the Baron, I think, in the same play.
Yeah.
And which, at that point, when Smolder has already hit the stacks and you've lost so much, the tempo of the game, the sort of chances in that game are going to be very lost. But of course, that was only game number 1. We're going to have more games to come. We'll see if SoftBank can hit back, because they're not looking too weak, but maybe some drafting mistakes. We'll see soon.
You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close.
Welcome back, everybody. First game all done and dusted. PSG taking it pretty convincingly after scaling for a little bit for their Smolder. Certainly got across the line pretty quickly off the back of Junjia on the Wukong. And of course, it was all brought to you by the Grand Halai Taipei, who allowed us to have what we are seeing in the SoftBanks today here at the PCS. And now we'll see if they got rested up enough to take game number 2. I think the draft was a big problem. One of the best Braum games I've seen in my entire life. And honestly, there was nothing really on the side of SoftBank that could truly punish a Smolder, and there was nothing that could really deal with a Wukong or a Renekton, and so it was really just all odds stacked up against them. They found some success in the early game, which they really needed to, but not quite as much as they actually needed to.
Yeah, you have to question the Nautilus first pick. If you can't dive bot, and you can't really move the center around to have any impact, then is the Nautilus worth first picking and putting so much prio on the center Nautilus lane? Again, Ahri just seems to be the mid laner right now.
Yeah.
The Taliyah is not having as much impact. A strong pick in the mid lane, but maybe you could let that pick fall further in the draft and play something else. I mean, the Sylas looked pretty good into the Ahri. Feels like he's more threatening than a Taliyah later on. And they couldn't really get much out of the Taliyah global. They made a couple plays, just the one play actually on the bot lane, and then the top lane play with the Taliyah that PSG somehow managed to match with 4 members and went terribly for SoftBank.
Sure, and it's going to be SoftBank once again choosing the blue side. Don't hate it. They do ban Xin Zhao once more up against Junjia. followed it with a Vi and Udyr last time.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're banning the Xin. If they do want to prioritize the Senna Nautilus lanes, Xin is one of the better junglers to have carry. And yeah, SoftBank have decided they don't want to deal with the Ahri anymore.
Makes sense.
Maple having massive impact in that last game, and it doesn't feel like there's an answer to it. I don't think Maple's going to be struggling in terms of champion pool at all, though. He's been around long enough to have...
He could even just pick the Taliyah.
Yeah, he's had some great games on the Taliyah. Probably the best usage of the Weaver's Wall we've seen.
Yeah, the problem now becomes if PSG... If you don't first pick Taliyah as SoftBank and PSG take it in their first rotation, what's your answer? Because it doesn't feel like there's much that has been standing up to it.
Maybe just Orianna. You're
yeah, but that's
vulnerable.
very scary.
Yeah, you're vulnerable, but Nico banned away as well, so 2 target bans in the mid lane. Maybe it's just a Karma. Well,
Yeah.
there's Karma, Orianna.
Yeah, Karma actually maybe makes the most sense.
I mean, Gory on Karma yesterday
Yeah.
was just an absolute
Yeah,
menace.
didn't get hit by much.
Yeah.
Lee Sin will be banned away from Forest. I don't expect to see a Graves again this series.
Yeah, though, if we see a Nautilus first pick, it might just be... No, Orianna first pick.
Do not tell me there's a Nocturne. I've seen that enough.
Yeah, and PSG have played the combo a lot, so it'll be harder to play into a team that is familiar
Udyr
with
is
the
open.
strengths and weaknesses. True.
Pause champ.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Udyr left open. It just seems like the kind of champ Evie will have a lot of picks into, whether it's Twisted Fate or he played Smolder a couple times in the playoffs over in the LJL.
Yeah, but Udyr can absolutely, alongside a jungler,
Oh.
dive Smolder.
We might just see Udyr Vi. They're actually going to go for the Nautilus instead.
Yeah.
But Junji and Aja on the Udyr Vi essentially 2v5'd games up against, I think it was Frank they played that combo into.
I think I want to see BD pick Kai'Sa here. He is so insane at the champion. Obviously, you may as well take the Taliyah now before it can possibly get banned, and you are almost certainly picking the Taliyah eventually. Maybe the
think
Vi to
you could
take
go-
away.
You could go for Karma. I don't think you're stuck going for a Taliyah by any means this game.
I don't think so either, but Maple's Taliyah has looked so good, and I don't see a reason not to pick it.
Yeah.
It's going to have shove over Orianna. You never really are in range of the command attack, so you should be okay for the most part. And if you are in range, then Orianna's in range of the seismic shove, so it becomes a bit of a skill shot game. Could be the Sejuani this time. Definitely a 180 on the pick last game. Do
Yeah.
we take the Senna to try and deny it? I don't even think PSG want the Senna.
Yeah.
I don't think they're actually ever trying to pick the Senna. I think we can just lock Kai'Sa here
So-
before we go into our next draft phase.
And this was some smart drafting to pick the Taliyah now by PSG rather than the Vi, because if you pick the Vi, if you pick Vi Nautilus in that first rotation, you give so much value to Tahm Kench.
we might just see the Smolder. I really would like to see a Kai'Sa though.
Yeah, but how can you resist the Smolder when it's probably going to be Senna Tahm in
Well,
the
you
enemy
can go
bot
to
lane?
ban now. Do you
Yeah,
even
but-
give over the Tahm? You can just ban it.
I think you just leave it because, oh, well, I don't know what they'll play
Yeah.
if you ban Tahm, to be fair, but I don't think you mind playing against the Tahm either. If you can think of some other matchup you want to prioritize, you could go for banning that, but
Well, I think just by virtue of having Taliyah and Nautilus, probably just want to deny the safety that Tahm offers.
yeah. Go for
Nocturne,
Nocturne,
gonna
yeah.
take that away from the Orianna combo.
There is a Sejuani locked in.
Yeah,
At
I
the
don't
moment?
know. I don't know what just happened.
So, yeah, a bit of head scratching going around the board. Aja trying to figure out what
Yeah,
happened.
Dasher was having a giggle
Yeah.
on the player cam.
And Nocturne top. Who cares?
Are we thinking Sejuani top? Are we thinking Sejuani in lane with the Senna?
Oh, Sejuani support.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here.
Vi ban makes sense from SoftBank. You're expecting a Tahm Kench ban.
You're not expecting a Nocturne ban.
Yeah.
What
And
is
we'll see
rude,
PSG,
yeah.
and I think PSG are stuck for bans just because they don't want to ban the Tahm. They ban Viego, who's also a jungler.
What is going on?
So they
are
must have a
dead set
soul
that
read.
Sejuani's
Yeah.
going bot or something.
Yeah, they must have a soul read. Sejuani Senna sounds like an awful lane.
Yeah, not a whole lot of synergy.
Sejuani doesn't strike me as a particularly strong top laner either.
It is. It actually is. Its trade pattern is absurd, yeah.
Okay.
You just go in for a trade. You walk in with the flail, you get 2 stacks, 2 auto attacks, permafrost auto, and you've half-health someone.
Yeah, a couple grass procs in there. All right, you've sold me. All right, Evie, let's see it.
Okay, I do expect to see the Volibear locked in with how many junglers got banned. Almost feels like some self-banning going on, but what is going on?
Nah. I mean, Talia can be flexed to the jungle.
Yeah, it can be a jungler.
And Triss can be flexed.
Mid.
They're going to swap, right? Okay.
Could Maple be on Smolder?
Maple could be on Smolder. Aja could be on Smolder. Junjia or Maple could be on Talia. Maple, Betty, or Aja could be on the Tristana. I'm dizzy if I'm
Junjia could be on Nautilus. It's a stretch.
Yeah, but yeah, he could be. Yeah, very true. He actually could be. And it would be very nice to have red side if you're SoftBank right now, but you have no idea what you're playing against in any lane, I think.
Yeah, yeah, what is going on?
I love the Yasuo lock-in.
Junjia is in hysterics on our screen.
Is it Yasuo bot? Yeah, it must be.
It is,
It must be. Wow, okay. Jeez.
What is going on?
Yeah, this has gone off the rails.
No way we're seeing it. Oh, okay, Udyr.
No,
All right, well, PSG won.
Yeah, Aja got Udyr and...
Did Aja get Udyr?
Yeah, who knows at this point.
All right.
I don't know who's playing what. I think it's going to be Smolder, Nautilus, bot, Talia mid. Oh no, it has to be Triss mid. Okay.
All right.
All right, we got through it.
Yeah, I think the Udyr kind of solved it a little bit. Because they were still like, wow, what are they picking top? Is it going to be the Smolder top? But...
yeah.
I mean, this is something we have not... I mean, the two jungle bans when we already see a Sejuani.
Yeah, PSG are just playing this draft down 2 bans.
Yeah.
Just overcooked this draft, PSG, but they maybe just win because they always win when Aja's on Udyr.
Wow.
They've got the Smolder that I don't think they've taken a loss on either. I think they're up to 5-0 on this pick now.
Yeah, they are looking menacing when they get their hands on this champ.
I don't know.
It is against Yasuo. That, by the way, there is a very rough job for Betty to survive dives.
Yeah, I don't love being Yasuo into Nautilus, though it doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, no, this is true. This also feels like one of the best Braum games of all time, by the way. Just Braum into double melee bot.
Yeah, and Yasuo's...
Wow, Senna's not melee, but...
Yasuo's kind of like Braum, and it's not a bad Yasuo game against... He's going to be able to block a lot of damage from the Triss and the Smolder.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm
and
dizzy.
you have the lane to gank with the Sejuani and the Yasuo bot. We'll see it. I thought it was
There's a
going to be
Renekton
Yasuo.
Sejuani combo too.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Okay. Yeah, Forrest can actually, you know, make some
Wait,
plays.
Vista's the one playing the Yasuo, by the way.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Really? I would have thought Marble would.
Oh, I don't know. ADC players don't have hands. And they hate Yasuo.
This is true. Oh, this is one of the compositions of all time. Face rush for Dashes, so a little bit more safety given to him in the mid lane.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like PSG probably came out of it with a better draft still.
I can't work it out.
Yeah.
I think the combo of Yasuo, Senna, Sedge can absolutely dive the Smolder.
And yeah, true. Very true.
Arctic Assault landing is a knock-up, so...
True, yeah. Once Yasuo is 6, you can make your way down there. Woody's going to be annoying for all of these champs to deal with, though, on any dive. And PSG actually starting enemy Raptors this game. While Aja does his thing.
Guys, we've started topside against Aja Udyr.
And Evie,
Guys, we have started topside.
No, Evie not taking the worst trade.
Yeah, but the problem is Aja hits level 2 and gets all of his health back.
Yeah, off of the turtle stance on the Udyr. Neither top laner missing any creeps, so I mean, crisis averted at least for now.
Yeah, at least they had the strength of the Sejuani to help thwart that one.
Yeah.
Where the Renekton's just stacking up permafrost, you proc it, and the trade doesn't look as bad as it generally does. But
Yeah.
I think Arj is going to be completely fine still.
Yeah, and Junjie still takes away a red. I guess you can't start on the bot side there. Talia is so strong, level 1. Nautilus, no slouch either. Prio for SoftBank bot lane. And let's see Vista cook on the Yasuo pick. This is a rough Yasuo game. Just because you don't have all that much set up for you, it's just Orianna ult.
Yeah, and also I think it's not easy to play Yasuo into Nautilus or into Udyr or into Talia. So
Yeah. And
280 carries you should be pretty good against, but
yeah, there's also no one to really deliver the Orianna ball, right? So
yeah, you can just chuck it on. I mean, honestly, Eevee, if you're able to find a knock up, you can chuck it onto Yasuo. Otherwise, putting it on Eevee, you
yeah,
can
I
just
think
use it by yourself.
I think the oh, will Forrest get this? This is massive for him if he does.
He does.
And oh, he's gonna look for a fight. No passive up.
Well, he misses the flail, but does get the permafrost. Nice seismic shove from Junjie. Manages to make that trade even.
Yeah, and Junjie could be in trouble now. Evie can walk through the tower. Udyr no slouch at this point in the game, though. Will take a chunk off of Evie's HP, and Evie will grab 2 little Krugs for himself.
Yeah, that's a W. Big CS lead in the top side.
Yeah.
Oh, hook lands there onto Vista, and Betty's trying to find the damage with that flat, but taking a lot more in return from Marble on the center.
Yeah. No Sejuani in the bot side here. Means that you're not really at risk of being dived. Betty is pretty low with no TP, though. A dive here is a disaster, and PSG are setting up onto Forest.
Yeah, they're going to land the seismic shove.
Yeah.
Not really going to have the damage, though.
Yeah, nice to have Sejuani passive in those situations. Tanks up the initial burst, and if Tristana tries to jump onto Sej, she can dash away or just interrupt the Tristana jump. And
I'm glad
wow, Betty had to
SoftBank,
take a base.
I'm glad SoftBank are cooking.
Yeah, yeah. Not deterred at all by that first game, it seems like. Maple eating a lot of poke in the mid lane, but Dasher pretty low on mana. I think the Trist is the one who has kill pressure realistically in this lane.
Yeah. For the time being. I mean, Orianna, once you get ult, is pretty threatening as well. But Maple, not feeling all that threatened at the moment.
Yeah.
Pretty even trades. Teleport available for both.
Nice ward timing by Aja there. Spot out Forest, and it means Junjie is probably going to go for a trade of the Dragon, but again, Forest just does 1 Void Grub and can head down if he wants to. His bot lane should be stronger in these fights. Looks like he's going to make his way there. Dasher is late on the recall. Well, he's ahead of Maple on the recall and TP. Can they do this fast enough?
I think so. It's just going to be the Raptors by the looks of things. Although, no, PSG going to get off.
Yeah.
Dragon is going to reset, but not that much. Half HP left. And SoftBank getting everything they'd want.
Yeah, get the Void Grub and grab the first Dragon. Much faster timing on the Dragon this time, so got to be happy with that. This is going to be perfectly fine. You're never getting dived by Nautilus Smolder. And Evie with a big wave, he needs to make sure crashes into this Udyr, but should be fine as well. Renekton is very strong. Actually, up a reasonable amount of CS, but is that big wave for the Udyr to catch?
Yeah, Evie doing better into RD's Udyr than we typically see.
Yeah, I mean, being on Renekton probably doesn't hurt.
Yeah, but it's the same, the kid and whatnot. RG though, he's not convinced. He's looking aggressively. Dominus is available here for Evie. But RG is just burning him down.
Yeah, the saving grace for Evie here is that Udyr does push the wave while he does this, but... Oh, Maple.
Shockwave goes wide. Sidestep from Maple, of course, but it's a big cooldown to have lost. Marble being in the area as well as Woody means both mid laners are going to have to be careful.
Yeah, and Evie's got to be careful that he's not dived here. He has no TP to heal back up. But PSG don't go for it. They go for the crabs instead. Dasher's here. No ult on the Orianna.
Yeah, Betty was walking down bot side, so this is Oh my god, Junji are just getting out of harm's way.
Yeah.
But still, it is going to be at least one of these Void Grubs, maybe even two.
Yeah, it doesn't look like PSG are done.
Junji and Woody
Renekton
coming around. Dredge line will be flashed away from.
Okay. Looks like PSG will pick up one of the Void Grubs and trade Junji's flash for Evi's. Unfortunate
As well as Forest.
Yeah, unfortunately Forest loses his flash just as he's about to get 6. Can be pretty nice to have that flash up for your first gank as Sejuani. He is level 6 now and eyeing up mid lane.
Well, this is a pretty bad lane state
Yeah.
for a Smolder, but Woody
Yeah,
coming
no.
back down should make it a little bit better.
Yeah, this is definitely not a 1v1 you are happy to be left in as Smolder. There's definitely times where you're happy to just be ADC versus ADC in the bot lane, but I imagine Yasuo is quite threatening.
Yeah, and you also can not really clear out a wave with your ult. You will just get matched by the wind wall.
Yeah, nice trade from SoftBank onto Betty there means that Forest might have an opportunity.
Yeah,
No cleanse, yeah, on Betty. Goes for the heal. Forest decides to back off, worried about the Weaver's Wall.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Yeah.
But good for SoftBank. I mean, both teams kind of cooked, although I think I prefer right now to be the side of SoftBank.
Yeah, they're looking good. Evie shouldn't.
Oh, God.
Wow. Okay.
All right, he was doing pretty good in the top lane, but RJ is going to claim himself first blood by just running down this Renekton. He's having a giggle in his player cam. He's quite happy with himself.
Yeah, he's always impactful on this Udyr.
Yeah, usually it's not like this, though.
Yeah, usually not getting kills. Just in the 1v1. And yeah, being a behind Renekton is never good, especially with how much damage on the side of PSG.
Yeah.
It might be the type of game where you just have to go full damage onto this Renekton and flash onto the cleanseless Smolder.
Now, I think he is building Black Cleaver first.
Yeah, that will help him in the lane, but the lane might be beyond salvaging.
Yeah, well, after you die solo, it's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, and you're never going to feel tanky this game as the Renekton. It's going to leave Forest solo tanking as the Sejuani, which, honestly, Sejuani doesn't mind that much.
No. You do have a pretty tanky team. Like, even your carries, Orianna and Yasuo, actually fairly durable. About as durable as it comes from their given roles.
Yeah, yeah. And Evie... Oh, it's a lane swap from PSG here.
I like that.
Has a wave to crash, and he should be onto this, though.
Oh, this is smart from PSG.
Yeah, get them out of the Yasuo lane.
Yeah, now Betty's just going to have a pretty free time up here. It is going to be Vista recalling, and I imagine it's going to be matched, but...
Yeah, that was very smart, because you're never diving the Udyr.
Oh, God, no. He's probably killing you 2v1. I don't think the Yasuo Senna have quite the damage to kill full armor Udyr.
And honestly, I think they're going to swap back. We'll see if Betty goes for a recall here. He does. They're waiting to see where the Yasuo shows up. I think if he sees Yasuo, he's going to just stay.
Well, he chooses to stay, waiting a little bit. I think seeing Renekton just hard clear the wave probably tells him that Renekton's staying, and with now sight onto Vista's Yasuo, he's most likely going to be all okay to just lane top.
They are giving away the dragon to do this, but Smolder was falling very far behind. He's managed to pick up some CS now, but he was 20 CS or more behind. And SoftBank can just kill this dragon and then figure out their lane assignments. This is a weakness of the Yasuo. Maybe other ADCs can hit this. Maybe they can't dive the Udyr, but they can hit the tower.
Oh, God.
Oh, yep. Vista's looking dead to me.
Ghost available. And Vista. Oh, nice sidestep there from Arjun. He's going to find the damage here onto the Yasuo. Junji and Woody not quite in range to follow up just yet.
Yeah.
They're not going to be.
Yeah, and he's got Windwall to block the Nautilus hook as well, so he was actually fine there. Full tank Udyr at the end of the day. Does still take half his HP off.
Yeah. That was through bone plating.
Yeah. And
teleport
TP
now.
from
This will
Vista.
be Vista coming to the top side, and Betty He's not going to feel all that good.
Yeah, and Betty is just stuck all the way back here. And yeah, nice TP from Evie too, and a lot of tempo one for SoftBank off of that avoided gank by Vista.
Yeah, and it's them this time with the 5 Void Grubs as Betty is going to get rooted up on the way, but a flash hook from Woody lands. Through comes Mum, and Marble, just like that, has gone down. It's Betty who picks it up.
Yep.
Maple as well, teleporting up here. There's not a whole lot for him to find, bit of a waste, but still you feel fantastic picking up that freebie.
Yeah, Marble with flash up, just a little slow to the hook out of fog, to be fair. Woody could be in trouble.
You know, Woody's dead. Woody is absolutely dead. Forrest actually taking it, so maybe not who you wanted on, but still good to get the kill nonetheless.
Yeah.
It is SoftBank, considerably far ahead. 1k gold.
2 dragons,
Yeah.
5 grubs. So this is what you want your early game to look like against the Smolder, but a couple of mistakes and Smolder is back in the game. He is going to be very behind on his stacks. We haven't had a stack check on Betty, but the amount of times I've seen him just zoned off of waves this game, it might just be tower just in time to pick up these plates. And
Glacial
nice.
Prison. Flash and heal is available. Flap as well, but it's a nice knock up, and the Steel Tempest. Vista, he's going to pick himself up a kill there on a...
Yeah, they commit a lot there, but it's definitely worth it. You get the first tower before plates go down with the help of the Void Grubs, and Sejuani ult with Flash is going to catch Betty every time. He has no cleanse this game. And they really need Maple and Junjia to be secondary threats in this comp, because if SoftBank want to kill this Smolder, they will kill this Smolder, especially with Flashes up.
Yeah, Luden's Companion finished for Junjia on the Talia, as well as Kraken Slayer done for Maple, and with all the pressure up on the top side, PSG are making something happen in the bot side jungle, but I'm going to have to try and run away now as Woody will be fine Spider-Manning himself to that wall to make sure that he is all okay. It is the Black Cleaver picked up from Evie as well, so certainly will be pretty strong up until the point where RG gets that Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't... I guess he's not walking up to the wave because of the numbers advantage, but it doesn't really feel like he can walk up and fight this Udyr anyway.
No.
A little bit scary for the shove from Junjia, and the SoftBank have picked up the pace of this game drastically. 1 minute on the next dragon.
Yeah.
And, oh, I missed the Smolder stacks. I'm not sure if they clicked Smolder there.
Well, he didn't have 125 because he didn't have the...
Yeah, so
bounce,
much
so-
slower than last game. He was almost 10 per minute in the last game. And last game wasn't all that fast either. Yeah, this Renekton. This is never how you want to see your Renekton.
No.
Aja absolutely destroying
Woody
Evie
and
in this
Junjia,
game.
they're down here. Flash available for the Renekton, though, means he should be okay, even if they try and hard force onto him. It will be the tower going down, though, so something on the map for PSG.
Yeah, I mean, Aja just a beacon of hope this entire game. I mean, we've seen him solo win games on Udyr, but it usually happens much earlier.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he managed to solo win this one. I don't think he can have enough impact on the Udyr at this point.
But he might be able to get this game to go long enough where
Yeah.
Betty can come on. 87 stacks.
Yeah, that is almost just, you're probably not going to win on the Smolder, having 87 stacks at this point. It is PSG, so I don't want to doubt them.
Yeah, and Maple is strong. He's been keeping up in CS. And I think especially with PSG, when we see the Tristana, or Maple on the Tristana, is even when they are so far behind, they are really, really good at playing around the map.
Yeah.
And making it as difficult for SoftBank to find advantages as possible.
Yeah, I'm remembering a couple games where Maple's just
lost,
taking tier
but-
3s
yeah.
randomly.
The game's just lost, but Maple is still finding ways back in. And in a game like this, if Maple
Betty.
can extend it long enough, Betty should be able to find his footing and be strong enough. He is 1-1, so he has a bit of gold. It's just the stacks are going to be the issue.
Yeah. Yeah, gold feels much less important than stacks on the Smolder.
Yeah, kind of. 3 items is kind of the break point. Even if you do have stacks, but you don't have 3 items, it feels pretty terrible. Third dragon going to be claimed now for the side of SoftBank as Maple is looking to pick himself up a tower. That'll
Yeah.
be much needed gold for him.
Yeah,
but
this
now
is
you're
what
on
we
a
talked
clock.
about. This is what we talked about, right? Maple's still going to be just playing the map as the Tristana. to
Yeah.
make sure the gold doesn't get too far away from PSG.
I wonder if Junjie should just build an Oblivion Orb and let them take the soul.
Yeah, maybe. Talia doesn't
Talia
do
applies it
all
really
that
well.
great.
If you do have a nice scattered earth, it will imply on pretty much everyone. And everyone's so low range as well.
Yeah, a lot of melee champs on the side of SoftBank, and they've kind of still yet to find a 5v5, and I mean, that's going to be the difficult part of playing this comp.
For sure.
If you're SoftBank. Anytime you pick a Yasuo.
Oh, RJ, he's going to pop the NOS. He doesn't have that Unstoppable available. Gets stunned up. He's actually going to be okay. So
Yeah, they
teleport
commit
used
a
by
TP.
Dasher. In the meantime, though, Maple's going to have his time on the top side. See what he can get done.
Yeah, it looks
This
like
is
Evie's
once
going to
again,
match
we're just
him.
going to bide time for the Tristana. Glacial Prison comes through. Lands onto Woody. Not going to find really anything off that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure who was going to kill that guy once we Sejuani ulted him. I don't think Nautilus can do anything to Rift Herald, so I don't think he was trying to stop that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Theoretically, Junjie could have put up a wall.
Yeah. What does Herald do in that case? Just walk
It
around in
just hits
circles?
No, it just hits the wall.
Oh, it casts
Because when you
its charge still.
yeah, when you charge, if like you put a wall in front of it, it's like it hits a wall. You know how the Herald does
like
nowadays.
if someone was driving it.
Yeah.
So Maple getting very farmed up in the side lane, but going to be another tower picked up for SoftBank.
Yeah.
And you're essentially playing the game 4v5 for a long time if you're PSG.
130, I think I saw.
Yeah, getting there, it will accelerate a lot now that he's got that 125 breakpoint.
Yeah, especially honestly now against the Yasuo, every time he Qs, pretty much he's going to get a stack.
Yeah, and for a second there, looking at the goal graph, it looks like SoftBank are about to run away with it, but PSG have managed to get a couple wins of their own in terms of towers and kills, and kept themselves in it.
Yeah, Maple even yoinking himself a blue buff.
Yeah, just maintaining a 2k deficit, and if you can maintain this, it's fine. You're happy if you can maintain the gold difference, but it's the dragon.
Yeah.
That's going to be a problem.
For sure. Well, we've seen wilder things. I mean, Maple's not really interacting at all with anyone, and so the Ocean Soul's not going to matter to him.
Yeah, right. Towers don't get the Ocean Soul buff.
And even in the side lane, Arjir, I mean, he's got the Bramble Vest, so Renekton, he's going to be having that grievous wounds on anyway.
Yeah. I think maybe Renekton will outscale in the matchup just because Aja has to build magic resist, as you see he's doing now. And he just gets to keep building full damage on the Renekton. I don't know who's going to have less impact. It's hard to decide. A uselessness competition. Junjie.
Junjie, he's in trouble. Does he have flash? No, he doesn't. But it's going to be that depth charge. Teleport coming through here. Maple, though, he is not really where he wants to be. Betty finds a little bit of damage there with Mum, and a nice rocket jump from Maple gets him out of harm's way. Evie 1 HP. Evie's going to go down. It's Arju who claims that one. Betty now is flashing away, but the permafrost lands. No one's hitting him. Betty is alive on the backside. He's almost taken out Forest. But it is going to be SoftBank picking up the win. 4 kills to just the 1. And now Baron on the cards.
Yeah, they have a very fast Baron. And even though Forrest is low, he should be able to tank it up. Both of these teams seem so good at just appearing out of thin air to turn what looks like a little tuffle over a Scuttle Crab into a full-blown fight. And because SoftBank have started onto this Talia from Junjie with no flash, it was a massive fight for them. At this point, Renekton very strong.
Leave his wall. Oh, the shockwave.
Wow.
There's no flash, and that is going to be Junjie eliminated. What timing on that shockwave out of Dasher.
Yeah, and then the follow-up from Forrest, that was so clean from SoftBank. Yeah, looking like they're probably going to close this one out. Dragon in 30 seconds, that is probably their last hurdle to jump. As long as they can get that, they should be fine. And Maple gets caught by something in this fight. I'm not sure what happens to him. Fight starts onto Junjie. Junjie with no flash. Woody does his best to ult Evie, keep him off of him here, but he's already low. Evie has flash himself and just takes out Junjie. And what happens to Maple here? I guess he just... Oh, he gets knocked up.
Yeah, Arctic Assault.
Yeah,
maybe the hook. I didn't see, but...
Yeah, and then Evie lives so low on HP there. Eventually does go down, and Vista not even interested in Betty, wants the kill on Maple. Did only leave a very low HP Sejuani to clean him up. It looked a little scary.
Yeah, and back to live. Nice use of the seismic shove, but Woody's going to be taken out. Glacial Prison does go wide by a small margin, and now the top lane in a tower will be taken out.
Yeah,
oh, you go.
Yeah, I think SoftBank just caught PSG completely off guard there. No one went to Dragon from the side of SoftBank. You usually expect at least one member to go pick it up, but all 5 show up in the top lane out of nowhere and catch the Nautilus and the Udyr.
Yeah, Junjia and Maple, though, they're actually looking for this dragon.
Yeah, it'll be big if they can
Spawn's
pick up
coming
this
through.
dragon.
Arj's here, Woody's here. It's not really very likely that you can push further, and somehow, maybe, I mean, you got an inhib, you had the Baron, so ultimately you could have just done the dragon and then done it later, but I think a bit of a slip-up here as we're going to engage. It's onto RJ. Yasuo coming through, and he is going to go down eventually. Mum comes through. That's more stacks available for the Smolder. The dragon was taken. Junjia now arriving, and it's going to be a nice little knock-up there. Lots of low health members. You really wish you had your stacks online, but because you don't, there is no play to be made. But some way, somehow, PSG, they get themselves the dragon, and they extend the timer on this game just that little bit longer.
Yeah, we talk about PSG's macro, especially from behind. They are so difficult to finish off and close out a game cleanly against
198, we get into stacks.
Yeah, he's going to make it to a stack certainly this game. He might just be 2 behind, though, as this Yasuo is just ulting an Udyr under his tower and killing him. Vista is massive this game.
Vista is 106 on the Yasuo. Lots of assists. He is the support, of course.
Yeah.
Kappa.
So tier 2 is going to be cleaned up by SoftBank here. I think their Baron will be, yeah, it'll be gone. 20 seconds left on it. Maple is perma side laning.
Yeah, he's getting himself some items. He's got his Navori online now, likely to be the LDR coming through next, and maybe you just need that to ever contest these team fights.
Yeah, he's going to have to back now, I think.
Yeah, Baron is going
5
down.
seconds.
5 seconds left on it, and this minion wave may delay it for just long enough now that RJ can stand forward and allow Betty to clear out these minions. Flash forward, Glacial Prison, it lands, and it lands well. It's on the Junjia. RJ is so low, but a seismic shove, and Forrest, he's low, he's taken down. That's a shot down onto the exact member. You don't want to get kills as Betty claims it. This will be the inhib taken as well, but 1 kill to 0, and more gold on the Smolder, who will be at stacks in just a matter of seconds. 2 inhibs though.
Woody was an absolute hero in that fight. That was a 3-man Orianna ult landed, but Woody finds CC onto Vista on the Yasuo, so he can't follow up on it. Otherwise, that might have just been the end of the game there. So very heroic effort from Woody.
Petey's laughing. High spirits.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be in high spirits if I was on their team. They are down now 9 or 8k gold. It's going to be a bit of a rough one for them to try and navigate 2.5 minutes on a potential Ocean Soul. We do now have stacks. Maple must be getting closer and closer to that LDR. He did teleport to the bot play. Still didn't pick himself up any kill participation in it, but
yeah. PSG is so quick to get out on the map as well. Once the enemy team's reset, to get out onto the map and pick up as much farm as they can get, and then get back into their base to defend.
Yeah, Maple pretty farmed up. Obviously, it helps having these super minions coming in.
Yeah, relentlessly side laning this game.
He must be so close to LDR.
Yeah. But all the objectives picked up and kills for SoftBank means that Dasher has stayed even in XP.
Yeah, and Petey does have his stacks. You can see his little glowing horns. So he will be feeling pretty good about himself there. Gets off the edge of night from Marble.
Yeah, and SoftBank not interested in waiting for the dragon. They want to just try end it here and now. Their dive is not the best.
Yeah, hook lands. Forrest is going to have to run away. There are minions here. Oh, nice 2-man. Onto exactly who you want it to be on. Maple is going to jump away. Vista kind of making a mistake here as Betty's wailing on him. 1 bit of damage and Maple gets the kill. Archie's going wild and Betty is finding the damage. You said 1 mistake could be all that's needed. Big Orianna roll, but bigger Smolder as PSG turn around that fight from almost nearly certain defeat.
Yeah, it looked like SoftBank were about to end the game there with a nice 2-man Orianna ult into the Yasuo ult, but Vista goes down to, I'm not sure what happened to him. He couldn't quite finish up the kill, and Betty, the moment he gets his stacks, he's just taking over fights already. Does lose his flash in that fight, though.
That could have been the end of the game.
Yeah, again.
Maple jumping away after getting 2-man Orianna ulted, 2-man Yasuo ulted. He lives on 1 HP. Vista overcommits. Betty takes him out. 3 items now on Betty. He picks up the Leandres as his 3rd this game, trying to deal with some of these massive health bars that are sitting in front of him.
Yeah, he went for it 4th in the last game. So
yeah, it's not hard for him to hit Qs this game, let's be honest.
Yeah, everyone is melee.
Yeah.
Even Orianna not going to be playing all that far back this game.
Now Baron up. PSG, they probably have to find some way to contest this. Their base is in absolute shatters. Inhibs should be spawning in the near future. PSG, they're going to give it.
Yeah,
they're going to give it.
Going
Top
for the
lane
dragon.
Inhib respawning. Dragon spawning now in 10 seconds, so it should be a trade. We'll see if SoftBank can get here in time. Maybe they should just look for this top lane.
Yeah, they can
Inhib.
go mid if they want to.
Yeah, they could also just go mid. Weaver's Wall, though, that's going to deny really any opportunity to truly contest the Dragon, but maybe a fight afterwards. It's going to be a rough one if they do look for it. PSG pick up that Dragon. No one pushing mid, though, from SoftBank means that this is just going to be a straight 5v5. EV does pop that Dominus, and Woody's stuck there in the middle. Forest, though, he's being taken out, and Betty's finding all the Qs in the world that he possibly want. Leandre's burn, the passive burn. It is going to be some healing, though, coming through from Marvel that ensures no execute can come through, but PSG looking better off from that trade. They do get the Dragon. It's going to extend the game a little bit longer. Let's see what this Baron can net for SoftBank, but PSG, you're getting scared now if you're a SoftBank fan.
Yeah, and they opt to go for the fight rather than just push the mid lane, and they get punished for it. They're going to lose a lot of the time on this Baron. A minute gone already, and it's going to take them some time to set up these waves again. The engage was just a little bit scuffed there from SoftBank. We're going to see what happened to Vista, importantly, in this fight. This was such a nice Orianna ult. I thought just GG at this point. Vista, yeah, it was Maple flashing away and then Wing away. Vista doesn't find the kill onto him, and you end up so scattered and low as SoftBank, you just have to get out of here. I think Marvel does get away, and so do the rest of SoftBank, but that's a miracle fight.
Baron is up. There is an inhib now that the side of SoftBank are looking towards. It is so scary, though. The Smolder well and truly online. Any bit of CC landing, and maybe it could spell disaster. There's the hook. It's on a Forest. Forest does use that Arctic Assault, but it's not going to land onto anyone important, so no Yasuo ult to follow up. It is going to be the inhib going down now. Top lane all sorted. There's still 1 minute left on the Baron, and PSG have to find some way, somehow, to defend this mid lane inner.
Yeah,
if
once
this
you
goes
lose
down,
three,
disaster.
once you lose 3, it's over, but they've only lost 2. The bot lane is where SoftBank are going to be looking next. The problem is Evie cannot hit this inhib up against Maple. Maple will kill him very quickly. And they don't have all that much siege. Senna has nice range.
Yeah, Glacial Prison goes wide. It's not going to connect. A little bit of damage on a Betty, but that's not really anything to talk about. Inhib tower going down now. Both inhibs being looked at. Can we find a fight? SoftBank, they're trying to avoid it. They don't need the fight. They need the objectives, and they found it. Mid lane inhib going to be taken out.
Yeah, 20 seconds on Baron. I think it's not going to be enough for SoftBank to finish on this shove. They're not going to quite get 3 inhibs. They're going to look for it.
Oh, this game is on a nice edge. Forest is just splitting the map. He's up on the top side, baroning up these minions, getting himself 1 Nexus tower now. Woody going forward, hook lands, but it's onto a minion. Betty gonna pop that ult, Windwall's gonna deny it, and the dredge line connects, but it's only gonna connect onto Dasher, who's well out of range, but it's going to be Vista taken out, and Betty, he's gonna be able to finish off this Yasuo, no issues whatsoever. 1-0 in favor of PSG. It's gonna be SoftBank, they get the inhibs, they get 2 of them, bot lane survives, but PSG running forward. Archer, is he gonna be able to find a stun? He's gonna take a lot of damage. Weaver Wall coming through now. Junjia, he's not going to follow it up. Oh my god, this is on a knife's edge now.
Yeah, this is so terrifying, and I really do think it comes down to that 30 seconds that was wasted by SoftBank on their Baron. You saw how scary that was getting at the end when Forest was just getting in the top wave with a Baron buff and just hitting their Nexus turrets. If you had another 30 seconds or a minute on that Baron, I don't think PSG can hold it, but yeah, they managed to and pick up a kill on Vista. His GA is down now too. It's so hard to teamfight on this Yasuo. You're pretty much just a wind wall and a follow-up on these Orianna ults.
And if you give a dash into a Talia Scattered Earth, you probably just get taken out immediately. I mean, Betty is absolutely pumping damage now.
Yeah.
He hasn't recalled in a while. I imagine it will be the rapid fire cannon picked up as his 4th item, most likely. It could be a Navori. Maybe you just want the straight damage output and a bit of safety.
Yeah, and I think SoftBank are pretty much guaranteed this dragon if they want it. They can maybe siege this bot inhib, see how it goes. They're down a couple of flashes, just the one flash on the Orianna. Versus Woody's flash that was traded in the last fight. Incredible that everyone still just got their flashes after these
Guardian
fights.
Angel picked up. Teleport coming through. Maple is not going to allow this inhibitor to be taken out. Woody, we'll see if he can find a hook.
Yeah, and I don't think you
mid.
overcommit to this. If you're SoftBank, you can get the soul.
Yeah, 20 seconds on Soul. Fighting here, still feels like a lost con. It's going to be the seismic shove and the hook landing from Woody. Down comes the depth charge, and it's going to be the dawning shadow and Talia. Junji has been found. Junji is dead. Maple's trying to find the damage. It's Maple and Betty versus the world as SoftBank look to claim themselves the win in game number 2. Shut down though, Evie taken out, and these 280 carries are going to be able to defend. The inhib taken out though. It will be the Ocean Soul unless SoftBank want to look more. Vista still in the base. Betty and Maple have everything to do. There is 25 seconds on Junji, 25 seconds on RJ, 10 seconds on Woody. Flash forward, Betty is going to be flapping away. Down goes Nexus Tower number 2. There's no way they can find the damage. Marvel's going to take out, but Dasher and the rest of SoftBank do eventually find the win.
Oh, they have to crawl across the finish line as you often do against Smolder. My God, PSG made that difficult for them. It should have just been GG. At 15 minutes, when you have 80 stats on Smolder at 15 minutes, there shouldn't be a game to talk about. It should just be over so quickly, but PSG are so difficult to close out games against, and they just find dragons out of nowhere. They find turrets constantly off of Maple split pushing, and they play those team fights very well. There was just that fight at the end where Vista got so much value out of his wind wall while they picked off some of the tanks of PSG, and they were able to finally close it out. Horrifying.
It was very, very close. I mean, Junjia in that last fight getting absolutely annihilated, just blowing up in 1 second. And so did, honestly, RJ as well as Woody. Just everyone dying so quickly. And the wind wall blocking any follow-up damage coming through from Betty or Maple spelt the disaster for PSG. And SoftBank, they do go down in game number 1, but god damn, game number 2, it was not easy. It looked like it should be easy. It was not. That game dragged on and on and on. Maybe a misplay around the top lane where they went and got the inhib instead of taking the Dragon Soul. That could have been a difference maker, because ultimately, if you have the Ocean Soul, you're going to be a little bit tankier on that Sejuani, a little bit tankier on the Yasuo, on all of your champions. And the return kills aren't going to be so easy to find, but it wasn't their choice. They did eventually get it across the line. The Yasuo pick looking fantastic. Maybe a couple of mistakes where Vista gets a little bit over-eager in that one fight around the mid-inhib. But honestly, I think well played. Fantastic draft to counter what... I mean, we saw the Smolder. I don't think this should have been a Smolder game. I think seeing what we were seeing, Kaiser made a lot of sense. You could also go AP to offer yourself a little bit more chance in the draft. We banned 2 junglers after already seeing Sejuani.
That was strange.
It was a very, very strange
I think they were just
ban.
expecting Senatom. And Senatom, that's a delight for Smolder. You're having a great time in that lane. I don't know if I've seen them play the Yasuo bot. They definitely didn't play it in playoffs. Vista's just been playing Nautilus this whole time. Who knew he could just pull out the Yasuo and have a great game on it? He did go down in a few of those fights. Understandable, because Yasuo is so difficult to play in that game with just virtually no setup for him. Even the Orianna ult just having to be used on the front line a lot of the time to just finish them off. So he never got anyone to set his ults up for him, and still made massive plays in the mid game on the Yasuo as well.
Ironically, when there was the best setup from the Orianna ult that we saw in the game,
disaster fight.
It was a disaster fight. That was like, oh god, PSG are coming back. They weren't able to though, and of course, LJL, they're keeping their hopes alive here, our SoftBank. I mean, I thought it was going to be a 3-0. That game and how far ahead they were doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence in them being able to close out the series.
This was the disaster fight we spoke of. They comboed everything onto Maple, and somehow he lives through the Sejuani ult, Yasuo ult, Ori ult,
and
to flash away.
And Marble flashing to finally get him taken down.
And the fight is just you don't want to be Senna at that angle with a Renekton Sedge still alive. You can maybe still put together a fight there, but you're kind of on a flank as Senna at that point, and the whole fight falls apart. And yeah,
they were just so immensely far ahead, but still, I mean, look at Betty. He pumped out the damage there. Maple just lived in a side lane.
Yeah, Dasher
didn't really join a whole lot of fights until the very end of that game.
Yeah, shout out Dasher on the Orianna. They didn't have much damage to kill this front line.
Yeah.
And in these team fights, they essentially have the duration of Wind Wall to clean up this front line, or else the fight is lost.
Yep.
If these frontliners are alive to CC you, while the Smolder and Trist are there to actually back them up with damage, then the fight is just lost. So well-played team fights from SoftBank for them to be able to win them after the Smolder has gotten his stacks.
And PSG finally losing with the Smolder.
Yeah, their first loss.
This never felt to me like it should be a Smolder game, in fairness.
Yeah.
I mean, I said it in draft. Again, Kai'Sa seems really, really good here.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to do better in the lane up against Yasuo. It offers some threat, especially when paired with what was a first pick Nautilus. And then not only that, you've picked the Udyr, you've picked the Tristana. Kai'Sa can go AD, on hit, or AP. So it just offers you much more versatility.
Yeah,
I mean,
one thing about PSG, you can pretty safely bet they are not falling for the Yasuo.
Yeah.
Again, they're not going to pick the Smolder into the Senna, thinking they're going to get some Maokai or Tahm Kench passive lane. So, yeah, you don't have to worry about them doing that again, and I don't think we'll see the Yasuo anymore because PSG just aren't going to opt for the Smolder when they know that the Senna Yasuo can come through.
Despite being down 8k as a team, Maple had the most gold in that game.
Yeah, and then Betty did the most damage.
Yeah.
So the carries putting in work, and Forest reasonable. Who else would you give MVP? Mid? There were some nice Orianna ults from Dasher.
I think it should be Forest.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Forest definitely, we didn't talk about it at all, but Junjia invisible that game.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Don't really remember him at all.
I remember
that game.
him kind of throwing the game for a... Well, not throwing, they were already behind, but that Scuttle Crab was kind of the beginning of the end. We're going to see it here.
Yeah, and you saw a couple moments this game. These two teams seem to, especially PSG, they just have 5 people at every fight, and that was biting them a lot this game. In the mid game, you saw SoftBank taking out towers constantly, and I mean, the story of this fight was Evie living on a sliver of HP here, getting back in to do a bunch of damage, as well as Vista just chunking out Maple. And, you know, cleaning up both these carries on the Yasuo. So strong at this point, and it did come to bite PSG a bit in this game that they group so often and they bring everyone to any fight that they can.
Yeah, I felt like maybe some of that time Maple should have... he was living in the side lane, don't get me wrong, but some of the fights, especially earlier on, before it was sort of base sieges, that maybe he should have just stayed in the side lane.
Yeah.
If he gets time free up there, he's going to take a tower because he just Tristana. If he doesn't, at least you're keeping the Orianna away from it, which lowers some of the setup available for Vista. Not that we saw it all that much, but yeah, I mean, who knows? We are, again, not going to see PSG draft the same thing. They never do. If they lose on something, they find an answer to it, and they generally find an answer to it pretty well. So I do expect whatever they find next game to be not going to be bad into Yasuo, or at least maybe they won't even just allow the Yasuo ban the center. You're not going to have a Yasuo at that point. Who knows? We'll find out next game, of course. We are going to go to a quick break, and then when we're back, game number 3 between PSG and SoftBank. We'll see you soon.
too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. When will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own? Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Well, 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 we have a series on our hand. Game number 2, SoftBank taking it. I would say very convincingly, and it was for the first 25 minutes, but then there was 7 minutes there where I started to become sure somehow PSG were going to somehow get their way back in. They weren't able to. And SoftBank do claim game number 2. So 1-1 now are the standings. And of course, without the Grand Halai, we wouldn't even have this series. So once again, a massive thank you to them for bringing over SoftBank to have this very enjoyable series for us. And now game number 3, I mean, you can't talk about game number 3 without mentioning the fact that Sejuani was locked in and then there were 2 jungle bans in the second phase.
That was completely bizarre. We were criticizing the Smolder pick between the games, and yeah, you kind of get why they picked the Smolder, just because you're expecting a Tahm Kench or some standard pairing with the Senna like Maokai or Tahm Kench. But instead, the Yasuo just catches them completely off guard, and Betty suffers for most of that game. He still comes online and then is just winning team fights, doing the most damage in the game.
Yeah.
It is going to be blue side now for PSG, so we haven't seen these sides yet. Should change the draft up completely, and I wouldn't be surprised to see PSG just get rid of the Senna. It seems to be something that SoftBank really like playing, and now that you know Vista has these pocket picks like the Yasuo, just don't entertain it. Get rid of the Senna and see where you go from there.
Yeah, Evie on your screen got solo killed.
Yeah,
Renekton.
Aja on Udyr.
RJ once again.
Kind of the beacon of hope for his team for most of that early game. Only guy with prio.
Most of the game, honestly. He was the reason why Betty had so much space a lot of the time, so...
Yeah, and that lane swap from PSG was very nice.
Yeah, it was.
To get Betty some farm.
It was a good answer too, though. As soon as teleports were available, just teleport both to each other's lanes, and then all of a sudden Betty is back to suffering. In fact, I think that was his first death of the game after the teleport's off, and then Forest Flash, Sejuani ulting, and that was all she wrote.
That was very clean.
TF banned this time. Varus going to be banned.
Yeah, TF is the most banned champ against SoftBanks. I guess it's a red side counter pick for them. So that is why PSG ignored it on the red side and have gone for it on the blue. Kalista taken
banned
away.
this time from SoftBank, of obviously Betty playing a number of Kalista games last series.
And there's the Senna ban from PSG. I like it.
Yeah, once again, PSG, if someone works against them, they will just ban it.
Yeah.
So Ashe going to be taken away as well. First pick. Is it going to be Udyr? Honestly, after last game, there doesn't seem like many reasons why not. It was once again just a performance from RJ.
You're probably worried about the Smolder top if you first pick Udyr. You could go...
I don't think so. You could just dive that guy.
Yeah, I think the Sejuani, that's what CFO went for, and it did well. Okay,
I like the Vi.
Vi more Junjia's speed, though. Yeah, this is already very scary. Honestly, just the one champ locked in, Junjia is pretty unstoppable on this Vi. Evie trying to talk his way out of a blind pick.
I
Top
don't
lane,
think
maybe.
you get away with this.
Yeah, this is crazy. Against a Vi as well.
All right.
Nautilus picked up, and no Senna to pair with it this time, so...
Do you remember the graphic we had? Like, Nautilus is 100% presence, but it's like got the most atrocious win rate out of all of the champs that have been picked a lot.
Yeah, that checks out this series.
Yeah, 0% as we speak.
Yeah, 100%.
Talia likely mid. Could go jungle, of course, but most likely mid. It seems to just do better. You don't have the sort of speed. It just takes too long when you're in the jungle to really get to where you want to be.
And you need so much gold.
Yeah.
Hard to get as a jungler if you don't have... Especially last game where Junjia had very greedy carries in the Tristana and Smolder who want all the farm on the map.
Betty's back to suffering.
Yeah, he'll be up against a Nautilus, and you compare maybe a Kai'Sa with it. We've seen Zeri do very well
Yeah.
into the Smolder.
I think Zeri makes a whole lot of sense here.
Yeah, it sucks into Vi.
It does. It does, but you've got to have follow-up for the Vi, and at the moment there is none. We'll see what Maple picks up for his team. Karma. So that will
Corey
be-
did very well in this matchup on the Karma in yesterday's games for CFO, so
Yeah, just Giga smurfing.
should be scary for Dasher on the Talia. We'll see how he does.
Yeah, should be the Zeri, you'd think. I think, honestly, looking at what we see so far, it feels better for PSG. Your Smolder's going to be suffering, but you have a lot more pressure by virtue of you just have a Karma, you have a Vi. Vi not nearly as reliant on gold as the Taliyah.
At least when CFO were playing it, it didn't really feel like the Zeri got all that hard outscaled by the Smolder. Shun was just dashing on top of the Smolder any chance he got and one-hitting him with the Zeri.
Yeah.
Not enough time for Smolder to make use of his passive. Wow, another thumbs up. That's a bad omen, though. We got the thumbs up game 1.
Yeah, we didn't game 2. Yeah.
No thumbs up game 2. They win, so see if the trend holds up. Renekton banned away a very strong blind pick, so taking that away from Aja. I imagine Udyr is probably coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, at which point Aja probably just locks in Cassante, right?
Yep.
All right, this time we're banning junglers, but it does make sense.
Until the Nautilus goes in the jungle.
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, probably not.
Look, everyone knows Vista's a 2-trick. Nautilus and Yasuo.
True.
Brawn ban. Okay, that's good. Maybe what we see so far not looking as good of a Brawn game, but it still does well into Nautilus. Doesn't do as well into Taliyah Zeri.
Maybe banning away a defensive support to set up some kind of bot plays. You have the Nautilus. Zeri not going to do as well as a Kai'Sa diving, but still does fine.
Viego. All right, first pick out of the second phase. What will SoftBank go for? We're looking for junglers or tops, perhaps a mid if they're also willing to put this Taliyah in the jungle.
Yeah, it's got to be a jungler unless you really want to maintain this flex.
And it's a mid laner.
Oh, so they pick a mid and don't maintain their flex pick.
Yep, so Taliyah's going to be Yungling.
That's a gauntlet thrown after Forest or Junjia has a horrible game on the Taliyah. Forest just says, I can do it better. Put me on the Taliyah.
Okay. Woody going to be able to have a bit more autonomy on a champion. Oh, hold up. Oh, we've got the blind pick of all blind picks.
Yeah. Speaking of champs without much counter.
All right, well.
Kennen used to be a good pick into Rumble.
Well, you're not picking Kennen.
It's barely a pick these days, though. Doesn't feel all that good to play Kennen into Ali.
No. What do you pick, though? Okay, Alistair will be the support that Woody chooses, and now what will we pick as our top laner into Rumble? We haven't really seen anything have success. Okay, well, that never wins.
Yeah, it's not going to win. It should be okay. Same deal with the Ornn. It's of course not going to win. Any of these tanks being hovered right now are going to do okay. They're going to feed a bunch of first strike stacks and...
All right, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We have seen Rumbles just overheat and just...
Yeah, as long as you can avoid the overheat into one-shot combo.
Just absolute one-digging people.
Yeah, often without even using ult. He just QWE, overheat, and punches you.
Yeah, it is kind of scary. But we do have our team compositions locked in. Looking at the draft, who have you got?
I think it's got to be PSG just based off the draft.
Okay, give me a reasoning.
Prio mid, Prio top.
Yeah.
No Prio bot, of course, with the Smolder, and Junjia on the Vi is going to be finding kills this game with the Vi.
I think the important thing here for SoftBank is that they have the Taliyah and the Triss this time, but they're the ones against the Smolder. So there is absolutely an angle where they can both meet up, walk bot, and look for a 4-man dive.
Yeah.
And there is not a whole lot that Alistair Smolder will be able to do about it.
Yeah. Alistair, a little scary to dive, but definitely not the scariest. And on the other side, though, Zeri, you know, you have to play the dives pretty well. You can't shoot through the tower, so it's risky.
That is true, but I don't know, there's so much damage that just immediately comes out. Any CC lands on Smolder and she dies.
Yeah, and if you do find yourself on buy just having to defend dives, that's not really what you want to be doing all game.
No. I think we'll learn a lot about how this game goes based on where junglers start, and that tends to be just a fact.
Yeah, I think Aja's just due for a carry. He's just going to carry this game on the Rumble, probably.
Oh, no, that's fair. That's a pretty safe bet.
He's been playing well all series.
Yeah, I'd say so far, obviously we've only seen 2 games, I'd have him as the top performer. At least thus far, but a bit of an extended load screen.
Yeah, Evie did have his pick of top lane champs. You know, a TF ban thrown his way, but other than that, got to pick whatever he wanted into the Rumble.
Yeah, took the Cassante, and we've seen this matchup a few times.
A million times,
Yeah.
and it's not great for Cassante.
No, but yeah, your power does, of course, come through more around team fights and that stage of the game. What if we're remaking the lobby?
Is the Rumble ever going to be in trouble against the Cassante Talia? Maybe.
Yeah, but that feels scary. I think RJ would have to be well out of position for that to be a thing.
Yeah, like you're
Honestly,
never going
for-
to shove him in and dive him. But
Yeah, for Forrest to be looking for it as well.
yeah, it's
something has to
unlikely.
have gone wrong.
Yeah, it's unlikely, right? He's probably going to be spending his time in the bot lane on the Talia.
Yeah.
I think a big point of last game was that Forrest on the Sejuani managed to cross the map and take Raptors and red buff after Junjia had started at his opponent's red buff. So he managed to steal back 2 camps,
Yep.
and that just kept him even in the game. Got to level 6 and managed to have impact on the Sejuani, whereas he could have been very behind against a carry jungler in the Talia.
Sure. Man, the anticipation is killing me.
Yeah.
Who's taking the series? Oh, the voices in my head have informed me that there is a sound issue for SoftBank Hawks, so get that resolved and get in. But anyway, who
It's
you got-
kind of hard to call it before we see SoftBank off of the Senna.
No, call it. Stop coping.
Oh, it's hard. It's genuinely hard. SoftBank.
All right, you heard it here first. PSG taking the series.
Yep. Who do you think, based off the player cams, is going to be the MVP this game? Purely based off player cams. Ignore champions picked.
Maple was the closest to his computer screen,
Yeah.
so maybe Maple. Woody, not Woody. Guy's almost asleep.
Yeah, he's rubbing his eyes.
Our makeup artist would be in distress if she saw us rubbing our eyes
Yeah. Very true.
or not using moisturizer. We're in!
SoftBank bot lane looked locked in.
Yeah, but so did Maple. Did you see how close he was to his computer?
Yeah.
There, see? Look at him.
Yeah, much
Dash is
closer.
very far away from his computer.
Yeah, that guy is reclined and relaxed.
Yeah, he's locked in. Just in a different way. PSG, though, their time to see if they can bounce back after SoftBank managed to, after a Game 1 defeat. They've decided to lock in the same mid-jungle duo as PSG lost on in the last series. But Junjia this time, he's getting his Vi. We've seen him have a lot of success on the champ. Rumble as well. It's hard to ever bet against that champ.
Yeah, I forgot PSG were actually blue side this game, so dives are going to be a little bit harder onto the Smolder alley. Much easier to dive a red side bot lane, just because of how much access you have.
That's true.
But we're going to learn a lot just based off where the junglers start. It looks like they're both just going to start top and path down. Will Forrest look for an invade this game? Vi is pretty weak in these early levels. Talia pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, on top side, probably not immediately, but you could, in theory, finish 1 or 2 camps and look for a invade, because it should by then be Rumble with advantage as well as the Karma. Hook lands by Vista, and
Yeah, nice buffer on the Q, the alley Q for Woody to proc his Aftershock 2 and prevent that from being too horrific of a trade.
yeah, that was a fast reaction.
Yeah, out of fog,
Oh
right?
my, again, this guy's a beast. There is no way I'm ever doing that, by the way.
Yeah. Betty not taking a combat sum this game, just takes TP.
Yeah, I like the Smolder with TP better. You're
Yeah.
gonna get dove. This is just a fact of picking Smolder. You are getting dove at some point. Have the TP, you can get back to lane, and you may give over a kill, but at least you're still getting the farm, still getting the stacks.
Yeah, Dasher with Prio in this lane so far. Once Karma gets some levels in Q, I think that should be going her way.
In general, yeah. It depends, I guess, how the lane is going, but it should be. RG with Prio in his lane, absolutely no surprises whatsoever. And we're seeing this again. Oh, Junjia will get it with an auto attack.
Gets the big one, but I think Forrest got all of the little raptors. And
Oh, he is walking into a Vi now, though.
yeah, I think you're still okay. Your bot lane is coming first.
Yeah, that was a short trade, and Vi's always going to win those. So, well done by Junjia. Should be able to pick himself up this red buff now, and it's a good bit of tempo there for Forrest. I think the difference between this game and the last time he looked for this is you're both going to the same side of the map anyway.
Yeah, so you just steal some camps, and
Yeah.
if you can clear your whole jungle, you are just up a bit of CS, but he might not get a chance to before this crab is up. Junjia would be suicidal to contest this crab, I think. Smolder, not very helpful in these fights at this point. Ali, honestly, not that great either.
Maple.
Going for the RW to negate some of that damage coming through from Dasher.
Kind of surprising considering how high health he is.
Yeah, and how much damage just the Mantra Q
Oh,
does.
this is a disaster.
Yeah, Junjia is coming as well.
Yeah, we almost one-shot the ward. Thought we were going to get a...
Yeah, anyone can get
preview.
it once Rumble overheats. One-shot wards, towers, tanks. Junjia not interested
Looking
in
for
collapsing.
mid. Oh, flash. The tether's going to land, and Junjia is going to be able to land this knock-up. Dasher might be in trouble. Dasher is in trouble. And this is the power of Junjia on Vi. You expect him to start looking for kills at level 6. Wrong. Level 4 is all he needs.
Yeah, that's a Junjia we're used to seeing, just getting a kill, level 4,
An
level 3.
illegal kill.
Yeah, and it was off of Dasher, just he's been over-aggressing, playing very aggressively to stay in this lane.
That's 3 from 3 now that we've witnessed.
And
If I'm this Alistair into Nautilus, and
Yeah.
you give me 100 games, I'm probably cancelling or hitting the Q on a Nautilus jump
wow, he
maybe once.
Dasher uses W without E up there, so he has no hope of getting a reset on his jump. And that is over a 20-second cooldown at this point in the game. Maple just flashes to confirm this kill onto him. And yeah, very close to his tower, but yeah, just goes down. Tries to get the E onto Maple to reset his dash. Now, he's gonna be okay in this lane. Has the dash to keep himself safe. So isn't going to be missing his flash too much.
G will claim himself one of those Void Grubs. And maybe even more now that he is pretty strong. He has a tunneler. It's Lost Chapter available for Maple too, and Maple pushing in that wave, even managing to land the Q.
Yeah, and now looks like Karma is getting the prio in this lane. Doesn't hurt to get a gank. Woody is here to match a roam from Vista.
Forrest has flash, and oh my god, Maple, you demon! He gets himself a second.
Yeah, Forrest just
somehow
loses.
that roots.
Yeah, he just loses his nerve, and I mean, flashes early or late, I can't really tell, but barely in the tether range. Goes down with his whole team here to help him. Oh, we've seen this before.
Yeah. Oh, Evie!
Oh, wow.
Comes up trumps, and Junji is not going to be in range, especially if that ghost popped, and Evie's actually trying to turn it around.
Relax.
He's healing.
He's so low on the Cassante, still running at this Vi. Okay, we were worried about the Cassante in this matchup, but
Yeah,
Aja
nice.
actually
I
goes
see
down.
why he picked it.
Yeah. Junji going to pick up all 3 Void Grubs here. Looks like
Maybe.
Dragon traded.
Yeah, okay, he is going to get them.
Yeah, just pulling them out of the pit, I guess. And Talia is going to pick up the Dragon.
I want to see what happened top. How
Yeah,
does it
that-
look like that?
Yeah, that should be a good fight. Evie is level 5, so Aja's getting super aggressive.
How does he get
Evie,
6?
I
One
guess
of these
this-
minions?
No, the melee minion goes down. He's still
There we
not
go,
6.
the
Gets
cannon.
it off the cannon, yeah.
Nice
Aja's
dodge.
dodging. And usually Rumble just stands AFK and hits here, but Evie just stat checks him. Not often you see a Rumble stat checked. Aja dodged every Q3 there and
Yeah,
still goes down.
RJ actually dodges everything and just still dies.
Yeah, okay. Always good when your top laner can make Cassante look broken.
And now the solo kills in the series are 1-1 in the top lane.
Yeah, revenge, right?
Yep. But it was the top laner who got the solo kill last game that did lose. So
Oh yeah,
we'll
that's
see
a
how
bad
those
sign.
stats continue on.
Yeah, that with the thumbs up too.
Yeah, and the Nautilus.
Yeah. Oh, and the Nautilus. Wow, stats just completely stacked against SoftBank this game. As Aja takes a rough trade, but he's Rumble at the end of the day, so gets plenty of damage back. Onto Evie, who is going to get a lot of value out of his magic resist this game, right? He can probably go 2 MR items early game, just not worried about the Smolder, right? Until he's at about the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, but Smolder tends to get the 2 items online at about 2.5 items, which is what you should be concerned about. What he could do, and what I think would make a lot of sense, is go for the Kanik or whichever MR item you want, and then just go Jaksho second.
Yeah.
Because this is never ever an Iceborne Gauntlet game.
Yeah, you just can't build it this game with double AP
Yeah.
solo lane.
So it probably should just be Jaksho second. That way you get the armor. It amplifies your magic resist anyway, as well as your armor. Bit of health.
Oh, wow. Aja just zoned off his wave and...
Yeah, he has Equalizer, so if he wants this wave, he can absolutely gobble it up for himself, but he's feeling scared.
Yeah,
I
not
think he should
convinced
just use
needs
the ult.
to.
I did. He did use the ult.
And Evie's not going to try hold the wave or anything. He is just going to take the Rumble, though he may actually be. Yeah, he's holding the wave still. Aja no TP. Oh, what a disaster. He's going to lose another wave now to this freeze.
And a pink ward.
Yeah, I mean, he's still up CS. He's doing fine. It's just probably the XP going Cassante's way is going to be rough for him. And
Yeah, Rumble not the most resource-hungry champion in the world.
yeah, first strike will help him out.
Yeah,
with
and
the
you
gold
kind of
as well.
spike it like 1 item.
Yeah.
1 item, 2 items. You're kind of at peak Rumble.
Yeah, surprising amount of utility on the ult, even if it's not going to do a lot of damage if you're behind.
Yeah, it is a pretty intense slow. Malignance, though, is completed
Oh,
for
and
Maple.
by Rumble, we even forgot, is such a strong combo.
Yeah, we saw DCG, I believe, utilizing that first.
Yeah. Especially you pair it with a Smolder ult coming down, too.
Yeah, even Karma with, you know, an insane amount of damage.
Here we go.
Yeah, all out, number 2,
Junji
but
is here.
Junji is here this time. Pathmaker not going to be used, and Evie is going to be taken out. It's just a matter of time, RJ. Oh, Smite. Evie, he's living.
Wow.
Oh, okay, we've committed the cease and desist.
Yeah, well played by Evie to get the Vi ult out of him, as, you know, you don't want Vi picking up any kills without using her ult. That makes the map very difficult to play. So Vista's here to make sure Dasher gets a shove in, and these supports have been matching each other just all game.
Yeah, but this is a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Junjia just reads the mind of Evie. He's not been top all that often. In the moment Evie's looking for an all-in, he's there to match it.
Yeah, I think RJ ultimately played as aggressive as he did because he realized he had the jungle on his side.
Yeah.
It's not really a mistake we often see RJ making. And even his solo death kind of was a surprise. You know, just how much damage was actually coming out.
Yeah, so Junjia being there stops Cassante from running away from the lane, and maybe a bit of a bait from Aja too, who can also run away with this lane.
Yeah, Betty doing very well for himself this game. Last time we saw Smolder into Zeri, there was about a 30 CS discrepancy at this point.
Yeah.
So,
just essentially even Static Shiv finished on the Zeri.
yeah, Essence Reaver probably available in base if Betty chooses to go for it, but I'm surprised there hasn't been more pressure coming through on this bot side from Forest. He hasn't got any of the grubs. Junji has ganked top lane, and we haven't really seen any pressure onto Betty and Woody.
Yeah, I'm starting to think Talia sucks.
Well, not mid. I think she...
Yeah, jungle. Talia jungle.
Unless you're Schönfire, right?
Yeah, apparently. He got it permabanned against him. No one interested in seeing the Schönfire Talia.
I think most teams were interested in putting their best foot forward to winning.
I think SoftBank are happy to go for Dragons over the Grubs. If you look at PSG's lineup, no one's really shoving towers or hitting towers anytime soon this game.
Yeah, Maple, with how far ahead he is, has got himself a plate solo.
Yeah, 2 kills on Maple. This is going to be a terrifying karma in these fights.
Seismic
especially.
Shove goes wide. I wonder if PSG look to fight it. Maybe you actually can, even though you have the Smolder. Getting her into a fight while you're around a Karma that is this far accelerated maybe is actually good. You might not find any kills and maybe you still give over the Dragon, but it's always nice to just skirmish as much as possible with the Smolder to get those stacks amplified even more.
Yeah, you do run the risk of just a disaster happening and have you give up some kills, accelerate a Trist or Zeri you didn't need to, but
I think SoftBank are at that risk too, just because of how strong we see Maple and Junjia as things stand.
Yeah, and this is best case scenario, honestly, for PSG. A stalemate around the Dragons means that SoftBank are not going to be able to stack these up to put a timer on the Smolder. And Forrest might be in trouble here. I think he saw the Luden's bounce to Junjia, though. Yeah,
Woody finds the knock up, and down comes the depth charge on to Betty. It's going to be followed up, Lightning Crash, and it's going to be Marble who's probably going to be able to find the kill. Betty somehow is alive still. Both top laners arriving. Evie's so low as well, and a flash away from Argies. He will meet the same fate, but he meets a worse one, as it is going to be the kill found from Marble, and perhaps a misplaced Buster Shot allows the rest to get away. Betty flapping, but going to get flashed on as Dasher confirms himself yet another. And that was the risk you mentioned. It's going to be SoftBank picking up the team fight win. Marble and Dasher being the benefactors of that. Teleport now as Maple rejoins the fight. A massive Mantra Q, and Marble's taken very low. Another Mantra Q coming out. Marble's not long for this world. Vista goes down, and Dragon maybe now going to PSG.
Yeah, a little bit greedy from SoftBank. They go for everything. They go for bot shove, mid shove, and the Dragon, and they end up getting none of it and giving 2 kills back to PSG and the Dragon. So I think ultimately a win for PSG somehow. I wonder what happened to Betty that fight. How was he found by Evie at the end?
Yeah, where was he? Why was he over there? I think Evie lived on like 1 HP, and I think Betty greeted for him.
Yeah, so the fight starts out really well for SoftBank. I think Evie messed up his ulti here. I think he's going for Smolder. Betty gets away on 1 HP here, but still gets found later in the fight is surprising to me. And this Tristana ult, yeah, not quite finishing off the kill. Could have held on to that a second longer, maybe one more auto.
Oh!
Yeah, the ward. Gets Dasher's flash at least, but...
Yeah, Betty going for the kill and Evie baiting it.
Yeah. Pretty nice. They pick up the Rift Herald. Definitely didn't want a Dragon going over to PSG, who have the gold lead with a Smolder.
Yeah, and Smolder should have a lot of stacks. That fight would have given him so much. He's staying even in farm.
Yeah. Just been trading CS all lane, but you kind of saw in that fight how scary it is to be the Smolder against Zeri Nautilus. Nautilus pushes ult. Zeri's almost always going to find an angle onto you, and her damage is only going to be going up from this point. It looks like a different Zeri build than we're used to seeing, though.
Oh, PSG, they're going to win the tower race.
Yeah, it looks like first tower onto the Karma.
Void grab gap.
Yeah, sucks to not get that on the Tristana. Cull almost finished for Betty now, so PSG in a very good spot to win this game.
Yeah, 140 stacks it is, so even further ahead than he was in game number 1.
Yeah. Perfectly fine on stacks. You are just going to have to team fight into a Smolder with stacks on even footing this game. So that is not going to be easy. You still probably want to look for as many fights as you can if you're SoftBank.
Yeah, you are on a much lower timer than last game.
And I think Evie is just going to sack this wave bot and let the Tristana pick it up. So team player Evie, not playing for himself, but letting his mid laner maybe catch up to Maple, who's so far ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much catching up to Maple.
Yeah. Want as much gold as you can get on the Tristana. Doesn't hurt. A lot of targets for Trist this game.
When did Maple last recall? I guess he just did. I imagine he just did.
Yeah, he probably just did. He's got 2 items. He would have recalled after he took the tower bot.
Yeah.
And
but it's going to be another one. Junjia here to ensure they're able to take that one. Evie is up here.
Yeah, I don't think he's taken this fight.
No.
Has to be careful.
Oh.
He is so tanky, though.
Yeah, and he has Kanik, so only Junjia really should be that much of a threat. I imagine this game will force Maple to be picking up that second item. Crypt Bloom?
Yeah, bot tower traded. It feels like SoftBank are just a little behind in tempo. And
yeah,
Vista
Vista's getting one shot. And, I mean, we've missed the Smolder ult, but Smolder does eventually get that kill. Teleport coming through. Evie. Archer's actually very low. Nice seismic shove, lands onto 2, and it's going to be the kill. Through comes Junjia, though, and everyone is now onto Forest. Double kill for Betty on the Smolder. The exact member of PSG you don't want getting the kills.
Yeah, 2 for 1. Aja goes down, but...
Well, Maple's going to Mantra Q. No.
Dasher should be fine, and somehow PSG just managed to assemble 5 members at every fight again.
Yeah, just the Avengers.
Yeah, every single time there is a fight, we bring 5. And Marble not committing his ult that fight, I think that is going to be used exclusively on Betty. And
yeah, I mean, you need to have Zeri ult to ever deal with Betty. He did pick up 2 kills for himself. He's now at 182 stacks. So we are very close to pretty much being critical mass for Zeri. Sells the Cull, see what he can get. Got the entire Spear of Shojin.
Yeah, and now the Smolder is ahead of the Zeri, so a lot less threatening, these dives.
Yeah, good luck in esports.
Gold is not too bad.
There is the one sort of beacon of hope in this game for SoftBank, I assume, is just Nautilus ult, and then there is follow-up. You have a Tristana who can jump in, a Zeri who can jump in, Cassante can probably be behind them, there's a Weaver's Wall to make room. So there is absolutely ways that you can deal with the Smolder, but the problem is that Smolder might not even be the strongest person. I think Maple right now is actually who you're very worried about.
Yeah. But if you commit all that onto Maple, Smolder will just take over a fight.
It feels like there's too many threats. And there are a lot of threats onto SoftBank, but they're just more behind. Yeah. They're just not at the level that PSG are right now.
You're a full item behind on this Tristana, pretty much, who is a very high econ champ.
Yes.
TPing to mid now. And he's not as interested in the split push as Maple was last game, so he's not really going to be as big of a threat.
PSG, they might be looking for a fight even. Hex Flash being channeled. Woody not going to find an angle.
Yeah, Dragon is up.
And at least Evie can tank up these Mantra Qs.
Yeah, it does lose his entire Rooker to it. Yo, he's tanking those fine.
Yeah. Well, I want to see Smolder stacks. We are going to be pretty close at this point.
Yeah, he might even be there. No, not quite.
No, not quite.
And yeah, Forest constantly fishing for these shoves on the Talia.
Yeah, it can be the difference maker.
Yeah,
not easy to find though.
And I mean, a hook.
Oh, I don't even know if that was landing, but
yeah, very close.
I would have been very scared as well. Losing Flash on the Karma never feels that good. At least she is a fairly safe champ.
Yeah, and how do you walk in if you're SoftBank? It feels like you're walking into the blender with this Karma, Smolder, Rumble.
Hook lands this time onto Woody. Once again, he's going to buffer it with that Pulverize. And all the damage coming through from Betty. That's going to be one. Not quite. Yes, it will. The executes through. The stacks are online. It's a 20-minute stack game here. Once again from Betty. Airborne will go Evie. He's going to pop that all out. And Junjia is going to have to flash away. Mantra Q landing and the Q comes through. Betty with the double. Betty's going to get rocket blasted away. Buster shot luckily will be saving Dasher there. But it's not going to save the Baron. As PSG with Betty's stacks online are claiming that team fight, 7.5k damage in well less time.
It just seems the moment he hits his stats on Smolder, he's just due for a 7k damage fight. He does it in every game, whether they're behind or ahead, and it's pretty safe to say that this one is just over at this point. They're already ahead.
This is a think about game 4 angle.
Yeah.
I mean, the gold lead's not that bad. They do still have the lockdown, but...
Yeah. Hook onto Woody, buffered again with his pull. And then you're engaging onto an Alistair. The Nautilus is going to go down a whole lot faster. Barely goes down to the Smolder dot. And, I mean, what can you do into these champs? They all have so much damage. They are so far ahead at this point. And a Smolder to top it off. Yeah, nice flash from Betty. Secures his team, the Baron.
Yeah, with my favorite ability in the game, the Archu.
Yeah. Actually does a lot of damage with the Shojin.
Yeah, it does. Just kind of does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Rapid Fire Cannon nearly finished now for Betty, and Dragon is still up and available. It remained up, obviously PSG choosing to take the Baron instead, and who wouldn't? We're at 21 minutes, and this is only going to be the second Dragon for either team, PSG being that team in this occasion.
And yeah, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do.
You have to assemble
SoftBank.
the Millennium Puzzle perfectly to ever hope to take out Betty at this point. And even if you do take out Betty, it's not like Arja's lacking damage or Maple's lacking damage. It feels very, very difficult. Everything has to go perfectly. We'll see. They are a very skilled team. And if you've taken down PSG in one game, that's automatic. Oh, wow. That was a Q and a W, and Forest is due for a recall.
Yeah, that Mantra Q might have just killed him, honestly. Maple is also doing a lot of damage in these fights. He's probably going to switch to more Mantra E's at this point and just set up Betty. Because you don't really need any more damage. You saw in that last fight, Maple did 1k, didn't need to do all that much.
Well, Marble stepped 1 pixel too far up and cops the splash of Smolder and loses a substantial amount of his health. Hook lands. Vista's not going to be long for this world, though. Does use the dredge line to try and delay Betty from finding that damage. And will do so. No one's gone down just yet, but as I say that, Forest cease and desist going to hit him.
Oh,
and
Betty.
Magic Q does connect. Betty does get hooked, but Betty is absolutely fine. Dash is not able to find the damage, while Betty certainly can. And 2 members now dead for the side of SoftBank. In the meanwhile, on the top side, you see it on the minimap. It is Arju and Evie going at it. Not sure exactly what's going on down there. Teleport coming back from Betty as he does have that available to himself. Next is tower number 1 being looked at. Dasher and Vista with it all to do. And meanwhile, PSG, they're taking down Nexus turret number 2. Teleport's going to get cancelled. Not going to have the time to channel that up. Q comes through. A chew, not going to connect, so Dasher does survive. But the Nexus will not. Game number 3 in the bag. PSG now up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, and that one looked pretty easy for PSG, honestly. They were 10 stacks on the clock with Smolder up gold, 3-0 Karma in the mid lane. Not really much hope. Evie giving them opportunities in that game, but not played around at all by SoftBank, and then they allowed Junjie to just get up to the top lane and shut down any snowball that Cassante could have gone for. Yeah.
You reckon Woody was just having a word to RJ on the way past? You reckon he was like, no more dying solo in top lane?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah? Just giving him a bit of a back chat?
I mean, he got him last time.
That's right. Yeah, it's just 1 for 1. It's even now. Come on, calm down, Woody. It's not that bad.
Yeah, Evie evens up the top lane score.
That's right.
Fair enough with counterpick.
And still, I mean, all these things did come true, by the way. The Nautilus still at a 0% win rate.
Yeah.
The thumbs up still at a 0% win rate. And what was the other one? There was one more. We talked about at the start of the game. Who knows? The solo kill,
Yeah, the guy
Whoever
who
gets the
solo kills top loses
yeah.
the game. Wow. Yeah, be careful in the top lane.
Win lane, lose game, fellas. That is top lane. You do not want to kill your lane. But, I mean, in all seriousness, PSG, this time, I mean, banning the center doesn't allow any of these crazy picks to come out. The Nautilus, it really doesn't feel that good into the Smolder.
Okay, here's the thing. I think that game was, for the most part, decided off that dragon fight where SoftBank win the fight, and then they kind of get scattered out after the fight, and
was able to teleport
PSG
back.
just punished them immediately. Had that not gone that way, then you've still got a game.
Yeah.
It gets very difficult from that point on. At that point, that's where we looked at the map and we're like, okay, PSG got a dragon. They've got 10 stacks per minute on their Smolder, and they have a gold lead. So it's just over at that point.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, honestly, maybe the biggest problem that I identified for SoftBank was that you were against the Smolder again. Obviously, it's with an Alistar this time, and we did not put any focus into that lane. We just let that lane be, and like last time, it might have even been Betty. It was Betty who played the Zeri into the Smolder up against Feng, I believe, from Beyond. He was up like 30, 40 CS just one-shotting the Smolder after having just an ounce of sort of attention from Junjie. And we didn't see any attention towards the Smolder this game, and it just got to play a random 2v2 lane against something that it should be bad into, but got to remain even because there was no pressure coming through from the rest of SoftBank, and I think that honestly led to some of their demise. I mean, obviously Maple picking up 2 kills, one because of Junjie finding a perfect gank timing after a little bit of over-aggression from Dasher, and the second one was off I mean, it was off the flash from Forest, and it's hard to see. We'd have to see that again to really realize what happened. This was the first solo kill, and this was obviously a game changer.
W's in, takes a tower shot while he's at it. No chance of a reset on the Tristana W. And, you know, Dasher's got to be regretting taking this trade. I don't know where they thought Junjie was on the map here. He does have all his camps down, so it's kind of hard to get a read of where the enemy jungler is, and a nice flash from Maple and Junjia, and Maple runs away with the game just off of that one kill.
Now you see the damage, it was topped by the Smolder. I actually think Maple or Junjia probably deserve... Actually, I think Junjia deserves the MVP.
Yeah, I
that
think
first gank, he also saved top lane. Because
saved top lane. Aja was probably going down again.
Yeah.
He's baiting, probably.
Yeah, of course he was. I mean, he knew his jungle was there, and he played more aggressively than you would have when you don't have your sort of flash up.
And we've seen Talia now in 2 games. I think the Talias combined have been on screen for about
3 games.
Oh yeah, Talia jungle 2 games. And we've seen it on screen actually doing something for 3 minutes total, maybe, between the 2 games.
Yeah,
this does not look like a good jungler.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem to have the pressure that you can get from more of the bruiser-orientated junglers, like, you know, the Xin Zhao, the Vi, Volibear even.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the same amount of impact. It takes too long, I think. It just... Yes, early on, Forrest, I think he did a good job identifying where Junjia was, coming over, almost stealing the Raptors.
Yeah, but if he's
all
Volibear, if he's some aggressive melee jungler, he would just beat Junjia off his buff there with his bot lane having Cryo and first move.
The problem was, right, he got most of the Raptors, came around to try and look for the red buff and just got chunked out by the Vi.
Yeah.
Couldn't fight back because you have to land pretty much everything perfectly for you to actually have an honest chance in those fights, and he wasn't able to, so does just lose it. But yeah, again, if you are the Volibear, or the Lee Sin obviously is banned, the Xin Zhao banned as well, but champs like that, you are able to just turn around and hit back because the Vi is not as strong as you at those stages of the game. Much more utility-based than those champions, and so, yeah, really wasn't a whole lot to find. Maple will be the MVP. Very deserved. Yeah. Set up the early game for Junjia to find that gank. Obviously, Junjia... Good job identifying what can happen, as well as credit to Junjia for finding the top play. But Maple's kind of salvaging the game around that jungle, the dragon play, sorry, when he does teleport down the bot. So, and just the Mantra Qs landing before every single team
fight. He did feel like the biggest problem, up until the Smolder comes online, of course, but he was just such a big problem for SoftBank to deal with all game. In the lane where he was counterpicked, they even flexed the Talia to jungle to get a counterpick onto him. So they're making sacrifices in the jungle to set Dasher up with this.
Oh, the teleport.
Yeah, this is the TP. SoftBank just going for everything here. Forrest sees the TP. Maybe they mistimed Maple's TP or just thought he wouldn't go for this. Lands a 2-man Mantra Q. And Vista does his best to keep Woody off of his ADC, but once Woody procs Aftershock, he's never going down. And yeah, Maple is so strong at this point, there's no hope in the 1v1 with the Zeri at that point.
Man, we always get the highlight, the zoom in on the AD carry just getting absolutely slaughtered. Yeah, I mean, what a bounce back. Both games, honestly. You know, game 1, PSG picking it up. Good bounce back from Softhawk. Softhawk picking that up. Now PSG have bounced back, so we could be in store for Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, and so PSG lose that second game, and they just identify Senna maybe isn't the strongest pick, but we're just going to ban it.
That's what she allows, I think.
Yeah, it's giving us trouble. Smolder maybe isn't the strongest pick. You can deal with it. Will SoftBank ban it? Are they willing to just ban it? They tried to play the Zeri into it, but they couldn't do it. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we will find out, of course. Game number 3 now all done and dusted. PSG taking the lead now 2-1. SoftBank Hawks have to bounce back to bring us to game number 5 if they want to continue their run in the upper bracket. We'll find out very shortly if they can do so.
Gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. be shy, come on. 'Cause you and I, we holding out. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, don't you dance with me. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. This night with another in me, and you'll never be caught in a ray. You and I could be your greatest enemy. Wait now, get a wild run. Wait now, be wild run. Wait now, get a wild run. Wait now, be wild run. Power, biggest force, money, driven, major, fraud, brothers, body, diamond, bones, wanna be, wanna feel it. This night with another in me, and you'll never be caught in a ray. You and I could be your greatest enemy.
Welcome back, everybody. Break all done and dusted. Everyone's getting all ready for game number 4 now, as it's up to SoftBank to prove to us they can take us to game number 5 and take down one of the best teams in the PCS. And what a way to do it, other than with the backing of the Grand Halai Taipei. They must feel well more rested than PSG, because PSG are just staying in their facility, whereas these guys get 425 rooms, 6 restaurants, and a banquet hall.
Yeah, I'm sure PSG doesn't have a horrible facility.
Yeah, but they don't
either.
have as good of a facility as the Grand Halai Taipei.
Very true. It's kind of surprising how one-sided the games that PSG are winning are.
Yes.
Versus how difficult it is to drag it across the finish line. For SoftBank, it has been in the game they won. Maybe just because you're against the Smolder. But Maple on the Tristana seem to be raising a lot more issues. No, don't do it.
No. Oh, wrap it up,
GG.
boys. Wrap it up.
Evie goes for the thumbs up. It's a wrap. 100% loss streak
Yeah.
with the thumbs up. Oh, okay.
Wait,
that's
maybe
new.
it cancel
yeah,
out?
that's new. That's an
Maybe
outlier
the cancel
now.
out.
Got
Maybe.
Forrest with a thumbs up. Can we get any more?
I
Maybe,
hope not. I hope not. You know,
maybe an even number of thumbs up is what we need.
yeah, perhaps. Okay, it might have been counteracted. Forrest maybe saved the day.
Yeah, it could be. We will have to see. I think
Who on PSG out of anyone do you think is most likely to give a thumbs up? I think it's RJ. I don't know why, but
Yeah, he
RJ
does.
just seems like a thumbs up kind of lad.
thumbs up is a top laner kind of move, I reckon.
Yeah, just because they put an honest shifts up there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Happy
fair
to
enough.
pick me Ornn. I'll do it. Evie that entire game just walking off of giant frozen waves to give to his mid laner.
Yeah.
Top laners are just kind people.
Aren't they just? Until you get into solo queue, and they're
Yeah.
a Fiora one trick. And then they tend to not like you very much.
So-
Zinzao, once again, will be banned. It's going to be SoftBank picking the blue side.
Yep.
So far in the series, blue side remains with a 100% pick rate from side selection.
So they gave the Smolder its first loss on PSG's side, but I really think you can just ban it. I like the Ahri ban as well. They left the Udyr up last time, and they did fine into it. Evie did go down 1v1.
Oh, he's relaxed.
Yeah,
Damn.
ready for an honest blind pick Ornn game.
Yeah. I don't know.
All right, Karma, very true. Karma was a problem for them in the last game.
absolutely, yeah.
And even made them feel like they had to flex the Talia out of mid to avoid that matchup. I also think the Orianna blind is perfectly fine. Doesn't have to be the Talia.
Banning Rumble. Very strong champ. Fell
So-
down 1v1, but bounced back pretty well.
Well, they just picked the Smolder
Yeah,
this time.
I'm worried though. PSG have been the best team at punishing it.
Yeah. And Betty and Woody are so strong as laners.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
And I'm surprised to see them go for the Smolder when they've got the Senna that PSG were banning.
Yeah, true, actually. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Felt like they kind of answered it reasonably well.
Now this... Oh, okay, I was going to say. This game, I was going to say, if they do lock the Nautilus, feels like we just lock in the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, with the Nautilus.
Oh, Lucian Nami most likely is what's on the table. We saw
Yeah.
DFM and Udapom and Harp actually
Destroy a
absolutely
Smolder, yeah.
destroying a Smolder lane.
Now, are you willing to play Nami Smolder in the top lane? Oh, in the bot lane, to spare yourself this.
Oh, well, we're stacking all the odds up against us.
Yeah, Nautilus not performing all that well this series. Honestly, it feels like Woody, especially, has just been picking other engaged supports or tank supports like the Braum and the Ali, and
Yeah.
just having way more impact. Talia is a flex. Hoping not to see it flexed, honestly. It just looks terrible in the jungle.
Nami should be locked in. Of course, you're not going to let your support go to the second phase when you are
Yeah, it's just going to be banned.
trying to formulate this pairing. It's crazy how League of Legends works, because like remember back to like season 3 and 4,
Yeah.
the undoubted strongest Lucian lane was just Lucian Braum.
Yeah.
And now as time has progressed and Lucian has been changed to make sure he doesn't reside in a mid lane, he's now just best with Nami or Milio.
Yeah, Milio no one cares about anymore. I think he did get some nerfs.
I can't remember.
Yeah, they didn't seem significant enough nerfs. Wow, the Senna ban. So PSG not convinced that the Smolder is going ADC, and yeah,
and that's
they could
fair
actually
enough.
move it. Yeah.
Evie did play it 2 times in the grand finals.
Yeah. You really have to walk into the Smolder top at this point, though, because you are on red side.
Yeah, I also think like against the Smolder, you can play something like Udyr. You're gonna have shove, and with the threat that Vi possesses,
Yeah,
you can just dive him.
Yeah. Smolder nerfed on the tankier builds as
Yeah.
well, so not going to be as resilient to the dives as, you know, when he was going top lane with Iceborne, Gauntlet, Riftmaker, those kind of things.
Lee Sin will be banned, so thinking that this Talia could still, well,
It's
it
probably
most
in the
likely
mid.
will be mid, but, you know, it can go jungle, and they're probably recognizing that after the last 2 Talia games we've seen, probably won't be going jungle for a while. Nico taken away from Maple. Definitely done their research. 4 mid bans. Now what's Maple going to pick? Looks like Arda's going to pick the Udyr.
Yeah, that is a bit surprising.
Wait.
Oh yeah, where's Hui been this whole time?
Absent.
Yeah, considering he was the next priority mid after Azir, sometimes even being picked over Azir, that it's been so long since we've seen him is kind of surprising.
I'm happy to see him again. Quite fun to watch.
Yeah, and saving Aja's pick 4 last means that the Smolder's probably going ADC. You're not blind picking Smolder top ever.
Yeah. I think that's smart drafting out of PSG. If they did pick something like the Udyr here, you probably do put the Smolder top. I do think that would suck, though. Yes, you could get stacks off the Udyr and wouldn't be under that much threat in the 1v1, but it is never going to be a 1v1.
Yeah, Junji is just going to run up to the top lane and murder you. Sejuani looked good for Forest in the first game. He had a much more aggressive team comp to back him up, especially in the bot lane. This time is going to be running defense in the bot lane.
Yeah, so it doesn't have the Yasuo for a bit of strength in that pairing, but does still have the Renekton, of course, and also Nautilus does help out as well. And it is just going to be the Udyr once again here for RJ. He did solo kill Evie in this matchup, game number 2. Did lose that game, but very different drafts between then and now.
Yep, makes sense to me. Worked very well the first time they played it, and it looks like a pretty tough game for SoftBank. They do just have the Smolder win condition if they can get there.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of backup for the Smolder in terms of damage and threats in this comp, though. So he's just going to be eating a lot of Vi ults followed up by Hui combos from range. So they'll have to find ways of peeling him in these fights. And
The
enabling
Renekton
him
and
to do
Sedge
damage.
can help, for sure. And the Talia, honestly, just that Scattered Earth kind of puts a separation point between your team and theirs, and can maybe create a situation where Junji is going to be isolated from the rest of his team.
Yeah, stops the Lucian dashing in to follow up. Hui will be fine just from off-screen casting spells.
Yeah. And Maple, I mean, his Hui, there's been a bit of mixed results, really. Sometimes he looks ridiculous on the champ, and then sometimes he's 0-5 coming out of lane.
Yeah, that was very early on into Hui's release. It's a new champ, so you have to assume he has improved at the champion.
Yeah, and that was
very solid Hui.
That was against DCG, who I'm pretty convinced all 5 of them play the champ at this point.
Yeah, probably all 5 of them more familiar than Maple.
We are now onto Rift for what could be the last game of the night, but we certainly don't hope so, as SoftBank, they managed to pick up game number 2 and lose game number 3. They have to win here on out if they want to continue on in the upper bracket and meet CFO next week in that upper bracket final.
So PSG looking for something here. Are spotted on a ward. All 5 of them, so you can, if you're SoftBank, go get wards.
Oh, hook goes wide there from Vista.
Yeah, could have been very scary. Maybe losing a flash if you're PSG there.
Yeah, I think that was a winning level 1 for SoftBank if that hook is to connect. But
Yeah, Sejuani, Nautilus, so good. Talia.
yeah, even Smolder at level 1, possibly better than Lucian.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe start W and...
Yeah, you have the slow. It does a lot of damage, just the base damage of it. Constant Talia, threaded volleys. But it wasn't to be. We're going to have standard laning. See what RJ does. He's not going to be able to invade the jungle because, well, Forest, he started bot side this time.
This time, Betty not greeting his summoner. Has the cleanse against the Sejuani. Just have to respect that.
Okay, hook lands. Good reaction times out of Vista. It is a trade going in favor once again of Betty and Woody, and you do expect that, of course.
Yeah. Can't
This-
really walk up to this wave.
And my oh my. If
Yeah.
it isn't PSG punishing a Smolder pick.
Yeah, it's nice to see Woody on range champs again.
Yeah.
Betty and Woody are so good at laning and punishing when they have the stronger lane. They're the only bot lane I think we've seen play Caitlyn Lux, and they had amazing success.
I think so. I don't remember now.
No one else really had a memorable experience, a memorable performance on it either way.
Ching9 played a game of Caitlyn. I don't remember if it was with Lux.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
That was in week 1. That was the game where there were like 4 Barons and 2 Dragons, and then they lost.
Oh.
Yeah. Big jobs. As it happens.
Heavy taking some rough trades as you do against an Udyr.
Yeah, last game that we saw this matchup, Evie was actually stronger early on because RJ lost a considerable amount of his health invading and trying to put Forest behind. This time, not doing that means that he is in firm control of the lane. Even solo killing last time round, and this time it's looking like he's in an even stronger position.
Yeah, so Force has decided he doesn't need to protect his bot lane this game and is just going to let them fend for themselves.
Yeah.
Marble does have TP, so
and
even if he goes down, it's okay.
Chunji has decided he was supposed to protect his bot lane. Hook lands, no one's tanking the tower yet. Betty maybe with the aggro. No, Woody is, and he's tanking it perfectly. First blood over to Betty. And what a fantastically played dive.
Yeah, Marble does get to live and farm up this wave, though, so you're kind of okay with it. Not a single summoner used from PSG is kind of incredible to pull off a dive like that. Both summoners used by Vista.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Yes, the Smolder lived and we'll get those stacks, but now Lucian just picked himself up 400 gold.
Yep.
Even Nami now with an amp tome going to make her just that much stronger.
Yeah, Marble's got to rush to get this wave in. If he's slow to get this in, he's going to find himself in a horrific spot. Yeah, I don't think he's got the wave in time. So
Yeah, it's impossible before you get any upgrades, to be fair.
that's a disaster.
Does have teleport, but
Yeah, but he's
gonna be
he's probably just
zoned.
TPing back to a frozen wave.
Forest coming. If they can hold on for just a little bit, and Vista loses a sizable amount of his HP.
Yep.
But Forest very close by now is just going to come, walk on in and help them.
Yep.
Clear this up.
Tiamat on the cannon, and Forrest is not done here. He needs to come to this lane and help his bot lane crash it into the tower. Just prioritizing clearing, and they see him on a ward, so they can play aggressively in the bot lane. Maybe just seeing him there is going to mean that they don't feel like they can trade too hard. But you still have all your sums up and no flash on the Nautilus. So, okay. Wave is no longer frozen. So Marble and Vista are going to take it back. Marble can TP back to the lane. I don't think you're done being dived, so I think you just go for a walk back to lane here.
Wood Grubs and Dragon now available. I do kind of expect Junjia to just path back to his bot side.
Yeah.
Maybe look for a dive and then Dragon, or you could just do the Dragon. It is the more surefire. What's the word I'm looking for? The more certain play.
Yeah, up against the Smolder, right? You don't want to risk these fights against a Renekton at this point.
Yeah.
Evie is down a level, not level 60 yet. Talia should have shove in the mid lane and first move. Is level 6 on the Talia now.
Junjia gets one of the Void Grubs, so honestly, I feel like that's just job done now.
Yeah, he can just leave. Dasher is here. Maple's coming too. Okay.
As long as next Void Grubs you get one, you don't really care.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you could have just come and dove bot, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're okay giving up the Void Grubs against Smolder, honestly. Usually playing for a Dragon win condition. Marble having to last hit a lot with his W this game is going to get his 25 stacks off of this wave, and that's going to alleviate a lot of the shove that the Lucian Nami have. And help him stack up a bit faster.
Maple trying to find some damage for himself, and will do so. Phase Rush was propped by Dasher there.
Yeah, nice little trade by Maple. Both mid laners pretty meek at this point, with Tier and Boots being their first backs.
That's right. So if Renekton gets onto them with Color the Meek.
Yeah. That could be very bad. Super effective.
Who's the most Pokemon-like champ in this game? Talia? No? Maybe, maybe
she's a
Smolder.
person. Yeah, it's Smolder. True.
I mean, pretty quiet. There was the kill, but I'm kind of surprised that PSG aren't putting more pressure down here. Like, yes, Betty and Woody are just pressuring it, and they have got themselves a near on 20 CS gap, but
Yeah.
I think Junjia could be looking. No summoners was used in that last dive.
On the red buff, if he gets this, he gets level 6, but
Yeah.
I don't think Forrest is going to be in time to stop him. He doesn't have Smite, Junjia.
Yeah, he's going to kite this into the bush. Forrest isn't even going to it, though. Forrest is going to Krug, so it is just Junjia's. Oh! Oh! Who got it? Oh,
Whoa.
Forrest got it!
Okay.
Oh my god!
Giga
What a
Chad.
beast.
Oh my goodness. And Woody almost goes down. Bot lane
Yeah,
feel
what
like they have
happened?
to trade hard.
I guess he got hooked?
Bot lane trading hard to protect their jungler, I guess.
Damn, this Forrest guy.
Yeah,
a
that was
beast.
psychotic. Flashes so that his flail connects. I guess knows that Junjia's smite is down.
Dude, even the Werewolf to just put that pink ward over the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. And that's just going to delay any pressure Junjia can put on this bot lane.
Yeah, now he's just going back to his top side to clear top to bottom again,
Yeah.
which doesn't feel ideal. Now, Betty
greeds.
is going to be left alone in the bot lane with Marble, but he shouldn't ever really have kill pressure.
Yeah, Marble's
outside
got
of-
a base up on him.
Yeah, and it would take a big misplay out of Marble to really go down.
Evi's suffering in this matchup, but CSing better than Aja.
Oh no! Seismic Shove lands after a missed flash from Maple, but it's the damage coming through onto Forrest that's the real thing to talk about.
Yeah.
Woody does use that heal onto Maple, and he gets
No.
the execute!
No way. There was,
Maple from downtown!
yeah, there was just no damage onto this way. Just a Tier and Boots on the Talia. She had a lost chapter even, but Woody just out-tempoing Vista. Another advantage of having the hard-winning bot lane is that Woody gets a recall pretty freely without Betty really losing anything, and he's there to protect Maple.
I think Maple flashed
Into it, yeah.
yeah,
Forrest is
a beast, man.
Yeah, sadly goes down there, but he's got an item completed. He's the first guy with a finished item. Actually, Betty has a static shiv already. That's terrifying.
Yeah, but nice Val. I mean, it's going to be pretty good for your Smolder.
Yeah. Have to get him there, though. 45 stacks at 9 minutes is not where you want to be.
Yeah, that's kind of similar to Betty in Game 2, right? And we saw how
Yeah. How
rough that was
yeah.
for the most part.
Evi winning a trade, but having to use his ultimate to do it. Vista could be in trouble.
Just going to take a bit of a knock on the head from Maple.
Yeah, and you've got to go get level 6 on this Nautilus ASAP.
Yeah, Marble recognizing that the boys are coming.
Yep. Gets out of there. And Vista again could be in trouble. They do see Junjia now, and they're going to trade the Void Grubs for a couple of these waves on Smolder. This is pretty horrific for Marble. Void Grubs aren't going to be doing a whole lot for him. Actually, Forrest just gets off of the Void Grubs and makes his way down bot. Vista loses 60%, and it's Eclipse this time for Evi.
Okay.
Taking a different approach to this matchup.
You know, maybe I might be one of the few people in the world
Yeah.
that kind of like watching these Smolder games, because it becomes quickly a competition of how hard
can
can you
destroy
this champion in lane?
Yeah.
If you destroy it hard enough, you get a lot of time to then scale up. But if
Yeah.
you can't, you just lose at 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it's going to be 3 Void Grubs each, so you're going to be relieved if you're SoftBank spot lane, who now don't have to worry about just passively losing their turret.
Yeah, Junji is just going to take the 1. Doesn't really care about the 3.
Yeah. 2-3, no diff.
Yeah, literally. It's like 3 extra damage per second or something.
Yeah, it's 5 and 6 where you're going crazy. And yeah, Junji taking 1 means that SoftBank can't even get to 5, so who cares at that point?
Yeah. Dragon now spawning again. PSG should be headed down there to look for it. I don't
Junji is
think.
nowhere near it.
Yeah, there are pings coming onto it. A lot of on-the-way pings. Junjia is now coming down. See if he can get there. Maple clearing out mid-wave. It has started. I mean, if Junjia can get here in time, he might actually just be too late.
Yeah, this is massive for SoftBank if they can get it and not lose too many members.
This is going down. Hook misses. It's going to throw Vista, though, into the team. Through comes that tidal wave. Woody is going to help out with this maybe kill on Vista. Not yet. Season assist used. They find 1. It's returned, though, as Marble's going to be able to claim himself a kill in return. RG on Udi is 1v3. He's not dying. Heal coming through from that Nami, and Evie's actually finding the damage. Triple kill for Evie on the big Croc, and it's going to be a quadra. Dasher taking that one, but what a psychopath, Evie.
Yeah, Evie just out of nowhere takes over that fight. It looked like a disaster for SoftBank for a second there. It was just a Renekton in the pit with Betty, Woody, and Aja just all onto him, and he just one-shots Betty, I think it was.
Yeah.
And that fight heals back to full. And that is a miracle for SoftBank. I think even if they just got that dragon uncontested, that was a miracle. And good enough, but they managed to win a fight off of it too. And I'd say, despite a slight gold lead for PSG, that puts SoftBank in a winning position now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, take a look at it again. I mean, I thought this was off to a disaster start as Vista lands the hook on the Pacific.
I'm frustrated with Vista even throwing the hook at this point. It feels like you're just going to get the dragon and get out. Woody loses his flash insta. And then Vista takes so long to go down. Nice ulti by Forrest, who's playing very well this game. And then Evie actually just shows how much more impact you can have on the Renekton at this point in the game than pretty much any other top laner. It looks like he's just dead. Nice bubble from Woody, but this flash Q from Evie. Should have given him the quadra, but whatever. We'll give 1 kill to a scaling champ.
Yeah.
Allowed. Oh, there we go.
Oh, he hits us with the thumbs up on the player cam.
Yeah, we're up to the 3rd thumbs up for this game.
Yeah.
And maybe what we missed is that we just scale with thumbs ups.
Maybe.
1 not enough.
Yeah, maybe it's like TFT traits.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's a 4 trait, 3 trait.
Oh, gonna land the Glacial Prison. Depth charge as well. Junjia, he's CC'd up forever. And Marble gets it with Mum.
Yeah, it looks like his tower going down here, though. Maple zoning people away. And it is first tower picked up for the spot lane of PSG, who have done a good job up until that disaster of a fight. They do eventually pick up the turret. 14 minutes. It's about the same timing when SoftBank were punishing the Smolder themselves. Maybe even faster.
Yeah, 2-0-2 on the Smolder, though.
Yeah, I think he is very, despite CS. So last game we saw even CS and a massively accelerated Smolder. This game, I think we're even CS, but the Smolder has not been able to prioritize stacking over farm.
Yeah.
He's just had to W and ulti a lot of waves rather than last hit with his Q.
Talia. Dasher on the Talia will have that upgraded Seraphs now. Maple's still lagging a little bit far behind in that regard.
Yeah, way behind.
Shouldn't be too impactful, though, as Betty and Woody now being in the mid lane is going to open up these other objectives. Because we're still not at the point where Smolder is actually strong. No. She's just not that weak anymore, but still Lucian and Nami will be completely fine to deal with her. Oh,
yeah, and
is
I think
confident.
Evie still has his work cut out for him this game. He has to have another fight like that under his belt if they're going to get 2 Smolder stacks.
Tower's going to help, though, as Pressure on the side wave for Dasher is going to give over some gold if he's able to finish off the tower.
Yeah, I don't think he can. I think Aja might be here in time. Oh, it's going to be close. No.
He's going to leave it.
Yeah, better to not risk it. Yeah, maybe one more auto would have done it along with the wave, but you want to play pretty risk-averse when you've got the scaling comp at the end of the day.
Bidding out 2 items, though. That's a very scary Lucian.
Yeah, terrifying. With the rapid fire cannon, is just going to be taking, 30 to 50% of anyone's HP off, except for Forest, with the Lucian Nami combo.
It is kind of scary to dash forward this game as Lucian, though. Like, Nautilus ult, there's Sejuani ult, a Renekton could be anywhere. Even, honestly, you dash forward, and if you're not able to get enough of those passive strikes off, then Weaver's Wall as well can just cut you off.
Yeah.
Easily lose summoners in many different ways.
Edge of Night onto Marble now, who hopefully will be clicked on so we can see his stats. Less than 125 either way. I'd be in disbelief if SoftBank contested this dragon.
This is Edge of Night. You mean Essence Reaver?
What did I say?
Edge of Night.
Oh.
Addicted to TFT.
Yeah.
Cloud Dragon, it will be the second now of the game for either team who gets it. PSG with priority over the river. And obviously Hui makes it hard for you to ever enter. Evie, though, he's found himself on a flank. Let's see what he can find. Weaver's Walls, Scattered Earth, but it's the culling that's doing the most of the damage. Mum coming through, and through comes that Spiraling Despair. Cease and desist, Evie's going to be taken out. Oh, Willie, the Cull of the making the healing. Evie is going nuclear in this game. Maple trying to do it himself, but the seismic shove landing on Betty's going to shut down this AD carry in no time at all. And Evie having everything he'd want.
He jumps into 4 people in that fight. Looks like he's just going down, manages to take a kill on his way out and live on a sliver of HP, and he recognizes how much work he has to do this game. I didn't think SoftBank could take a fight at this point, but they're just stronger already, and it's the same position PSG were in last game. You're ahead with a Smolder. So it's going to be very difficult for PSG now to play the flip side of this. And PSG feel like they should be much stronger in fights at this point, and I agree with them. It just takes heroics out of Evie, I think. Nice Weaver's Wall. Really funnels them onto the Shattered Earth here, and then Evie just takes the Blast Cone and sends it into 4 people. Junji, a nice flash into the ult, but cannot keep this Renekton down. Another nice ult from Forest. Catching the Vi, stopping her from following up onto Evie. And then Betty, slightly early cleanse, little out of position there. Just goes down. 3-0. 3 on Evie and Marble.
Evie is menacing.
Yeah.
Absolutely
I like this build.
menacing.
I like this build a lot more than the Black Cleaver.
Yeah. No, this is insane how much work Evie's been able to get done as this Renekton. Betty, you have to be careful. There is a Nautilus nearby. And he will play accordingly. RJ, he's on the bot side. See if he can get any damage onto this tower. Oh.
Junjie is here to protect Maple.
It looks like Maple should be able to pick up that wave. We'll do so. Not all that much damage coming through onto the turret.
Yeah, and bot lane of PSG rotating again, and SoftBank just getting out of there, not
There's a teleport
handshaking.
advantage for RG here. This could be a 4v5 very, very quickly. Nice Glacial Prison lands onto Woody, and it's going to deny any real follow-up coming through. Obviously, Forest barely took any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we saw in Game 2 a bit as well. PSG can over-rotate at times, and I think SoftBank are playing really well around it. Marble is just happily doing Raptors while his team kind of groups around bot and reels PSG, and PSG send 4. Sejuani ult, walk away, and you've just wasted a bunch of time that could have been spent maybe setting up an objective, maybe stoning the Smolder, or harassing him on the mid-wave. It's a good look from SoftBank so far.
Sure, Baron now live. Both teams can realistically look for it. RJ and Evie, they're duking it out. Junji is going to make the odds ever so closer into PSG's favor, but Junji is getting taken out very, very low. This is actually going to have to start running away from the Renekton, who flashes forward. Junji at 1 HP does go down. Evie in the 1v3 trades 1 for 1. And now Woody is trying to defend his mid lane up against both these bot laners. This Rift Herald will crash. Will they be able to pick up this tower?
Yeah,
Maybe.
they should be able to. He's going to give the gold over to Betty. It might still end up getting split.
Yeah, half and half, but that's not the worst. They do pick up an inner tower for themselves. So once again, PSG, it feels like they shouldn't really have much sort of leeway in this game, but they are still finding things elsewhere on the map.
So Evie does take a great fight, and he manages to get a kill in that 1v3. But he does lose his flash, which is almost your only spell on Renekton when it comes to these team fights. He's not going to have it up for this next dragon. You don't have to contest the dragon if you're SoftBank, but you do have to contest the Baron if PSG threaten it.
Yeah.
And not having that flash could hurt him. He does hurt PSG's tempo a lot by getting that kill onto Junjia. And his team's able to trade a tower. But PSG, on the other hand, not going down easy as you expect at this point.
Sure. Betty now, 3 items. He is very, very strong. If he's able to play these team fights how he wants to, it will be very, very good for PSG, but it's not the easiest, honestly. You are just up against a Sejuani, a Taliyah, and Nautilus. Even the Renekton, obviously, Evie. Pretty much the sole reason they're able to find themselves in the position they currently are in.
Yeah, and Renekton's not supposed to be a great team fighter, but in these early fights, once he has a couple items, there's almost no champion as strong. If he can just find himself in the middle of a couple people. I think we are at the point now where Evie is just going to go down very quickly to the Lucian or even the Hui. And they're not quite at their smolder stacks either, so this is a scary point in the game for SoftBank.
Teleporting in. Betty, I mean, at this stage of the game as Lucian, generally you want to be able to look for aggressive trades on the mid wave, but against so much CC, it's very hard to. Vista flashes forward, he lands it onto Hui. He might just go down, but Maple is as well. Betty trades back one. On the other side, Junji is getting focused down Forest, and the rest of the boys, especially with that permafrost landing, should be able to find this Vi. Betty and Woody, they're kind of try to get to the aid of Junjia, maybe not being able to. Bubble does land, and Betty's so low. Junjia is going to be found. Marvel once again picking himself up a kill. It's 2-1. Once again, SoftBank, they're looking so good here in game number 4.
Yeah, but up against PSG, it's still like trying to draw water from a stone to get even, you know, a single kill. They managed to get 2 at the end there.
Yeah, after Maple's picked off at the start.
Yeah, it's 4v5 instantly, and you're ahead, and it just takes forever to chase these kills down. And you blow just about every flash. Marble pretty smartly holding on to his. It's not worth flashing for kills as Smolder. You're eyeballing pentakills at this point. And yeah, what a it's the flash from Maple. Yeah, a bit of bad luck for Maple in this game. Some of these flashes just not working out, and Forest here lands this permafrost onto Junjia, and then interrupts Junjia's Q with the Sejuani dash. Still takes them forever to eventually watch this bubble from Woody too, kind of predicting the Renekton E.
Betty doing his damnedest.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage that fight, and the shove went the wrong way. Betty gives him a thumbs up.
Oh, he's not happy.
Yeah, Dasher a bit annoyed that he's pushed the Lucian the wrong way. Pretty inconsequential, I think. I don't think that changes the Dragon into a Baron for you. But would have been nice to shut down the Lucian, get some extra gold.
That fight being that close, despite you were essentially down a mid laner.
Yeah, instantly.
He got the ult off, but not all that much follow-up afterwards. Especially on Hui, who is just an artillery mage.
Yeah, he can do so much damage throughout a fight if he manages to just survive in the backline.
Yeah. 4-0-4 though, Marble on the Smolder, feeling very, very good about himself. 224 stacks, so he is gonna
he's there.
apex his stacks. 25 minutes. It's a little bit slow, of course. It was a rough start to the game for him.
Not as slow as we kind of expected, and I think just because how well these team fights have gone for SoftBank from what felt like a disadvantageous position, they've just been outplaying in these team fights,
Baron
honestly.
started up. RJ's not in the area, but looks like Surely they have to get off this. Forest is happy tanking it for now, and they're staying on it. Maple can get some vision with the Horizon focus, and we've seen Junjia steal these many a time before. Forest versus Junjia. Glacial Prison comes out, and it's going to be confirmed. It was actually Dealer who gets it. And now Betty's with the culling, trying to find the damage. Evie, 1 HP. Marble does have the stacks. Arj's going to be able to survive. Junjia running away from Dasher up on the top side of the fight, and Baron, no one taken out. SoftBank Hawks are very comfortably ahead in this one.
Yeah, it's looking like they should just take this one. Even PSG, I don't think, could make this game difficult. Those might be famous last words, though. And that was such a nice ult from Forest onto Junjia to just eliminate any chance of a steal. It was getting a bit scary that as it was getting down to 1700, 1500, that maybe Junjia was going to go for a steal, but the Sejuani ultimate just shuts it down. And Forest is having a great game. Just,
Forest is, yeah.
Yeah, all game. We questioned his pathing in the early game, but his bot lane kind of got away with it.
Oh, did they ever? You got a 404 Smolder who's at stacks, 3 items. I mean, this is exactly what you want if you are SoftBank. It looks, I mean, PSG, they're not out of it, but it's a very difficult game to play from this point. Weaver's Wall coming through. Betty chunked down to near on half HP. In fact, even lower than.
Yeah, this is the Smolder experience now. He has his rapid fire, he has his stacks, so anytime he just walks up WQs and you're missing half your HP.
Yeah, Evie claiming himself that inner turret in the middle lane. Betty coming to try and clear it out and maybe find some damage onto that Renekton. Won't be able to do so. Maple, Arja, Junjia, they've got to try clear this wave. It's not easy against the Baroned up minions. Hui, of course, does help out a little bit, and Betty constantly trying to find damage just to alleviate some of this pressure coming through from this 5-man unit.
Yeah, Evie's crashed the wave mid now.
Yeah, Mum coming down though. Betty's going to get chunked out. He's not going to get taken out, but that seismic shove landing onto Arja should mean we have a dead Udyr on our hands. Forest is going to be answered back, maybe. No, he just lives, and now Evie, he's on the back line. Flash, cleanse, Betty gets away. Does he? No, he doesn't. Slice and dice. 3 down, only Vista down for the side of SoftBank, and 4 people left. It's only a Nexus that stands in their way. Maple and Woody, they're going to try and clear it out, but Baron is still well and truly alive. There's 30 seconds left on it. Maybe not enough left in the tank as the minion wave was taken out, and we do get a pause.
Yeah, and they are so strong at this point on both the Talia and the Smolder that they can just engage onto this Udyr. They have so much damage. Not so much damage, but so much crowd control.
Yeah.
To lock him down that, you know, eventually he's going down to the Smolder and Talia. And Forest, who kind of prioritized his farm over maybe protecting his bot lane this game, is making it look worth it with how tanky he is in these fights, especially from ahead and against a Lucian, right? Lucian doesn't really want to be hitting Sejuani all fight.
No, not at all.
Got the Evie view.
Yeah.
This guy's a beast.
Yeah, this guy's crazy. This guy, I mean that one dragon fight, they were so far behind.
Yeah.
He teleports down, just triple kill.
Yeah.
Truly did cull the meek there. What an absolute beast. Honestly, so is Forest.
Yeah, Forest is having an amazing game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everyone is. Everyone on the side of SoftBank is having a very good game for themselves. Betty, I think, he's played all right, but honestly, this Renekton is just too much to deal with, as well as the Sejuani.
Yeah, well, we talked about how hard of a Lucian game it is, right? You've just got Talia Shattered Earth to deal with, and Nautilus Hook, a Sejuani ulti. Going to be an inhib now for SoftBank Hawks.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we're kind of writing this one off.
Yeah, it's about to be the Cloud Soul as well.
Yeah, ridiculous that they've got 3 dragons.
Yeah.
That's usually supposed to be the enemy team getting a bunch of dragons, and Zhonya's, for good measure, picked up for Marble. Seems like an AP item coming in pretty often.
What on earth? Just a fleet footwork proc into 4,000 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, with 2 Windrakes. Gets his 3rd now as well.
Yeah. Now, I mean, who's the scariest for? Probably Renekton. Oh, we might see it here. Yep, he's going to be speedy. Tidal Wave is nice, but It's not nice enough to keep him alive. Jinjia now trying to find his way out. Evie is just the fastest champion on the Rift. Cloud Soul helping out a lot, but maybe he's gone a little bit too deep as he is going to get that Sterix proc. He does manage to get out of there and even gets out some of these massive cooldowns. Forward goes Forest. He lands the stun. It lands onto RJ, who shouldn't be too phased, all things considered. But now Forest is the one running around at 5,000 miles an hour. Teleport coming through now from Ezzy. And a fantastic seismic shove. Yet again, Maple getting stunned up. He's getting taken out, and Betty coming back, but it's a double kill for Marble on the Smolder. 2v5 has to be what PSG can pull off to not take us now to a game number 5, but I think this one's done and dusted. Nexus Tower number 1, in fact, maybe not even. Junji hooked and shoved and taken out. It's going to be another kill here for Evie on the Croc, as Nexus Tower number 2 will be taken out, and eventually the Nexus as well.
Yep.
SoftBank Hawks, they're taking us to Silver Scrapes. They have what it takes. It's all down to one more game to see who goes up against CFO.
Yeah, a couple of shoves at the end there after the Nami is picked off by Evie on his own, I think, and then he goes for a little 1v3 dive at the end too and walks on out. And then a couple shoves from the Talia land, and you can just close out a game that was already very one-sided by that point. Man, Evie.
What a beast.
Yeah, geez.
And I mean, there is no way that he doesn't get MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame because Forrest, you know, shout out Forrest, he had a great game. Pretty much landed every single Sejuani ult that game.
Even predicting a flash.
Yeah, and Dasher on the Talia was constantly landing shoves. Nice hook, nice flash hook from Vista as well. And I think the strategy of targeting mid laners seems to have worked for SoftBank. Maple, I mean, some very unfortunate moments. I think every time he flashed that game,
he flashed into something.
Yeah, he ended up flashing into something rather than out of something. And yeah, just goes disastrously on the way. So maybe something SoftBank can look to do in the next game again.
Yeah.
Gonna be harder on the red side for them maybe, but...
For sure. Yeah, because ultimately if you're on the red side, for Maple not to get one of the champions that we know he performs well on, you have to ban 3 mid laners.
Yeah.
You have to take out the Ahri, the Karma,
Talia.
and the Talia.
Yeah.
And if you don't take out all of them, he's going to get one of them, at which point you're definitely worried. Even Rumble's something you have to consider. Not only because of RJ, because we've seen Junjia played in the jungle and he went like 14-1 on it. Draft gets a lot harder against PSG when they are blue side. It's kind of the opposite of DCG, where DCG are just so solid when they're on red side. PSG are crazy on the blue side, so it's going to be very difficult. Not insurmountable, and we see now, I mean, Evie maybe not want to give him the Croc ever again, because he 1v9 that game so hard from that dragon fight onwards.
I think if PSG are going to do their classic ban a champion, if you lost to it, they might actually ban the Sejuani.
Yep, I think it's possible as well.
Because they've dealt with the Renekton. They've dealt with it, and I mean, Evie had a ridiculous performance that game, but how often are those dragon fights playing out the way they did?
Not often.
Yeah, not all that often, and that's kind of exactly the situation Renekton excels at, and you need exactly that to get you in the game, so I don't think they're worried about that repeating, but Forrest on the Sejuani, 2 games now, they've lost to Sejuani twice when he's picked it. So it's probably a pretty safe ban, and knowing PSG, they might just ban it anyway.
Yeah.
And the Smolder first pick working out for SoftBank makes this interesting now going forward into the draft. Are PSG willing to do the same?
Yeah, possibly.
And this was one of Evie's many great fights on this Renekton. He finds himself on 4, both carries here for PSG. He gets all his damage off, trades plenty of damage back, and just walks out on 1 HP.
Junjia playing that near on perfectly as well. Just the second that Blast Cone's about to land, hits the Vault Breaker, hits the ult, but just not the damage there quite to take down this Renekton. And
this was
the damage tells the story.
This was a Smolder who got his stacks, and this was a Lucian Nami who this Renekton did as much damage as this game. That is unheard of from Evie on the Renekton.
Look at the goal graph too. I mean, you expect Smolder to be behind, but you expect Smolder to be behind for a lot longer than he was in this game. And so, I mean, it really was kind of just that one dragon turned the game around. Obviously, the second dragon that we just saw the replay of just cemented themselves. It just cemented themselves so far ahead that it's going to be a near on impossible task for PSG to fight their way back into it. And I don't think I like seeing Betty Woody on the Lucian Nami. I think having something that Betty can get into the team fights later on in the game and have a lot of pressure, because the Lucian honestly does fall off. This is almost the hardest Lucian game you could ever imagine as well.
Yeah.
Just so much targeted CC. Obviously the Sejuani isn't targeted, but if you're using it to follow up on something that is, then you're just going to land it all the time. Marble across the board, except for most damage taken, which was Evie. We saw it time and time again. He's in the middle of 5. Almost dying, but he doesn't, and he just kills everyone.
Yeah, he'd be almost dead, heals back up, almost dies again, gets out in a lot of these fights, and no surprise to see him get the MVP.
Yeah, so it is going to be the Nautilus loss streak broken and the thumbs up loss streak broken.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe it was just the scaling thumbs up.
Yeah, the more thumbs up you get in any given game.
Yeah.
And he actually thumbs up his webcam, right?
Yeah.
During that game. He just
in the
knew
middle
the
of the game. Got like a triple
the cam
kill.
was on him.
Straight on it, bro.
Yeah. It's like when you emote in Overwatch, like at the end of the
Oh,
play,
yeah,
you know it was play of the game, so just get an emote in.
Yeah, for sure.
Giga Chad, Evie, and this was just, I mean, the moment where the game turns around. This fight isn't looking amazing for SoftBank until Evie gets in, kills off Hui. Maple kind of just finding himself dead very early in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, maybe Betty, after looking at it again, in hindsight, of course, but
yeah,
maybe Betty playing a little bit too safe by flashing over the wall immediately as Evie comes in, where he could have flashed towards his team on the bottom side.
Yeah, and stayed more cohesive.
Because he didn't have any
Jinjia.
damage. They lost all Lucian damage as soon as he flashed over the wall. He's not able to hit anyone. And, I mean, Evie just destroys that team fight.
Might have seen a similar performance as Renekton in those split up kind of fights.
Yeah.
You know, if he goes down to help Jinjia, you know, Renekton doesn't have a Lucian hitting him, but
yeah, but there is just an entire fight of
where he's just walking
missed
around.
Lucian's damage, and that was a fight of inches too. There was not much difference between being alive and dying there, as Evie on the Renekton and the rest of his team as well. I mean, we saw their Dasher having to flash away on a minimal amount of health. And the whole fight could have been different, but you know, obviously it wasn't. And now we do get ourselves a game number 5, which is very exciting. Is it our first? Other than DCG DFM in the second stage, this is our first 5-game best of 5.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. Yeah.
There we go. We get our first 5-game best of 5. And to bring us to the best of 5, we're going to have to go to a break, get everyone all set up and ready. We have Silver Scrapes. Enjoy it. We'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. We have a game number 5 on our hands. It's going to be PSG versus the LJL representative SoftBank Hawks. And what a game number 5 I think it's shaping up to be, because these games have been very, very back and forth. Not within the games, but just game number 1, absolute stomp. Game number 2, not so much of a stomp, but it was a win. A pretty convincing win, but it took some time. And vice versa for the rest of the series, honestly. And, of course, the series would not have happened if not for our friends at the Grand Halai Taipei, who have kindly sponsored our playoffs, allowed for SoftBank Hawks to have a fantastic place to stay, and allowed for them to just keep picking up these wins throughout the series to bring us here. And now, Lo, you know, we've been spewing rhetoric about what the lost cons are that don't actually mean anything.
Yeah.
The real one has been odd-numbered games, PSG wins, and even-number games, SoftBank wins.
Oh, and we're on an odd game.
We're an odd-number game.
In all seriousness, it feels like the Smolder is probably the highest priority pick. Both of these teams have already...
Outside of the bans, I think.
Yeah,
like
that's...
Ari and whatnot.
Yeah, both of these teams already using quite a lot of bans just on comfort on the enemy team. You've got Ari on one side, Senna... Karma's now being banned away by SoftBank, so...
Yeah, Perma Zinzal ban.
Yeah.
That's
from
been
the,
banned
from
every
the
single
jump.
game. Yeah.
I think a couple Wukong bans have come out as well, at least in the second game. So, yeah, it's getting pretty difficult to draft, and PSG are a very good team in these drafts. They do a better job of just keeping track of where we're at, who's playing well, which matchups are going our way or the enemy team's way. And SoftBank's not won on red side, right?
No, they haven't.
PSG...
They've only played the one game on red side, though.
Okay.
Yeah. They played first 2 games on blue, game 3 on red, game 4 on blue. So, draft, of course, starting up. We'll see. We were talking about this just before we came back, and I think we both agree that there's probably going to be some different looks, because when you get to this stage, I mean, you know, you're one game away for both teams of making it to that upper bracket final. And you're no longer going to hide anything you had saved. You want to get there. It's going to make your life a lot easier, a lot of stress, going to be relieved. So now is the time, if you have something saved up that you wanted to save up, you kind of lost the opportunity to, and now you just got to look to pick it.
Yeah, I think that got thrown out the window when the Yasuo Senna came out, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ari taken away from Maple. It's going to be ADC bans in the bot lane for PSG.
I think PSG are angling for the Callista. Oh!
Smolder.
So last time PSG were on blue, it was actually SoftBank that banned the Callista.
Yeah, so they might be able to play the Callista.
Yeah,
we haven't loved Betty.
You can't ban Karma and Talia now.
Yeah, true.
You can't ban a mid laner if you want to ban the Callista. Oh, okay. This is gonna make things interesting. So Talia banned from PSG. Will this just mean that with Talia being banned, it feels like Karma now is the highest priority mid laner, but Callista is still open. But that also means PSG can only pick one of the two if SoftBank do choose to not ban either of them.
Yeah, there is the Ashe open to take into the Callista. There's no Varus to pair with it, though. Karma will be banned. So, are PSG willing to just play the Callista?
Okay, Karma banned. I feel like now you just pick the Callista.
Yeah.
Rumble is open. Surely it's not the first pick Udyr.
No, I'd be in disbelief to see that.
Maybe the Caitlyn. Probably, hopefully not the Lucian. It doesn't feel like that's one of Betty's best champs. Callista, you can pair it with an Ashe if it's not taken away. That's a very, very dominant bot lane. Ashe might just be taken away from the side of PSG, though, and it does very well into Callista.
I'm not actually familiar enough with SoftBank to know whether Marble plays Draven or not, but Draven Ashe will just run through this Callista if they're willing to play it.
It is very volatile, though, and I think that would mean Junjia as well as Forest will have 100% bot proximity.
Yeah, it'll just be 3v3s probably. And that, on the other hand, maybe gives you an opportunity to counterpick a top laner with last pick.
Okay, this is a problem.
It's Rumble blind, okay.
SoftBank are winning draft, from my estimation.
Yeah, just because we haven't seen anything answer the Rumble that well. Evie did actually solo kill the Rumble on Cassante.
He did.
And was looking pretty good. He was still down at least 10 CS on the Cassante into the Rumble, but found a kill.
Yeah, which obviously even it up, if not more.
Yeah.
Nautilus maybe the pick. This is going to be a scary-ish lane for the Ashe. Obviously, you have a lot of bot sort of early pressure into the Naught, but maybe because it's Callista, you can't just so willingly walk forward and try and trade those 3 Halo Blades.
Yeah,
auto attacks.
usually when we see Ashe into Nautilus, she's happy to just walk in and get hooked and just win the trade anyway.
Yeah,
but against Callista, that does sound pretty scary.
So, Nico, okay.
Yeah, Nico was banned.
This is beautiful. Okay, we have found... Maple is crazy at this Nico.
Yeah.
From when we've seen it, 4-man ults, 5-man ults, just so consistent.
Yeah, it can be very scary for something as immobile as the Ashe as well.
Yeah, even the Rumble doesn't do so well into the Nico. Hui might be the answer. This should be a fairly decent matchup for the Nico. And it will be the Hui locked in.
Yep, we're very heavy on magic damage.
We are extremely... So I imagine now, banning junglers, you actually might just want to take away the Sejuani, either side.
You could also ban the Cassante if you feel like that is a good response to the Rumble.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder what else RG would play. There's obviously the Udyr, which doesn't feel that good, but maybe it's actually just strong enough in lane to survive.
Yeah, I wonder how Aatrox does. It's going to be Nocturne banned away. You have a lot of immobile champs here on the side of SoftBank, so I don't hate the Nocturne ban.
Yeah, I wonder if Jarvan's ever a thought from Junjia.
Yeah.
Because this looks like a really good start to a Jarvan comp, but obviously we don't see the AD carry yet, assuming Ashe is support. Let's have a look. TF going to be taken away. Okay.
Okay, worried about the Twisted Fate ADC.
AD carry, yeah.
It could also, there's a world where it's Ashe ADC Rumble support.
And
I'm not expecting to see it,
it's
but
Rumble jungle as well. Junjia's pulled that out once the split.
yeah.
Now, second ban from SoftBank. What are we looking for here? I mean, maybe just another jungle ban. Lee Sin notably missing from the draft. Something that PSG have banned fairly consistently throughout this series. Do they choose to ban it here as their last ban? Unless they want to pick it, does make sense. Obviously, it's going to be first pick for SoftBank out of the ban, so if you are worried about the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin gonna be, if we're gonna be 3v3ing bot lane, Lee Sin a very strong champ in that situation.
Oh! Okay, so we do not believe Rumble's top.
Yeah, so they are suspicious of some flex pick with the Rumble.
Oh, Maple's laughing. Good spirits.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been in these spots so many times.
Well,
you don't
Maple and
expect
Betty
nerves.
especially.
Yeah.
Just
Been
absolute
around.
veterans in the scene. Definitely an experienced team. Poppy into the Callista always feels good. That will almost certainly be the jungler here. Maybe Evie's playing it, depending on where this Rumble's going. But I expect a standard look. I expect this Rumble to be top, the Poppy to be in the jungle, the Wave obviously mid, and we're yet to see the AD carry.
Yeah, very suspicious last pick from SoftBank. We'll see what they go for in what we're assuming is the ADC role.
Now, Junjia is looking like he will be picking up the Viego.
Okay.
So, it's not the best, but there is obviously a lot of single target coming through from this Callista.
Yeah, and they have a lot of
lockdown.
lockdown,
Yeah. Maybe the Jax. It's going to suffer, but once you get to team fights, it should perform pretty well just with the amount of setup available for it.
Yeah, it goes for the Cassante. It is what Evie played into Aja's Rumble, so
Yeah.
just taking the other side of the matchup. Yeah, and they might
Okay.
flex the Rumble to support. At least threatening to do it.
They are.
I'm not buying it
I'm not
until it's locked in.
convinced.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Rumble support with the Ashe ADC.
We did cook.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see. Ashe ADC doesn't feel very strong these days, so you kind of have to stomp this lane. Unless it's Poppy support. Rumble jungle.
What is happening?
Poppy
No,
support
there we go.
doesn't feel like it's going to do enough for you to shut down the Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of going overboard if that was the case, because you already have the Ashe.
Yep.
But we do have our comps here. This is going to be the result.
We're lacking a bit of damage on PSG.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's the case. Well, there's a Cassante.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder how Ashe is going to look against a Cassante. Can she actually get away from that champ if he finds a flank?
And I wonder what
Probably
build the
not.
Ashe will go for. There is, in theory, the CDR build where you go like the Mirror Mana.
Yeah, and you still go
whatnot.
Halo Blades.
Yeah. Otherwise, of course, just the on-hit. Something like the Blade of the Ruined King into Gwinsu's.
Well, that would
or
definitely deal with Cassante
there's
better.
a Triforce. There's also just Kraken Slayer into, you know, crit build. I don't know. There's so many different builds that theoretically are plausible for the Ashe.
Yeah.
The Rune will be a giveaway if it's going to be that sort of cooldown reduction.
Yeah, it's essentially two categories, right? You've got the Halo Blades builds and the Lethal Tempo builds.
Yes, yeah.
And I think Lethal Tempo is a bit risky. You just put yourself in positions to eat these Nico ults a lot more often, but you deal with the Cassante a bit better.
So does the Lethal Tempo
Yeah,
cleanse for the Ashe? Honestly, what are you cleansing?
Just Nico ult.
You can't cleanse it. It's a knockup.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what is he cleansing? Just Nautilus?
Nautilus
auto-attack?
auto attack and a snare coming through from Nico as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, Betty has just gone for the heal, just straight up lane power.
Yeah.
Wants to blow through this lane.
And you kind of have to, right? I mean, it's going to be a very difficult lane to survive. But it is.
Yeah, I have no idea who wins.
I imagine Ashe, Rumble.
Yeah, you'd hope so if they picked it. You know, they saw
Yeah.
the entire enemy bot lane before they locked stuff in. And yeah, I would be very surprised if we didn't see both junglers just sprinting to bot lane.
Yeah. No, this is this game should rest on the performance of bot laners. Maybe the impact the junglers can have around there. And
Yeah, and considering you had last pick, you should be happy with that if you're Evie. You just get to have the isolated 1v1 in the matchup of your choice.
yeah, it shouldn't be that bad for either side.
Yeah.
It is a matchup we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think anyone's running away with this, but we have seen it be volatile in the past.
For sure, yeah.
I think everyone just has so many games on these champs now and are so familiar. I mean, this is a nerfed Cassante, whereas I don't think Aatrox was nerfed to the same extent.
Yeah, that champ's broken.
Yeah.
Game number 5, I mean, it's always good to go there. But playoffs and PCS, I mean, this one's been a little bit slower. I remember the first playoffs I did for the PCS in spring last year. It was like 6 back-to-back 5-game series, and I think 3 or 4 of them were reverse sweeps.
Jesus.
Yeah.
6 back-to-back.
Yeah, yeah. Me alongside my pal Shock. Now, Woody and BD, it seems like they have priority early on here in the lane, and something Kalista tends to get.
Yeah, as well as I don't think Rumble's all that strong level 1, 2. Once he's level 3, he can overheat a lot easier and essentially just gains access to an extra ability in the overheat.
Yeah, loses his abilities, but ironically does 10 times the damage.
Yeah.
Junji gonna be found out.
Yeah, both junglers clearing to bot, and there is a bit of pressure on this Poppy to do something in the early game. But I don't know if you're worried all that much about scaling if you're SoftBank this game.
Yeah, I don't think either team particularly gets outscaled. I think it's a bit like weird, right? Where PSG, they maybe if nothing happens and you just look at the champs by themselves, get a little bit outscaled.
Oh.
But there is a lot of playmaking potential. Hook lands from Woody. Forest gets chunked down to about half HP, but Junji is going to receive the same treatment. Both mid laners even coming down here. Maple going to be closer to the play. But it is going to be Dasher finding a pretty decent trade onto that Nico that stops anything really from happening. And Junjia will be able to claim himself the Scuttle Crab, at least in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that's off Prio in your bottom lane. Sucks to path to the bot lane and not get the crab. And Junji is going to pick up both crabs. Forrest is just gonna go for a sad recall and maybe go for his Raptors on spawn. And I mean, Vista on the Rumble did a lot of damage in that fight.
Really did. No one going down though, so not the worst result for either team, but I think Junjia being the big winner.
Oh, it's actually Krugs that are up first for Forrest, so didn't start Raptors this game. Is Junjia going to hang around long enough to take these Raptors? Nope. Just goes for the recall and will be rushing back to bot lane probably.
Pretty sizable trades, very volatile bot lane of course, and PSG walking forward.
Yeah, we'll see what the... haven't really felt the strength of the Rumble support yet, maybe in that one skirmish.
Second Rumble support we're seeing in the playoffs.
Yeah, Orca played
Orca
it.
playing it first, yeah. But they played the Rumble with the Callista.
Yeah. Maybe denying the Rumble counter pick.
Maybe, but at least Dragon number 1 should be pretty easy here for PSG to pick up. Forrest in the area, but certainly not close enough as Junjia should have hit level 5 off it and does so. You know, looking at these comps, I think what I'm most excited for is when skirmishes happen, to watch Nico ults.
Yeah.
Because they're always just so exciting.
And very little mobility on the side of SoftBank to, you know, really avoid them. Ashe, not the longest range, especially when you go for the on-hit builds.
Yeah, it has a bit of range, of course, in terms of the auto attack range, but it's nowhere near safe enough to be comfortable when you don't know exactly where Nico is.
Yeah.
Has a little bit of counterplay, and obviously the Enchanted Crystal Arrow can help out a lot.
Yeah, mid lane going even, top lane going even, and honestly bot lane more or less even.
Yeah, Junjia, though, he gets the dragon. He's looking to pick up the Void Grubs as well.
Yeah, I think this game is just going to come down to whether PSG can cleanly get these resets for Junjia. They have AoE in the Nico ult, but not much else, really. It's just all single target on this team. So they have to pick their targets and take them down quickly, and they can snowball fights from there.
Yeah, 3 Void Grubs. And RJ does get himself off yet another back. What is RJ building? I guess it's just going to be boots and then gauntlet, actually. I don't imagine it's going to be something like a Frozen Heart or a Randuin's. I hope not.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Junjia level 6 now.
Murtrid's kind of feel good against Ashe Way, but...
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm not sure how much impact Tabbies have into the Aatrox. Maybe he's just not building boots until...
no, there's no way that second cloth armor is not boots.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Betty level 6 now. You have to be a bit careful as this Ashe to not get a Nautilus thrown at you.
Yeah, Fate's Call could spell disaster for this bottom lane. Obviously does have the flash and the cleanse to try and keep himself out of harm's way, but the cleanse doesn't really do much in the bot lane. Maybe you're just cleansing an ignite. A Nautilus auto, I guess.
So far, much slower game than we're used to. No surprises when you go to game 5, right? You want to play it a bit slower, make sure you don't take any overly aggressive
You don't
plays.
want to lose the game on a whim.
Yeah.
Now, it is going to be Forrest with the first item of the game, of course, picking up the Knight's Vow. Very, very cheap item, so it makes a whole lot of sense that he is the first to get it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Junjia had finished his Sundered Sky by the time Dragon is up anyway. But you do have an opportunity now as the Poppy up an item.
And a couple components. God, it sucks leaving base with a glowing moat.
Yeah, that never feels good. I mean, it's better than nothing, so
yeah, but it doesn't feel
okay.
better than nothing.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
It's just 5 ability haste. I don't know why. That's life.
Yeah.
Maple trying to dodge out damage with the clone, but a little bit late. Oh, Dasher. He should have a fear available, and Junjie realizing that will back away.
Yeah, not willing to trade flashes. His flash can be so important in these team fights. Viego can just completely take over a team fight. And they're probably expecting one around this dragon.
Yeah, PSG definitely are going to want to get this snowball going.
Yeah. And Dasher is in trouble.
Yeah, he is in no man's land here. Is there really a way out? Not with Arja coming down. I think he might just execute. It doesn't feel like Junjie should be able to find the kill. But this is, most importantly, going to be a lot of time that Dasher will not be available on the map.
Spams some emotes and goes down to his turret. It does waste a bit of time of Junjie and Maple.
Yeah, but he's the one that's going to suffer the most. Teleport nearly up as well, not quite.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Is going to be up in 5 seconds, dragon in 20. It means you can't really fight for the vision around the dragon.
Yeah. Well, Maple hasn't recalled, so losing a little bit of strength possibly. It should feel okay. Teleport now will come through for Dasher.
Yeah, should eat a chunk though.
Yeah, he's got that shield ready for himself, but loses a fairly substantial amount of his health considering he only just came from base.
Yep. And yeah, here's the priority on the dragon that gank has afforded PSG. Will SoftBank fight this? It's not looking likely. Already half HP.
Yeah, this is just going to go over to PSG.
Yeah, so maybe SoftBank just confident in their scaling decide to not take this fight, and we'll definitely be fighting the next dragon. This is a very impactful soul.
And it was the plated steel caps finished up,
Yeah,
and he is
so
working
much
towards
armor.
Iceborne Gauntlet. We haven't seen any solo kills in this game.
Yeah,
Usually Cassante and Aatrox solo kill each other at least once.
yeah, once each. So Betty's gone for the Youmuu's. Yeah, we didn't even notice he was Halo Blades. Youmuu's into, he might actually commit for just a full lethality build.
I think he will.
You often do against the Poppy just because you're not expecting to get to hop around and build up a team fight for yourself, really.
Junjie trying to get the 5th one. That's Smite down now. He will be able to get 5 of these Void Grubs. So, feels pretty good.
Whoa!
Woody with some fancy moves there. Maple as well lands the 2-man. Nico is going to even root up Dasher. Dasher might just be able to get away. Junjie does manage to do so. It's first blood going over to Maple. All out now coming through onto Evie. But he's got the world ender rocking, and it is just going to end up being a 1-for-1. But importantly, it was the 5 Void Grubs picked up there for PSG.
Yeah.
And first blood for Maple on Nico.
Yeah, you're still okay with that on either side, honestly. You're probably more happy if you're PSG to get the Void Grubs. I don't know if anyone's really going to be making use of them. I don't imagine Aja's just going to be sitting in the side lane against Aatrox, hitting the Void Grubs, but they're nice to have.
Woody. What a
Yeah, this
beast.
was ridiculous. And then a really nice play from Forrest to interrupt the stun from the Viego. And Maple also just stops this fight from being disastrous by landing the ulti onto 2 there. And honestly, a defensive Cassante ult more than anything from Aja just to get him out of trouble.
Yeah, it was honestly SoftBank who were certainly in the lead in that fight. And they are actually 400 gold up as things stand.
Yep.
But I think ultimately, if starting a fight on even footing, I do favor PSG right now just because they have the Nico.
Yeah,
He
they
does
have
now
so much
Rocket Belt.
lockdown. Oh, close. Close with the steal from Maple, but Forrest smites the crab. And yeah, SoftBank are going to be prioritizing River Vision for the entire next 2 minutes so that they can get a favorable fight on this dragon. TP's up for both top laners.
Oh,
Don't expect either of these guys to go for any crazy trades. They're both just going to hopefully finish their first item.
now look, Arja's complaining. He's about to kill this guy.
I think it's more likely Aatrox has an item, right? Because Aja had to go for the Bramble.
Aatrox doesn't quite have an item. Well, last time I checked, I didn't see if he recalled.
Oh, I
but
mean
he
by
had,
dragon.
Oh, by Dragon, yeah, most likely. He had the Brutalizer and the Tiamat, so he should have the Profane Hydra on by the time we get there.
Yeah, and Aatrox is a champ that can easily just take over team fights.
Yeah, we've seen it so many times.
He doesn't have all that much CC to set him up.
No.
When we see it work real well, he's got like a Rel, a Nautilus, or a...
I mean, the
Rakan.
Way's going to help a lot. There's just so much slow. Even Ashe.
Yeah. Bot lane of PSG a bit worried about a play being made onto them.
Should be fine. 2 minutes until a potential soul point for PSG fairly early on into the game. And somehow everyone on the side of SoftBank have picked up 1 gold from the tower plates.
Yeah, maybe that is just a bug. Yeah, I think split 5 ways. It's like, oh, I'm not going to try do math.
Yeah, not in public.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Evie is not long for this world. That is a lot used, but it is a kill found, and this time RJ picks it up. Nice angle on the all-out to be able to secure it.
Yeah, very clean. Just, swoops him into Maple's arms. Maple ready with the ultimate, and all of those ults are going to be back up by the time Dragon is up, so they pick up a Rift Herald.
All-out might not be. All-out's like a
Yeah.
very long cooldown. Pop Blossom, though, you can see it. It's pretty much halfway through.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Forest fishing with a Hex Flash.
Got a taxi right on Woody, but he's going to take a lot of damage for his trouble. And Maple, with those 5 Void Grubs, might even be able to once again find himself the first tower of the game.
Yeah, Evie not willing to TP here. They need to fight this next dragon.
Has the Hextech gates that are going to help him get here quicker, but it will be the first tower. Maple going to love that. Should be able to recall now, find that gold, and assist the tower, a bit of CS. Probably will have at least another Hextech Alternator, which will amplify his damage quite a lot.
Yeah, and Evie did not pick up an item off of that base, so he may not have his item for Dragon now.
Yeah, RJ halfway to having all out back. So maybe if PSG delay a little bit, he should get it.
Yep.
But everyone else with everything available, Junjir flash nearly back.
And yeah, it might just come down to an arrow for this dragon. Evie does recall and get his Profane Hydra. But on the other hand, Aj just got his Iceborne, so very strong in this fight.
Yeah, Marble, and he's got his Kraken Slayer, able to do a bit of damage, and... Oh, never mind. I thought that was an Ashe arrow. It was Hwei.
Yeah, that did look like an Ashe arrow.
It was Hwei. It's okay. I thought that was an Ashe arrow and it like hit the clone or something. That really confused me.
Yeah. It's a stressful game. This is very tense.
Yeah, I mean, game number 5, it's all on the line. Winner, once again, will be going up to the second... So, well, I guess not the second stage, but going on to the the winners final, up against CFO. Forest, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. That is a big cooldown.
Yeah, Forest maybe in trouble now. Has to dodge Cassante.
Yeah, he does manage to dodge out of that Q3, but with that down, and Evie using the ult, but Maple not using anything.
Yeah,
These are
massive.
key cooldowns.
And
now missing. Flash forward, but a flash from Junjir as well.
Oh.
And couldn't we get the reset? It's a huge equalizer. Junjir has almost got it, and he does manage to do so. That's reset number 1. Are they going to be able to find more? Woody does land that hook, and RJ's trying to find the damage. Pop Blossom onto 2, and everyone's getting damaged, but no one going down. Only Dasher and Forest going down, but God, that was close. The Dragon is still available.
yeah, and it feels like PSG almost have a shared health bar. All of their HP at about the same level. And it came down to a couple of key ultimates wasted from SoftBank.
Yeah, what happened to Evie?
Yeah, Evie just did not find that play onto Maple that he was looking for at all. He uses his ulti, and Maple doesn't have to flash or anything, can just run mid and flash onto his team. And now SoftBank have to try walk to this dragon again. Ashe arrow up soon.
Yeah, Maple nearly got Pop Blossom back. I think RG does now have all out. He didn't have it in that last engagement. World ended nearly back as well. Spiraling Despair too, but there are still key ultimates they're going to be missing if either of these teams look for a fight now. Betty, he does keep his flash, as does Vista, but
Yeah, Ashe without flash is going to be very vulnerable. Tower taken for
oh, we got a drifter.
PSG.
All right, forklift license check.
Is he going to try crash at mid, maybe? No.
No. He's just rotating.
Yeah, just taking it for a ride to his Raptors. And yeah, PSG not hitting this dragon either.
Yeah, I think just waiting for ults.
Yeah, and it's just straight up an ARAM at this point.
Oh, Woody though, he's not willing to keep it as one, as Vesta does lose the flash. Arrow lands onto Woody, but look at RJ just tank up all this damage. Q3 does connect. Infernal chains as well. RJ did get chunked a fairly reasonable amount, but not all that much to really impact the fight, you'd think. Woody Hex Flash won't quite connect with that dredge line. And now RJ, he's going to have to try to get out of here. Slow's coming through. Wilderness Biting Despair, and that is one dead Cassante. Junji as well. Heartbreaker going to have to be committed, and Evie is following over. Hook lands onto Woody, but yet another steadfast presence going to deny anything from happening. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's SoftBank picking up 3.
Yeah, this is such a confusing game. I guess SoftBank have the better ARAM team comp. They find a pick onto Aja. Poppy ult connected onto 2 there, and that's how they managed to get so much damage onto the Cassante. And then once they catch him with another bit of CC, I'm not sure what even it was that caught him, but they managed to take him down, and then Junjia finds himself, you know, alone in the middle of 4 people. Ults out, but gets chased by Evie's flash. It is 20 minutes into the game. It feels a bit earlier just because of how little fighting there's been, but Baron is now a threat for PSG, though this is a lethality Kalista, so I don't know how quickly they really do it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel all that fast.
Yeah, it's deceptively slow just because Viego and Kalista can have a very fast Baron. So Hook lands onto Vista, instantly blows his ulti, and then Ashe Arrow, they don't think they can really follow up onto Woody with it. This ulti from Forest, but everyone is far away from SoftBank, so they can't follow up on a nice Poppy ulti. They do manage to chunk out Aja, and we'll just see what even catches him here. Oh, it's a root. It's a root from the Hui. And then they just have enough damage to take him down, and then Evie follows up this kill onto Junjia. A bit aggressive to go for that stun. As Cassante is honestly, in this comp, a lot of your sustained damage.
For sure.
Kalista's not got that much uptime with her damage. Same with Nico. Just burst.
The gold over time, it was almost at 2k there. In fact, it did apex slightly above. But now we're back to what is essentially an even game. It's 200, 300 gold the difference. And you know, for all intents and purposes, all things are even. Looks like we're going to have a Phantom Dancer second here for Marble on the Ashe. Not an item we see all that much.
Yeah, I'm more used to... I mean, Runans is a very popular Ashe item.
Yeah, I guess the movement speed maybe is the reason why. Just, I mean, you have to be moving fast as Ashe, otherwise you will just get caught out pretty quick. Forest going to put up that steadfast presence and sprint away from Maple. Maple having a couple of good Nico ults, but not really resulting in all that much.
Yeah, I think these fights have just been very messy.
Yeah, there's not really been any grouping. Hook lands once again. Betty, though, he is stuck next to a Poppy, and a nice root coming through there from Junjia. Maybe they're able to get this reset on Forest. Through will come that depth charge. Evie's got the ult pulted, but Pop Blossom going to be denied. Getting knocked up from that sweet spot means that Maple's not going to be able to find anything. It will be a considerably shorter cooldown on the Pop Blossom when compared to the World Ender. And also, Nico should be a little bit more impactful. But nonetheless, big teamfight ultimate down. Betty, he's going forward.
Yeah, SoftBank's still trying to siege for a second there, but decide to just back off. Man, these teams are so down to 5v5 in the mid lane. Look at the top lane CS.
Yeah.
Evie's pulled very far ahead.
Yeah, Arja just perma-grouping.
Yeah. Evie kind of heroically stuns Maple as he pushes Pop Blossom, as that was probably going to be a flash and a rocket belt to follow up.
Yeah, and Forest somehow surviving on a
Yeah,
very
after getting
minute
his
amount
ulti,
of...
Junjie interrupts his ulti that fight. So just so many little interactions in that fight, preventing disasters.
Forest. Hex flashes over, gets a bit confused.
I'm confused too.
I think we all are. This is actually just such a poetic ending to how this series has been.
Yeah. You just still don't know who's going to win till the very end.
Yeah.
I'm favoring SoftBank just based on how much damage these comps have respectfully.
Yeah. It's just always...
Respectively.
The wild card is Viego, right? Because if he kills one of your carries, then it is PSG with all the damage.
Yeah, and they do have the single target lockdown and damage to be able to set this Viego up to succeed.
Yeah. Looking for this blue buff. It is once again 40 seconds away from the Hextech Dragon. It would be the second of the game for SoftBank, and it would be the third and a Hextech Soul point if PSG were to be able to take it. SoftBank, though, they may choose to try pressure around this Baron, as they are the team that will be able to do it quicker by virtue of having a more on-hit Ashe build.
Yeah, I don't know how much this Ashe is going to be autoing. We'll get to see.
Oh, Q3 just going wide there from Arja. Very, very close.
Yeah, Forest is fearless on the Poppy.
He's very strong. Kainic Recurn finished. Obviously going to be denying a lot of damage from pretty much only the Nico. Hook lands once again. It's going to be denied by the set fast presence. Down comes the Equalizer. It's perfect. It's hitting Betty. It's hitting everyone, but the reset comes through. Arja gets one to Pop Blossom. Flashed away though, did Marble, and one reset. Junjie with the Aspiring Despair is going to have to flash away, but it's Dasher with the double. It's Dasher who secures a third. Maple with some mind games is going to be able to get himself out for the time being. How long will that last though? He's trying to dip and dive. Movement speed here from Dasher, but Maple is going to be fast enough. And they get the reset, but so much damage from this way. Turns that team fight. And it's SoftBank who are able to find their lead.
And it's this Rumble support doing the second most damage in the fight. Vista looking very good, landing a nice Rumble there, and they're going to pick up just the Baron off of this.
The spam pings.
PSG are coming.
Pop Blossom not quite up. Maple is here. Forest not here though. Okay, it is picked up. No jungler. It was a little dicey. But Baron is secured. All 5 members now will have it.
Yep. I think what they're suffering with on PSG, we're going to see this fight now. I think the quality of the resets for Viego just aren't as good as you might usually see.
Yeah.
Really, only the Aatrox reset feels great. They kill the Poppy off first. I think it's just a hook from Woody, right? That lands onto Forest, and I mean, they take him down reasonably quickly. We're just straight into another fight.
Yeah, Woody's going to get Infernal Chain. If he gets one kill, Maple, he's got to find a way in with a Pop Blossom. He might just do it. Former Pop Blossom from Maple as the resets are truly coming through. And when you're in a game number 5 and you're behind, who do you want but one of the most experienced players in the PCS to find you a way back in?
Maple rescuing his team. It looked like that fight was going SoftBank's way, but Maple lands a massive ultimate. Junjie gets a million resets, does a bunch of damage in that fight, and PSG pick up Soul Point now. Up against a Baron buff SoftBank. I still don't know who's going to win this game.
No, nobody does, but what a heroic effort. Maple, it took a while, but finally he finds that Nico ult of your dreams.
Yeah, he had to burn their flashes in all the previous fights. Was just slowly burning their resources up and finds a massive ulti.
Let's take a look. We were in a replay when this all started.
Junjie was hitting the dragon. Evie just gets caught out first, and I mean, it looks like the engage doesn't quite connect onto Evie, so they turn the fight around, and it's just Maple disguised as this Kalista hidden in a bush. And I mean, PSG have been so good at punishing SoftBank anytime they go through these chokes in all 5 of these games. Both teams playing around terrain really well throughout this series.
And there is still Baron. There's 1 minute left on it. The Baron power play is negative. Maple gets hit now. Woody's going to have to try and protect his mid laner, but he can't do so. And Maple
Baron
gets caught out by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and just goes down.
There's still just under a minute on Baron. I think they can get 2 towers here if you're SoftBank. These teams are just not willing to split up at all. I think, yeah, Evie is finally going to go down towards the bot lane now.
He's actually going with Junjie.
Yeah, they're going for a walk.
I'm not sure what's going on. Evie seems like he's joining his team, but as does Junjia. Just side by side this whole time. RJ, he's on the back. Marble's going to find him. Betty, though, is being focused here by Forrest. Pathmaker going to be used. He's going to be find his way onto Dasher. All out comes through. Betty gets one. Betty gets two. Evie has got that world into pumping, but Junji with the Heartbreaker is going to get himself out of Dodge's way. And PSG 4v5, they find a way. RJ finds the flank. Yeah. And we still have a game on our hands.
Yeah, Aja willing to look for that flank in a 4v5 pays off there as he finds Dasher without flash and just takes him out. And who else went down? It was Vista on the Rumble, over-aggressing along with Forrest, trying to dive onto Betty, I guess it was. But Betty picks up two. He should have at least 3 items on the Callista now.
Yeah, he already did. He already had the 3 items.
I think the 3rd picked up for Marble now. Yeah, gets a BF sword on the Callista. I guess it'll be just a GA.
Maybe.
Makes sense. Makes sense in this kind of game.
Yeah, it would make sense. It could be, I mean, maybe he's getting crazy with it and going Terminus.
That would be outrageous.
Yeah, I don't, no, it can't be. He's already got the Shireldas.
Oh, right.
It can't be.
Yeah.
2 minutes, though, is the timer on this Soul. 2 minutes is the timer on this Baron. Both objectives spawn at the same time. PSG can try to take the Dragon. They will struggle against the Baron. But
yeah, I don't think you can afford to give this Dragon up if you're SoftBank. So it puts PSG in a very strong spot in terms of macro. Even though they're down a little bit of gold, they can go for the Baron. Yeah, and it's coming up at the same time as the Dragon, too.
Yeah,
it's actually
the problem
up
is
first.
It's very hard for them to kill this Baron.
Yeah, that's not a quick Baron at all, right? Especially this Viego build, you know, isn't the highest damage one. Callista's not built DPS, and even Maple's gone for Pen and, you know, some healing cut.
Yeah, this game is one team fight. One singular team fight can be the difference maker.
Yeah, just one decisive team fight, but they very rarely have been.
Woody! Oh my god, Junji is actually going to take the most amount of damage here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto this Nautilus. Maple, though, he's waiting in the wings. He's biding his time. Woody will be going down. No, he won't. Fate's Call comes out. And Woody, it's going to be Maple on the backside. Finds 2. Dash is taken so low. And Vista goes down. Evie's not long for the world. Maple with a double. Are they going to be able to find more? The Q3, the all-out. Forrest is going to be going down. It's a triple kill for Maple on the Nico.
Yeah, and this is why we were excited to see Maple on the Nico in this game 5. He has been so clutch in every team fight. This is not a high damage comp, and Nico's not a high damage champion either, but Maple's finding a way to win them these fights and get Junjia his resets.
Maple did lose Flash.
Yeah.
Ahead of both this Baron and Dragon.
Are they up in time to even contest the Dragon? I mean, Poppy's going to have to run.
There are Hextech gates.
Yeah, maybe. And nice flash reaction from Vista. Junjia gets caught there by the grab from the Viego. Asher onto Woody. I mean, Woody takes so much damage here, but it's Maple in the fog that finds Dasher and Vista. Meanwhile, Woody's just been ulted out by the Callista. And yeah, Junjia gets the resets going and off of the back of a massive ult.
Back to live. It's PSG opting in for this Baron. Dragon now will be spawning. PSG, will they look for it? There's no teleports and we have recalls coming through, so they won't.
Yeah, they're pinging on their way to the top lane, actually. So I think they're just happy to give this Dragon, take a Baron for it.
Yeah, Evie's hunting. Evie is very deep now in PSG's jungle.
Yeah, risky, but it is hard for them to take this Aatrox down.
Oh, Maple is a minion. Maple is a minion.
Uh-oh.
Okay, it's going to be no one. Okay. That's a bit obvious when you're walking on top of another minion.
And
oh, God.
SoftBank with a bit of prio in the bot lane.
Yeah, Baron, though, RG has it, and he is in the top lane. They also have 5 Void Grubs. While Cassante isn't known for his tower-taking ability, he's got a lot here to help him out in that.
Yeah, Baron and the Void Grubs, right? So
go auto-attack it. Auto-attack it once.
Yeah.
Nope.
No, isn't willing to risk overextending there.
Hextech Gate. Going to get Evie back into position. This tower is very low, not quite taken, importantly.
Yeah. This is going to kill a lot of the time on this Baron that SoftBank were able to clear a mid-wave and shove in bot.
Yeah.
Evie at least, or Aja rather, got a wave in top. So that's going to give them some tempo and pressure.
PSG, they're waiting a little bit to kill these minions. See if they can stack a couple waves. Make sure they are synchronized in the mid, bottom, top, and in which case it becomes very difficult to ever defend. Bot lane should be synced with mid lane. Betty's coming down now to watch out for any potential fight, although it looks like PSG are going to be content with letting this wave be defended while Betty will take the mid lane tower. Top side now could be the look as RJ will trade a little bit aggressively. He gets that Edge of Night down and Evie is in a lot of trouble. Evie's actually might just get dove below his tower. Betty's here. Fade's call comes through and that was the easiest kill you'll ever see. As all of a sudden Aatrox is dead. Nice buffer there. It is going to connect, but Junjie getting himself far enough away with it. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will not be all that meaningful. Now mid lane being pushed, teleport coming through. RJ should be the one coming through. Oh my god, everything is just so near. Forest gonna have to flash away from that Pathmaker.
Yeah, so SoftBank, it looks like they've held on to their inhib. They do lose top lane turret. Evie's still up, still down for 20 seconds. Means they probably just have to give top inhib, actually.
Top inhib will be the focus. Does go down. And a back and forth game. It's been Hook lands, depth charge, and now you may be getting Evie back, but Vista is well and truly dead. RJ, he gets chunked out on the mid wave alongside Forest. Junjie with that reset gets himself back over that wall. Now.
Yeah, so now they've got a stall for Vista to come back up. You're hoping this Baron is running out. It has run out now.
Dasher is so low on health. I mean mana, sorry.
Yeah. I think he's very close to Rabadon's too.
Yeah, Woody gonna land another hook. Forest might be in trouble with the pop bottom again from Maple. He lands it on to Marble. Marble does manage to flash away, and it's actually gonna be Maple who's taken out. Argy's going down next, and Betty, he's not got a lot of attack speed. He's gonna have to pop that heal to try and get away, but Evie is so quick. You have to kite. He finds the Ren slow. Junjie is looking for at least a snare. Betty even losing the flash, and Forest is still coming forward. They don't have a tower in their mid wave. It might be an inhib given back over, but the recalls are coming through. Maple finds a big ult, but the flash lets Marble get out and DPS him down.
Yeah, cleanse and flash used by Marble to turn around that 4v5, right? Rumble wasn't even there. Betty loses his sums as well. So you've got some reprieve from Maple just 4-man flash ulting you constantly. Dragon up in 1 minute. Hard to make sense of who's better in this fight, honestly. I think it's just going to come down to execution. I mean, it should be very difficult for Maple to find a flank. He does have the Hex Gates to use, but he has no flash now. So you have to imagine the miracles will stop coming from Maple, but he's just so consistently found good ults this game.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other side, right, Marble's lost both his sums, so
yeah.
If you just ult the Ashe, I mean, Ashe is outputting, I'd say, the majority of the damage that is being felt by at least Arja.
Yeah, Rabadon's now finished for Dasher.
Yeah, Dasher, he's very strong in his own right. Maple has respawned, Dragon spawning 40 seconds, Baron 20 seconds after.
Yeah, both teams should be prioritizing the Dragon here. There's too long of a window between these spawns.
Maple must be so close to whatever he's going for last. He's been sitting on this needlessly large rod for a long time. Midwave, Prio looks like it's going in favor of the side of the SoftBank Hawks. Forest looks for an engage. An equalizer was used. Not a whole lot of damage. Betty a little bit taken. Hook now lands from Woody. Down will come the depth charges onto Evie. Evie's so low. Maple's going to find it's a one-man, but it's going to be taken out. There's Aatrox, and through comes the reset. Junjie now, he's on the Aatrox, and everything's coming through. RG will take down Marble, and game number 5 looks to be set and match as PSG, they withstand. It's only Vista against all 5 veterans on the PSG roster. It took 40 minutes. It took 4-man ults and 5-man ults, but eventually PSG will succeed and make it to the upper bracket final.
Maple putting to rest any doubts about his form that we might have had coming into this series, especially with this game 5. Turns out in the clutch, he is the guy you want on your team. They were 2k gold, maybe even more behind in that game, and he just constantly found flanks, constantly found priority targets in that fight as well. He lands the ult to finish off Evie, and then he lands an E onto the Ashe with no sums up.
Everyone's happy except Corgi. Corgi's having a word. You know, we just won our series. Getting angry at the boys. RJ there. I mean, it was a tough start as the Cassante, but RJ really performed. I mean, it's hard to notice because of what Maple was doing, but in these team fights, I think I only saw one time he perhaps made a mistake getting caught on that mid wave.
Yeah.
Massive game out of him. But let's be real. Everything needs to go to Maple.
Yeah.
That guy single-handedly, time after time after time, finding key members of SoftBank and just eliminating them pretty much single-handedly. I mean, the 4-man ult stands out to me, but obviously that play around the Gromp, where he just hiding around a slight amount of vision, finds a 2-man onto Dasher. I don't even remember who else it was on, but Dasher was the important one to have found. And eventually, it is good enough to get them across the line. Maple, look, he had to find a comeback after the Hui game, and boy, oh boy, did he.
Yeah, I mean, decisive in every team fight, having a massive impact in every team fight. They didn't win every team fight. They were actually over 2K behind.
Yep.
Yeah, turns the game around for his team. I mean, shout out to Betty, who
just an honest shift.
7-1 and 10
Yeah,
on the
just an
Kalista,
honest shift. It was kind of unnoticeable. Like, I don't want to sound mean, but, you know, like, it was just, the Kalista was hitting and throwing abilities, but it was off the back of such massive plays from RJ.
To be
and
fair
Maple.
to Betty, Ash was picked to counter him.
Yeah.
Poppy was picked to counter him, and Rumble probably was picked to counter him too.
Even Hui, it's very hard to play into Hui.
Yeah, so he still had a great game on the Kalista, which is pretty impressive.
You know, fantastic showing. I think, you know what I think the turning point was? Obviously 4-man ult, whatever. RJ's flank at the mid inhib.
Yeah.
That was the true turning point. That was a 4v5. I don't remember who was dead. It might have even been Maple. But RJ just, at the back, he actually gets found out by Ash, still comes through, manages to find a kill onto Dasher, who at that point looked infallible. He was so strong on the way. RJ really turning that game around. I mean, it was also good. PSG found so many early dragons. They did obviously have a Kalista lane, which helps.
Yeah.
But there were just so many parts in this game to allow PSG to win.
Yeah.
And I mean, there were points where I was like, oh, they're just going to lose. I mean, this Kalista lethality is going to fall off, but the team fighting out of PSG, it's one thing we always give them credit for, and this game especially was proven why.
Yeah, against what should have been a better team fighting comp, and PSG maybe on like a pick comp, but turns out Maple on his own can just turn your comp into a team fighting comp.
Yeah, well, Nico kind of does that, to be fair, but yeah. It was just well played. Credit, I think, to SoftBank. After seeing this series, they are probably competing for first, second, and third.
Yeah,
actually, not
they're
probably.
right there.
They certainly are.
Yeah.
This team is not behind the PCS by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah,
they are an extremely solid team.
And I don't think they're a team, and this was a big game-breaking moment for Maple. He catches Marble as well with that E. Marble was, if he wasn't getting hit by these Nico ults, he was getting caught by the snares as well. And this was a low damage comp where you have to land everything if you're PSG, and they kind of just did, onto key members as well. And it just about SoftBank, it doesn't feel like they're a team that are going to be figured out or go away any time in this playoffs. It feels like they just come up with something new mid-series in this draft constantly.
Man.
Yeah.
What a game. What a game. Betty doing the most damage on his team, but it was Dasher doing the most damage on the Hui in the game, which you come to expect most of the time. It was, honestly, Dasher, Marble played out of their minds. Marble died for the very first time in the last fight of the game.
Yeah.
It's the classic, make one mistake, lose the game.
Yeah.
You know, 80 carry classic, but he played so well the entirety of this game. It's not an easy game to be Ash. You are up against, you know, Nautilus with a Kalista. And then the Nico constantly on you, a Cassante who just sprints in your direction, and he was not dying, he was putting out damage. 92% kill participation on the 80 carry Ash.
Yeah.
Just a fantastic showing from him. Unfortunately, not quite enough to get it across the line.
Yeah, and I think it was just a problem of his pick. I think he played perfectly fine on the pick, but it just didn't feel like it had the impact it should have into, you know, it was counter-picking the Kalista was the goal of the Ash pick.
Yeah.
And you end up flexing the Rumble to get away from the Cassante matchup. Yeah, Evie got ahead in CS, but
I don't think you're getting away from the Rumble matchup. I think they planned that. Rumble does great into Cassante. Somehow Evie got a solo kill, but
yeah, okay.
I think it was just their plan was to pick like a very strong lane, which Rumble and Ash should be, but they didn't find a whole lot. And maybe that's because it was the lethality Callista, which we haven't actually seen Betty play before. He's always been the on hit, so...
Yeah, he's gone for occasionally opportunity into like a Runans.
Yeah, actually, I think he usually goes like just the Dirk and then like Blade of the Ruin King standard.
Yeah,
he just sits on the Dirk. But this game just full lethality. And is this going to be the 4-man? It has to be, right?
Very deserved MVP for Maple in this game. Lands a root there onto Forest.
Waits for the steadfast presence and then goes.
Yeah. Rocket Belt finds a 4-man. This is without his flash as well. So that is just a completely game-winning play. When the enemy team, it looked like SoftBank had gained the momentum in the game finally. They had finally won a decisive fight. They'd picked up the Baron, and they were going to be trying to end the game.
Yeah. And then
Maple
immediately lost that fight. That's, oh boy, what a back and forward. But I think this series truly proves to you that at least SoftBank Hawks, they are up there.
Yeah,
with
they're
CFO and
contending
PSG.
for the championship at this point and that MSI spot.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exciting, right? Because I mean, we didn't really know exactly how to rate them. It's very difficult to rate teams interregionally.
Yeah.
But this series, I think, has proved to me that this team is competing for that first spot, which just makes it all the more exciting. Because before that, we kind of just expected it to be sort of a 2-horse race between CFO and PSG, but now it's all to play for. LJL, there is certainly hope for you left. It's going to be an interview with Patty and Junjia. We'll be back right after. Please do enjoy.
Junjia say hello to the fans. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 PSG 的打野选手俊佳，请俊佳先跟观众打声招呼。
大家好，我是 PSG 的打野俊佳。
Congratulations for the close win today against LJL's first team SHG. How are you feeling now after the win?
おめでとうございます。LJL のトップチーム SHG 相手に勝利し、現在の気持ちはいかがですか？
恭喜你们今天惊险赢下 LJL 第一队 SHG， 想问一下赢下来后心情如何？
本来可能不会那么开心嘛，但是3-2赢下来，就是很开心。3対2のそういう成績で勝つことを取ります。勝ちましたことについてとても嬉しいと思います。
I wouldn't expect it to be as happy, but we won with a 3-2 against SHG, so we're really happy today. Today, you and your opponent had lots of back and forth, whether it's the BP or your team fight tactics, all were very entertaining to watch. What do you think is the key to the win today?
今日の試合は相手との激しい攻防が続き、ワンピックから先導まで非常に見応えのあるものでした。勝利を収める上で最も重要だった要因は何だと思いますか？
你们今天的比赛跟对面有来有往，不管是在 BP 或者是在会战的拼搏都非常的精彩。你认为你们能顺利取得胜利最关键的原因是什么？
我觉得我们能跟他们打到第5把，代表他们也算蛮有实力的吧。然后第5场我觉得比的就是心态，然后操作比较变形啊。不变形那边就相手とPO5 まで戦うことは相手の実力とっても強いを証明していたことです。はい、第2試合を決める一番重要な肝心な鍵は根性とプレイスタイルと思います。
So I think that we're able to play them to best of 5 means they're a really, really strong team. I think the reason that we won is that if we keep our strength and keep our composition and the way we want to play, we're going to win them. So that's why I think we won today. After winning SHG, you will be playing against your old opponent CFO in the upper bracket finals. What do you think is the key to winning them?
SHG に勝利した後、次は強豪 CFO とのアパブレゲットで対戦します。彼らに勝利するために鍵は何だと思いますか？
赢下 SHG 后，你们接下来将会在胜负冠军赛碰上老对手 CFO。你认为要赢下他们的关键是什么？
我觉得就是要中野比他们玩得更好吧。就是我自己会要好好研究一下他们。ミッドとジャングル選手のパフォーマンスは相手よりうまいは鍵と思いますね。自分ももっともっと研究しなきゃ。
So I think the point of winning them, the key of winning them, is to play better than them for mid-jungle synergy. So I need to study them more. So PSG haven't lost any game in spring. Now you got another game under your belt. Do you have anything you want to say to fans that supports you?
PSG はプレーオフでまだ一度の敗北していません。今日の勝利で次のラウンドへ駒を進めました。ファンの皆さんに何か伝えたいことはありますか？
PSG 至今还没输过任何一次春季赛，现在又过了一关。想问一下，你有什么话想对粉丝说的吗？
谢谢你们的支持吧，然后我们会继续赢的。
いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。次の試合は絶対勝ちます。
Thank you for your support and we'll continue to win. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢俊家选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Well, thank you very much for the interview. And the key to beating CFO is mid-jungle synergy.
Yeah.
I don't know who I favor between the mid-jungle synergies, but Junji and Maple, they've got to be at the top of the PCS.
Yeah.
Gory, Casa, it's hard to say they're weaker.
Yeah.
It's hard to say they're stronger, but it's hard to say they're weaker.
Yeah, it really is, I think, a matchup that can go either way.
And it
feels
has-
like, yeah, it feels like, especially with Gory, he seems to have extremely high highs and low lows, and the same is true for Maple. So it's just, it just depends on who's going to be on form on the day, and honestly, if you're a betting man, you'll bet on Maple.
Yeah,
Been
I
around
think-
long enough.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think Gory is more prone, especially in these high-pressure moments, to have sort of flaws, shall we say. But, I mean, that only time will tell. Of course, today's results, it was PSG cleaning all the games on odd numbers up as predicted. And SoftBank Hawks taking it to them. Even game number 5, it looked like they were going to win. They weren't able to do it. They go down 2-3. They will still, of course, keep their playoff hopes alive. They will be going down to the lower bracket up against DCG. You have to favor them. There's no two ways about it.
We were worried about the PCS becoming a 2-horse race in this playoffs. It's pretty clearly a 3-horse race now. This series could have gone either way. We didn't know who was going to win this series until maybe the last minute of the last game. And the entire way the series played out, you couldn't really feel confident for any longer than half a game that one team was going to win.
Yeah, every game was just so back and forth. I mean, the only exception maybe is the 12-kill Wukong game.
Yeah,
and I guess the Eevee Renekton game as well.
Yeah.
Those two were like, all right, these games are just one.
Yeah.
You know, but then the other games, they were back and forth.
How ridiculous is it to bounce back so strongly from the enemy jungler just on Wukong dropping 12 kills?
Yeah.
Just like starting the game 8-0 in game 1.
It's insane. And then, I mean, they did turn it around, obviously, making it to the full 5 games. PSG CFO, you see that there. It'll be in not in 3 days' time, but it'll be next week on Friday. But first up, it is going to be Frank versus Beyond. Probably our 2 most evenly matched teams in the lower bracket. I don't really know who I think will win. If Frank turn up and look how we know they can look, then I think I have to favor them. But what we saw from Frank yesterday against CFO, yes, CFO are a better team than you'd expect Beyond to be. I would take Beyond over that, Frank. I think Frank looked dicier than they should have up against CFO. And Beyond, honestly, they've been looking pretty solid. They took a game off PSG. They did eventually lose, but their game they won against PSG was extremely dominant.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Beyond has been consistency. I think they can definitely pop off, and they can take games off of any team in this tournament. They do have very high highs. And same story with Frank. I mean, it just depends which Frank we're getting. Like you said, are we getting the earlier in the split Frank and the Frank we've occasionally seen glimpses of since then? Or is it just going to be the kind of disjointed Frank where they're making plays that they should be winning, but people are just missing key abilities? And the drafts look confusing. Should be a good one either way, though.
I mean, yeah, we've only got good games left.
Yeah.
There is no bad games left. Even if, yes, maybe you'd argue that SoftBank should be heavily favored against DCG, DCG will make it interesting.
Yeah.
There is not a single DCG series that I've ever seen that has not been interesting. But that is a tale for next week. It's been a long week. My voice needs to rest. Lowe's voice needs to rest. And I hope you all get a good rest. We will see you next week to continue our playoffs in search of our MSI representatives.
Before we put this on